Ryu Hanbin, a young man, finds himself fighting a beast in a deserted terrain of a word called Thelha Rathana Latna. He has no recollection of how he got there. The only thing he is conscious about is his survival. In a confrontation with a beast dog, he uses a rock thinking it would kill the beast. However, the beast again stands on its ground and continues to dominate the one-sided fight. When he is about to be pushed off the cliff, the system displays the information on the hell dog, revealing it as the lowest level monster in Thelha Latna. It possesses strength similar to an unequipped adult human male. The system also indicates that the player may level up by slaying the hell dog or the powerful monsters in general. He is confused, wondering when everything started going downhill. He even questions if he's trapped in a fantasy video game. Before we proceed further, let's have a throwback. Hanbin used to wake up every day at noon. He had just been discharged from his mandatory military service 3 months ago and felt that he had enough reasons to lay back and relax a bit. He had believed that after he finished his military service, he would be able to fit right into the society. However, the last 3 months for him were nothing but a black haze. Nothing changed about him, even in the 2 years he served in the military. On an ordinary day, while lazing around like usual, he suddenly gets summoned into a void. He hears the voice of more than one entity echoing across the void. While he is questioning his existence, the voices are chit-chatting about the Chosen Ones, implying that the few people standing before them are the Chosen Ones among the 7 billion humans. Abruptly, one voice calls for transmitting the guidelines to all the players, but the second voice is against that idea, remarking that the idea appears to be too artificial. He wonders what the voices are talking about, and if not God, who are they a person? The first voice responds to the second voice, commenting that it serves enough motivation and assistance in judging their situation, since that's something already tested with the previously chosen ones. The second voice then initiates the guidelines transmission. However, the second voice claims to have made a mistake in transmitting the guidelines to Hanbin, and they apparently don't care, because the error occurred around a single chosen one. After this, the chosen one number 398 was dimensionally transported to the world of Thelha Latna. After some time, Hanbin is shown to be ruthlessly striking the dead hell dog. He has gained 13 experience killing a level 1 monster. Still, he is shaken to the core, remembering that he was discharged 3 months ago. He wonders what would happen to him and his parents. He is just upset that he never got to date a girl. The chosen one could have been anyone. Countless people evade military service. Why they weren't chosen? He receives an alert from the system, notifying him that he has a less than 5% chance of surviving in the Thelha Latna with his current stats. The system gives him an alternate option, which is to end his life. He is enraged at the entities who sent him there. Seeing the alternate option, he wonders if he will be sent back home after dying. He tries to stay calm and accepts the truth that they wouldn't have sent him to this world if they had planned on returning the Chosen Ones home. He is also aware that whether he likes it or not, it's the end if he dies. After grieving for a moment, he regains his will and fighting spirit and gets his strength boosted. The system prompts him to choose a skill class, which he sees as an obligatory choice since fighting with his fists has never been an option for him. He notices the warrior class, which allows the user to fight with various martial arts routines. But since this isn't a game, he chooses to select the long-distance combat class. He chooses to be a magician, but his selection is rejected due to the lack of capability for the chosen class. Frustrated, he then goes for magic swordsmanship and priest respectively, but his selection is rejected both times. Despite not wanting to choose warrior class, he ultimately ends up selecting it. He tries to stay optimistic and aims to find a way to fight from a distance, as he chooses a spear from the weapon selection window. However, due to some errors, the system malfunctions and selects the longsword as his beginner's weapon. Out of pure annoyance, he thinks of not acting according to what those entities want, but what he wants more is not to die. This is how his unending hellish life of leveling up began. He tries to swing the blade but isn't able to swing it because he's too weak, and also the blade is longsword. It's been 7 days since he came to Thelha Latna. Since his arrival, he has asked the guideline countless times how can he return home, but each time it has remained silent, and he doesn't know if it is because the system is bugged. In any case, he is fighting to survive. The monsters he fights are always hell dogs. If there's one thing he has learned since coming to this world, is that the hell dogs also level up. He is noticing that these monsters have become wary of him. Despite trying to stay alive, he is getting dragged by the enemies. These monsters are getting used to fighting him, just as he is getting used to fighting them. He tries to launch an unpredictable attack, but the hell dog he is fighting reads him like a book and dodges his attack. The hell dog then attempts to jump at him, but he strikes it mid-air, fully neutralizing it. He gained 22 experience as a reward, which adds up to his overall experience, 282. He killed the hell dog using the skill stab, which he got after becoming level 2. Hanbin finds the guidelines pretty helpful, as when he browses through it, His knowledge expands, and he learns more about this world, such as the benefits of hell dog's meat and blood, which contains fats and essential amino acids and contains moisture, carbohydrates, fibers, and essential minerals, respectively. But unlike their violent nature, their teeth and claws quickly become dull and cannot be used soon after. Ultimately, he concludes that this world is artificially created, and there must be a reason why he was brought here. He remembers that there were 7 billion candidates, and wonders where the other chosen ones were sent. Just as he is thinking about the other chosen ones, the guideline informs him that he can leave the current area, the Rock Mountains, once he reaches level 5 and meets up with the other chosen ones. The Rock Mountains is the start zone, where the death rate is lower, and gaining experience is quite efficient. Low-level monsters roam in the area, and the monsters appearing in the safe zones are stat-matched. The guidelines command him to meet up with the other chosen ones, and once he reaches level 20, he will be able to complete the Thelha-Latna map and travel to the Latna continent. All the information the system disclosed was too much for his brain to process. He recalls everything the guidelines revealed. After this, he asks the guidelines about what he has to do there, but the system fails to respond due to an error. He had already realized that the monsters also leveled up, though what he was concerned more about was if he could go back home. He knows for sure that he can't trust his guidelines and needs to leave the Rock Mountains to learn about this world. After that, he went around looking for hell dogs and also started hunting. Since the hell dogs get stronger as he does, it doesn't get easier for him to defeat them. After he gained another 22 experience, his total experience accumulated enough that he reached the required experience and leveled up. He also obtained the side-slash skill. He continued to face the ever-growing hell dogs. A level 3 hell dog possesses strength similar to an unequipped novice warrior. He underwent the cycle of fighting, getting injured, killing the hell dogs, eating and sleeping, and by the 27th day, he had killed countless hell dogs and had learned 3 skills: stab, side slash, and vertical slash. His body has begun to see the effects of the stats that he has gained as well. Even the two-handed longsword, which was difficult to lift at first, could be easily swung. In this world, one can see the results of their hard work. Just after making that statement, he receives a shocking message from the guideline, revealing he has regressed to level 1. He decides to not be bothered by this message and assumes that it must be bugged, only to realize that this message is real. Surprisingly, his stats are intact. At first, he tried to look at things optimistically, reassuring himself that because he was in the safe zone, the hell dogs would also be level 1. He believed he could get more stats more easily. However, he was wrong. The hell dogs kept getting stronger despite their levels. He continued to put his life on the line with each fight. He believed it would work the next time. He was sure he would get it and kept on going. He kept killing the hell dogs that continued to grow stronger and kept checking his experience. By this time, he already has lived in a hell-like place for the past 7 years, running through levels 1 to 4 in an endless cycle. Chosen ones don't age, and due to their extraordinary healing ability, they will be healed of all their injuries in a single day. Returning to level 1 doesn't decrease his stats, but he couldn't learn a new skill since he couldn't get past level 4. The only skills he had were stab, side slash, and vertical slash. The hell dogs got stronger as his stats continued to increase. The system places the strong monsters to help the chosen one get stronger. But to him, it appears that the monsters are just there to be killed, though the same can be said about him. The voices have completed the guideline transmission to the chosen ones that they had started earlier. These voices label the ongoing mission as Jaren Latna's 5th operation. One voice reveals it has gotten used to it because it's their 5th time commencing the mission already. They think that even if it is another world, players would normally take at most about a year to clear. They are expecting some useful players around this time. While inspecting, the entity suddenly comes across a broken world and discovers that Han Bin is logged into it. Subconscious, Han Bin thinks that he is back home and tries to sleep. But when half asleep, Han Bin is about to select the alternate option in the guideline, end his life. He jolts awake and realizes that it has been about 10 years since he started killing hell dogs. He fell from a cliff and survived, which signals that the fall damage doesn't inflict any damage on him. Even after years of training, he's still at level 1. Or rather, he keeps regressing the moment he is about to hit level 5. Additionally, he isn't far from selecting the alternate option, putting his life to an end. He regains his composure because agonizing over this countless times won't get him anywhere. He is still wondering if he will be sent back home after he decides to take his life. Since he might die, he thinks of making his life worth it. At some point, he gives up on counting the days he has been in this world. He doesn't know how long it has been since his arrival, 5 years? Or maybe 7 years. During this time, he developed a hobby and even came up with work to do. Surviving alone isn't an easy task, but this harsh environment doesn't allow him to doze off, even if it's for a moment. This is the reality. He can't change his situation and devotes himself to doing things that he can. He built a house with debris and boulders and lived every day with devotion. Simply, he no longer lives with rage. When a colossal helldog destroyed his house that took him 3 years to build, he engaged in an intense battle with it to get revenge. These giant helldogs are loud and don't even taste good, but by constantly hunting them, he has learned the best strategy to defeat them. Once it starts, these helldogs begin with a huge attack, and it's impossible to dodge their breath skill since the area of attack is large. So he just braces his body and blocks it with his strength. Surprised to see its enemy unfazed, the Helldog would then rapidly cast thunderbolts, light, and fire magic. Since getting hit by these is painful, he would block them by carving up huge walls of earth and then using the final cut. However, he wasn't extremely prolific with the blade, nor did he have any other skills since his level won't increase. After using the 3 skills thousands of times, he has combined them into one skill called Cross Impact. It's not a real skill, but there isn't a monster that can withstand the impact of the hit. The entity that made an error when transmitting the guidelines to the candidates is stunned to learn that Hanbin has been stuck inside Thelha Latna for 22 years, while the other generations are operating in different locations of Latna. That entity is stressed, because it can't come up with an excuse if its superiors find out. It also can't kill him, but after contemplating for a while, it comes up with a way to deal with him. Elsewhere, Hanbin is munching on the Helldog. He has always felt a breeze whenever he leveled up to level 4. He desires something tasty and also human interaction. Another thing he wonders about is his lifespan. Despite everything, he is optimistic that there will be a day when he will get out. Unexpectedly, the entity starts punching the Thelha Latna world. Even though there could be some problems, the entity wants to erase his records and the world from existence. The entity is destroying the world mostly because it believes Hanbin is level 4 and will die soon. It doesn't have any background progress records. Meanwhile, Hanbin, spectating the entity destroying his world, receives a notification about the completion of Thelha Latna. Soon, the system commences the transport of chosen ones to the designated level. Elsewhere, a dragon appears to be bothered by the arrival of otherworldly demons. All this time, what Hanbin saw naturally became the norm. A red sky where the sun never rises or sets, with clusters of dead tree branches on the ground and being stranded on a rock-filled mountain of hell. He can't believe his eyes. He is in Satha Forest in the Greyloot Kingdom, northern Latna continent. The man doesn't know what's going on, but knows that it's not home, though it's better than those god-forsaken mountains. He finds it weird that he suddenly became level 5 when he got there, and has got the communication skill. He remembers that to come to the Latna continent, he needed to be level 20, and wonders if the system is still bugged. Moreover, he sees a new guideline window giving him one final mission: kill one of the 6 goddesses of Latna. If he succeeds, he will receive several rewards, such as eternal youth and immortality, be sent back to Earth with stats intact, and get your 3 wishes fulfilled. Another window reveals a few factors to consider when participating in this mission, and also warns him to keep his identity hidden from the people of this world. The first thing he needs to do is register at the Hunters Guild in the corporate city of Onpris. The dragon arrives, cursing him as a filthy otherworldly demon for trespassing. He tries to get into a fighting stance, but realizes that his sword is way back on the other side of the river's shore. Since running back and grabbing the sword is risky, he opts to charge barehanded. When the punch lands on the dragon's body, it surprisingly soars through the air. Then a brief epilogue about the dragon is set forth. It is the dragon itself describing its experiences with otherworldly humans. Long ago, a magnificent dragon soared through the skies, serving the dragon knights of the Xrad kingdom. That dragon mount's name was Ephir and was the great pride of the knights. However, a great ordeal came upon her. It came in the form of the kingdom's prince who whined about wanting to ride her. However, mounting a dragon was not a simple feat, and in the end, the prince accidentally fell from the dragon and died. Because of that, Ephir's poor knight was executed, and she herself escaped the kingdom through the help of the other kind knights. The lonely dragon, who now lived in the forest, didn't even have time to mourn, because the forest was where many otherworldly humans would frequently appear. However, despite receiving training, she was kind enough to never kill her opponents. It was then that countless otherworldly hunters gathered together to hunt her. She thought to herself that letting the otherworldly humans live was a bad idea. She had no choice but to hunt the otherworldly humans. She clears the misunderstanding, telling him she's not a dragon but a wyvern. Dragons have 4 legs and their wings are located on their shoulders, while wyverns have wings on their forelegs. She accepts defeat and requests he let her go. He demands that she explain how she knew he was from another world. She says that she can't tell just by looking, but their bodies disappear when they die. Besides, Latnians hardly ever enter this forest. He wonders if she thinks of him as an otherworldly person. If she can't suspect anything from his appearance, that means no one would be able to find out his identity, judging by his appearance alone. He asks her if this forest is Sathi Forest of the Greylut Kingdom. He has she explain that the Greylut Forest was destroyed long ago. It's now called the Xrad Kingdom. He realizes that his guidelines haven't been updated and is frustrated thinking about what reason could be behind it. She begs for mercy, asking him to forgive her. He believes that she could have laid low instead of attacking him, and rejects her pleas. She calls him an otherworldly demon and admits to having attacked him because of it. He rages at her. Scared, she reveals that the goddess was the one who called the otherworldly humans demons. He is a little intrigued by this information. He demands she tell him everything in detail. She reveals otherworldly humans in Latna started to appear 40 years ago. She abruptly breaks off mid-story and again demands he let her go home, as she has to rub some medications. He gets furious and threatens to hit her again. The threats enable her to continue. She explains that at first, the otherworldly humans and Latnians got along, but that period didn't last long, and otherworldly humans started killing Latnians aiming to increase their levels. The more powerful ones banded together and created the Great Earth, a group to kill the goddess. She reveals otherworldly humans are strong because they can easily level up by killing their opponents, something that isn't alien to dragons. There was no way to fight against them when they were being led by a leader who was level 100. So before they came, the continent's 4 heroes massacred the otherworldly humans in an instant. These heroes were Barolt the Sword King, Zenobia the Archmage, Garhon the Terrible, and Halion the Transcendentalist of life and death. After that, the 6 goddesses blessed the continent. Earthlings are otherworldly demons that have made contracts with the wicked demon god, which is why they are quickly executed. He is triggered by her bizarre speech delivery, and remarks that he was kidnapped out of the blue and rotted on a rock mountain for dozens of years. When he finally gets out, he is told that if his true identity is revealed, the whole continent would become his enemy. This all happened before she was born, as per what she claims. He speaks out that he doesn't care whether he makes a deal with the goddess or becomes their underling, but he will kill that demon god and get back alive to Earth. He tells her that he can't let anyone know his true identity and must do something about her. She promises that she won't speak a word about him and will live as a normal wyvern, pretending not to know how to speak. Despite her pleas, he shows her no mercy. 5 days later, he leaves the Sada forest and heads towards a huge castle wall that stretches across the horizon. It is a city in the northern part of the Xrad Kingdom. The city is called Onpris City, which is enormous and also has a large human population. Nearby, there is the Sada forest and a dungeon in the Ifan Plains, where countless monsters continuously appear. There's also the Onpris Hunters Guild, where many hunters try to get rich by putting their lives on the line. The people who visit this guild are either hunters or people who aim to become hunters or otherworldly beings. When he steps his foot inside the guild, he leaves the local hunters in awe. He ignores the gossip and heads straight to the business, telling the receptionist that he wants to become a hunter, shocking the audience even more. Flashback shows he didn't actually kill Efer, instead he struck a deal with her. He asked for her help, because even if his appearance isn't suspicious, the fact that he doesn't have any clothes on or equipment of this world is likely to give him away. She was hesitant to help him because she was convinced he was going to kill her anyway. He reminds her that she has been killing people up until now, and is a wanted beast, so the odds of her going outside telling people about him being an otherworldly person are not very high. Moreover, he was happy to have a decent conversation like this with another living being. Hanbin's words had her recall the precious memories she had shared with otherworldly humans before the conflict. She decided to help him by giving him some clothes, though they were a little too tight for him. She warned him to not take off his clothes anywhere. When asked about goddesses, she tells him that goddesses rarely meet people, not even the Latnians. To meet the goddesses, one either has to be one of the 4 heroes, or have done a great service to meet with them and receive their blessing. It would be safe to say that the only way to receive blessings is to become a hunter who hunts dungeon monsters that were created by the demon god Ormflaus. Through hand gestures, he tried to point at the guideline and told her that the guideline also mentioned he needed to be a hunter to contact the goddess. Efer wasn't able to see the guideline, which made him realize that he was the only one who could see guidelines. He explained that guidelines are a guidance system for otherworldly humans like him. Additionally, included the fact that his guideline system is broken, leaving her confused. At the present, he recalls the wyvern explaining that a hunter has a more free lifestyle, and it isn't that suspicious for them to have a high level. This is why he needs to be extra careful, since many others like him would have gone through this same method. She taught him to not act like a foreigner. He is overwhelmed by nervousness and anxiety. He can't seem to relax his body. The receptionist fetches some details, and then registers him to the Onpris Hunters Guild. He is glad that he didn't follow the guidelines when registering as a hunter, as it suggested he should say he came from the backwoods in the west. Flashback shows that before leaving for Onpris, she told him to say he came North Campbell, because how can a person who isn't even a hunter travel across the kingdom? Assuming he is transferring from another guild to the Onprus, the receptionist girl questions him. The receptionist is stunned when she learns he is just registering. She's not the only one surprised he isn't already a hunter, given his massive physique. Noticing the people becoming wary of him, he wonders if he made a mistake. When the receptionist asks him to place his hand on the measuring stone, he is thinking if he should prepare to fight. Since the local hunters haven't attacked him yet, he presumes that the hunters still aren't sure that he is an otherworlder. The receptionist informs him that depending on his abilities, they can create proper verification. According to the rules of the guild, all he needs to do is place his palm on the measuring stone. He is suspicious that the measuring stone might be the receptionist's antics. He is worried that if he gets caught, he won't be able to meet the goddesses. However, he thinks that running away is the same as revealing his secret, though destroying this place may be easy to do. He places his hand on the measuring stone, hoping it would work out well, and surprisingly, it does turn out well. The receptionist reveals that his stats are at heroic levels. Here is the plot twist. He was dreaming about having heroic level stats. In reality, the measuring stone reveals him as the level 5 swordsman, which makes the whole place burst out laughing. The receptionist apologizes for her behavior and clarifies that most people who come from the backwoods to register are otherworldly humans. If his level was higher, then they without a doubt would have mistaken him for one. The local hunters reveal that the otherworlders start at level 20 and say that they want to become a hunter even though they are already at a high rank. The receptionist asks for 300x registration fees, which is about 3 million Korean won. Luckily, he borrowed 400x from Effer and told her that he would pay it back, not knowing how much it was worth. The local hunters laugh at him seeing his hand tremble. They reveal the otherworlders have a lot of money, which makes him even more sad. The receptionist gives him his beginner hunter badge and informs him that to replace a lost identification badge, it will cost him 80x. He can return for a new one when he has leveled up. Alongside Hanbin's rank, his name is also mentioned on the badge. He apparently has registered under the name Eric Garoon. Despite all the mockery from everyone in the guild, he stays motivated and thinks of making his name known in the hunter's circle, because this is where he starts for real. Wanting to explore the dungeon, he states he wants it as a mission. Suddenly, a narcissistic man cuts in, giving Hanbin a piece of advice that he better stay put if he is planning on going to be monster food with his level 5. The receptionist calls this adventurer Lauda. Through the receptionist's questions, he learns the dungeon monsters there are increasing in number and attacking nearby houses. He does not feel easy about sending useless hunters to do the job and opts to go since his level is high. Hanbin sees Lauda as a level 27 hunter, the same level as Effer, and wonders why is he acting so conceited. He guesses the reason Lauda has a high sense of pride is because he is the highest level in the guild, but he feels like not getting himself involved with him at all. The receptionist mentions that Lauda's party has room for one more person, and since completing missions solely is practically impossible, she recommends doing miscellaneous work while learning the ins and outs of his party would be much better. He is disgusted thinking that he has to join a party with the obnoxious hunter in it. The full of himself hunter reveals that he already has recruited a newbie in his hunter's party, so he also declines the receptionist's request without a second thought. The newbie introduces himself as Atis, a level 25 mage. However, the guidelines show him she is at a higher level, a level 37 magician. He decides to ignore it, thinking that he must have his circumstances for hiding his real level. When Atis side-eyes him, he quickly averts his eyes off. Just when he is about to accept that he won't be accepted into Loud's party, the prideful hunter remarks that if it's a special request from Saguri, the receptionist, to take care of a level 5 insect, then he shall. He finds Lauda's comments slightly irritating, but he keeps his cool. The prideful magician steps over his boundaries by ridiculing him and then attempts to snatch the sword that is attached to his back, though he isn't even able to budge it. Hanbin finally reacts by equipping his sword in his hand. As he is confronting Laude, someone is watching him. Hanbin is effortlessly carrying the weight of Laude as he is holding on to his sword. The person who was watching Hanbin approaches him and tells him that he will be able to take care of level 10s with his physique. Laude calls that person by the name Berkman and tells him to not butt in. The man pays no attention to his comments and continues to speak with Hanbin. While pointing at his longsword, which is wrecking the guild because of its massive size, Berkman warns him that if he continues to wreck the guild, he will have to fight everyone there, though this is his friendly warning. Fearing that he will get kicked out if he gets into the fight, he quickly clears the misunderstanding of not wanting to fight anyone. Laude is intimidated seeing him carelessly swinging his sword. He lets him know that no one will take a level 5 like him in their parties. Inside, Hanbin admits he can't do anything because of his low level, and he also has used most of his money just to register. However, Berkman divulges leveling up with his body will be easy. He was looking for someone with a toned body like Hanbin's, and now that he has found a perfect candidate, he invites him to his party. The man appears to be a level 25 human, who believes Hanbin is a low level solely because he lacks experience. Otherwise, he would be a high-level hunter. Being an otherworlder, his growth rate is high, which means he won't be able to stay in the man's party for long. Onpra City was developed because of the dungeon and monsters. Business and trade revolve around these monster hunters, and the city creates products with the monster materials that the hunters bring back. There are two main areas where hunts take place in Onpros: the Eifin Plains dungeon and the entrance area of the Satha Forest. There are small villages near the forest, but since monsters rarely venture away from trees, subjugation quests are rarely given. However, there have been a great number of monsters attacking the vicinity of the forest lately. This is why many hunters have joined the subjugation quest. Soon after, the Berkman and his party are fighting Devolk, a high-level monster that habitats the Satha Forest. Devolk have slow movements, but their grips are strong enough to crush a rock, and they utilize their weight to create decisive attacks. Berkman Ropal, the strongest tank in Onpress, demonstrates incredible strength fighting Devolk. When a Devolk uses a pincer attack, he blocks its attack, which extinguishes Devolk's mobility, allowing his teammate, level 21 spearman Amber Bonnet, to strike. After saving Berkman from the Devolk, she ridicules him for being pushed back by a Devolk, remarking that he should retire. Amber panics when she notices a grave wound on his arm that came from the Devolk's attack earlier. He calms her down since this is nothing to be concerned about. He acting all cool makes her blush. As they are sharing a tender moment, his younger sister and party's healer, Erwin, arrives and heals him. Suddenly, a Devolk comes behind her, but before it can harm her, Hubert Krutaus, a supporter operating from the rear, saves her with a special attack called Fire Hammer. Berkman's party is the #1 party when it comes to a well-balanced, coordinated team. They don't solely focus on offense and can be labeled as the most reliable party in Onpress. Unfortunately, Hanbin has been lowered to the role of porter. While everyone is fighting, he is just spectating. He has been left out of the main fight since his level is low, but Berkman's party is generous enough to split the profits equally with him. When he is peacefully waiting for the main fight to conclude, Lord Devolk, level 25 monster, appears and spots him. However, he gets rid of Lord Devolk in an instant with a stone bullet. He gets a little upset when the system doesn't give him any experience because the monster's level is too low. He thinks of asking the party to let him hunt stronger monsters next time. He is informed that the party has finished hunting and it's time for gathering. After this, he watches Berkman and his party extracting organs from Devolk that can be sold for a hefty price. Erwin collects a magic stone worth 15x from one of the Devolk and proudly shows it to her older brother. Hanbin is fascinated by the sight of watching his party gathering magic stones. He thinks that he could have vomited for sure if he had seen this scene before getting transported to this world. But now that he has carved up so many hell dogs, it's nothing new for him. He organizes the extracted goods at lightning-fast speed, shocking Berkman's entire party. When asked how is he so good at organizing stuff, he explains that he has been doing this for 20 years, revealing himself as a 24-year-old. The strongest tank and others are shocked to learn that Hanbin has been doing labor ever since he was a 4-year-old. Perplexed, they question him about his parents, and learn that he was kidnapped 20 years ago and doesn't remember what they look like. Berkman calls him a part of his family now. The party then consoles him, making him realize that these people are nice. He reveals that he is thankful to Berkman for allowing such a low-level hunter like him to join his party. The tank drops a bombshell by claiming that level doesn't actually matter, even though he's been stuck at level 25 for the past 5 years. He is confused by his statement because Berkman already is a level 25 hunter. Erwin speaks about how there aren't any high-level monsters on the surface, and the dungeon is the place where one would find high-level monsters. Amber adds that they don't need to hunt stronger monsters, since they will never go to places like dungeons. Completely stunned, Hanbin heads off to sword practice, while Erwin is left feeling miserable, haunted by the realization that everyone believed he was an otherworlder. Hubert goes after him because he is worried about sending him alone. Berkman approves of that idea, as one doesn't know when a monster could appear nearby. Hubert tries to look for him in the forest but doesn't find him. Meanwhile, he is wandering around desperately looking for monsters that could give him experience, as every monster he passes by is low level. He recalls being enlightened that there aren't many strong monsters in Say the Forest by the Wyvern. Now that he has explored the Say the Forest, he is convinced. To him, it makes sense that monsters with similar levels as Effer didn't give him enough experience. As he plans on leaving, he hears a strange howling sound, which doesn't sound like a regular monster. He rushes toward that direction, hoping if he gets to hunt the monster, then he has a chance of leveling up. After making a flamboyant entry, he prepares for the fight, but finds an unknown person with orange hair stripped naked in the forest. Hanbin soon realizes that this person is Atis, the mage from Lauda's party. He wonders why is he naked in the Sada forest. He then marvels at the fact that he hasn't found the monster that was making those sounds yet, even though the sound came from this direction. He apologizes and then attempts to leave, but is stopped by Atis, who calls him suspicious because this isn't the place where level 5 like him should be. Hanbin reveals how he heard a loud sound while passing through and thought that would be a big monster. He attempts to evade by bringing his party but is stopped again, as Atis demands he answers truthfully. He inquires Hanbin if he saw the monster, and then threatens him with his magic to tell the details. Hanbin gets slightly bit serious and grabs his magic wand. Furious, he questions Atis on why is he doing this, and what's his and Lauda's deal. He also thinks the prideful hunter's party member is looking down on him. Atis admits that being harsh with his words wasn't his intention. He got carried a bit away by his emotions. Just when things are about to settle down, Lauda appears and starts talking smack about Hanbin. He reveals being furious at him because he initially humiliated Saguri, and now has planned on laying his hand on the party's female member. Atis presumes that Lauda is misunderstanding something. He also thinks that it might be a good idea to stay away from him. He respects him because the prideful hunter is a pretty strong swordsman, and the pose he is demonstrating shows that he's getting ready to execute a technique. Both of them indicate through their actions that they don't care how embarrassing or strong attacks Lauda demonstrates. Being ignored makes him extremely angry, and the anger fuels his desire to demonstrate incredible strength. Lauda uses Thunder Lightning Sword, hoping this attack will kill the Hanbin. However, since Hanbin doesn't want to make this tiny matter a big thing, he bows down to apologize and unknowingly gets hit on his back, which creates a big explosion. Later, Erwin treats the hunter, while Berkman reassures Hanbin that what happened wasn't his fault. Hanbin knows it's not a pain he can be forgiven for. The tank suggests they should wait for the results. After treating the injured Lauda, Erwin reveals that his life isn't in danger anymore because Hanbin brought him to her quickly, but there seems to be another problem. All the men that stood there fell silent. The blame may have fallen on Lauda himself, but the pain and suffering he was going through was something that no one could comfort him from. Due to this accident, Lauda received a major hit on his privates. That morning, Atis took him back to Onpris City. After he learned the truth about Atis's gender, he had a hard time facing him again. The monster who made that sound couldn't be found, and Hanbin also forgot about it after spending 3 months at Berkman's party. At present, the Berkman's party has set a camp in front of Satha Forest. The tank himself and his party members are shocked to learn that Lauda went inside a dungeon all alone. Amber also feels that going alone inside the dungeon at Lauda's level is the same as committing suicide. However, Hanbin thought the prideful hunter's level was pretty high. She discloses that Berkman has been used to fighting indigenous monsters. Those monsters were hunted for them to survive, so it helped him naturally raise his level. Hanbin remembers that Efer and the Lord Devolk are unique monsters. He wonders how different are these dungeon monsters compared to normal ones. Amber reveals that those monsters are not originally from this world. She explains they are created by the dungeons that were set up by the evil god Ormflaus, and it's common to see monsters over level 30, or even higher levels. Hanbin believes that if they certainly are level 30 or above, then it might help him to level up. He decides to go to the dungeon, even if he has to go in secret. Berkman reveals that monsters aren't the only problem. Many other worlders also go hunting there secretly. Hanbin remembers that screening for dungeon entry is rigorous, so he thinks of forgetting about going there. He has Berkman reveal that Lauda may be hoping to find a healing artifact. The tank further explains that the sources that are placed within those dungeons are artifacts. They come in various shapes and all have different abilities. According to rumors, one of those artifacts can heal any type of wound, and Lauda is most likely looking for that artifact. Hanbin perceives dungeons and artifacts like a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow. He thinks that it's his only option. Berkman turns off the lights, as there have been many monsters creeping out of Sath Forest as of late. He hopes it isn't a bad omen. When he falls asleep, Hanbin sneaks out and proceeds inside the dense Sada Forest. He finds the forest very spooky, calling it a suitable place for a huge monster to appear. He also thinks of saying hello to Efer as she lives nearby, but ends up bumping into a unique monster. The monster he has bumped into is a level 31 Tatiro that can nullify attacks from a sword with its body, which is entirely encased in a carapace, though it's weak to magic. Tatiros usually dwell in the dungeons. He knows that these monsters are a bad match for him to face. Unexpectedly, another Tatiro monster surrounds him, and they start enunciating human language. Comprehensible, but not clear. He seems to be having unwavering confidence about this fight, which terrifies Tatiros. The monsters claim knives don't hurt them and they eat knife holders. He approaches the monster, questioning why it's mentioning the other Tatiros when its kins have already withdrawn from the fight. He quickly catches up to the running Tatiro. The running Tatiro tries to use a portal underneath a tree. This portal connects to Ifan Plain Dungeon, but he plucks out the tree like it's a small plant from the soil. Hanbin wonders if the dungeon monsters that escaped from this portal cause the native monsters to be pushed out. He is a little discombobulated as he has never heard of something like this appearing in the dungeons. He presses the Tatiro to reveal who created this portal, but even the Tatiro doesn't know anything. He threatens to destroy the portal, forcing Tatiro to speak up. Tatiro mentions that no one should go inside the portal as it's a direct order from that person's order. He wonders who that person might be, and then tasks Tatiro to watch over the portal. That way that person won't find out. Since he can't get caught secretly exploring the dungeon, he has decided to go inside. Once he jumps in, Tatiro starts pushing dirt over the portal to cover it. Inside the dungeon, a party of hunters is fighting some Tatiros. The boy manages to break free from the clasps of the Tatiro that has him cornered. He appears to be equipped with an axe that can't penetrate through Tatiros' sturdy skin. The girl, who is the mage, is in a tight situation and can't seem to break free from the clutches of a Tatiro. The girl chants a spell and cooks up a flash attack, which also partially blinds the boy. He is barely able to see with one of his eyes. He asks for Runal, the party's healer, for help. However, he discovers that Runal is dead and the mage Alicia's life is also in jeopardy. The boy has given up on fighting and desperately screams for help. He receives help from Lauda, who beheads Tatiro with lightning speed, much to the boy's surprise, who tried attacking Tatiro's head earlier, but missed because Tatiro impressively protected its head with bladed arms. Moreover, the space to pierce the neck is extremely small. However, he noticed that Lauda impressively made the enemy lower its arms, and then cut off its head. This technique can only be done by a dual-wielding magic swordsman. The prideful hunter discovers the hunters he has just saved are from Onpris Hunters Guild. The boy recognizes Lauda and calls him by his given name. The boy marvels at his bravery, and has even heard about him coming to hunt inside the dungeon a few months ago, and calls him amazing. In reality, Lauda has been trying to survive in the dungeon for the past 70 days. He recalls getting drunk in a local tavern in Onpris City. He woke up in the dungeon and didn't know how he got there. He doesn't remember coming inside the dungeon and couldn't leave since he hadn't seen another person up until now. But now he can go home. Alicia recalls the prideful hunter had been searching for a healing artifact. Laude notices the injury on her leg and shows concern, but she assures him that she is okay. The bleeding has stopped and it's all right. He pulls out a healing potion which is extremely rare to get and casually hands it to Alicia. Alicia briefly wonders if he's trying to flirt with her, but he quickly shuts it down, firmly stating he'd never do something like that. He explains he gave her the high potion simply because it wouldn't work on his own injury. His motivation behind giving her the potion was healing her wounds because, in her current condition, it would be difficult to leave. Alicia will repay this debt after leaving this dungeon. Lauda instructs everyone that they should be heading back. Alicia wonders if they're turning back after making it this far just because of her. She introduces herself as a hunter so he won't look down on her, while he is more focused on getting out of the dungeon. In actuality, he is suffering from irritable bowel syndrome. He can't hold on much longer. Abruptly, the entire dungeon starts to shake, surprising the hunters. The boy assumes it was an earthquake. However, Alicia explains that dungeons are a part of a different dimension, so earthquakes don't happen here. Laude orders the hunters to use the side path quickly. He braces for a battle, even while being unaware of the enemy lurking behind the unexpected tremors. He doesn't want to show weakness in front of a woman, even if he dies. When they hear the sound of multiple monsters closing in, Alicia is left in disbelief, questioning how Lauda could take on so many at once. The prideful hunter insists they should hurry and leave. The boy lifts Alicia into his arms and takes off running toward the exit. Alicia wants to help Lauda, but the boy feels that they are going to be a burden to him, and they can't let his last efforts be in vain. Meanwhile, Lauda is sweating, as he didn't expect the boy to also leave. He tries to stay fired up because he leveled up while hunting in the dungeon. He feels that he should be able to handle a few Tatiros. However, when a great deal of Tatiro charges toward him, he starts running for his life. The Tatiros pass by Lauda without harming him. He hears the Tatiros chanting words like run and danger and wonders what is happening. On the opposite side of the dungeon, Han Bin is toying with Tatiros. He had high expectations since it was a dungeon, but he isn't getting any experience. Plus, he can't even swing his sword properly, as he is afraid it might make the cave collapse. Him adjusting his strength when he was in Berkman's party was too tiring. Terrified of his strength, Tatiros help each other escape, but the remaining few sacrifice themselves for their allies. After annihilating Tatiros, he finds an artifact, a fireball bracelet magic source. He is delighted but wonders why there isn't any boss guarding crazy items like these, unaware that he already had killed the level 40 Tyro King. He is aware that if he takes the artifact, then the nearby monsters will disappear. If they don't disappear, he won't be able to level up. He feels uneasy thinking about taking the artifact for various trivial reasons. Among those many reasons is the quality of the artifact. It appears to be a mid-source artifact. The guidelines show him that the wearer of the bracelet can throw fireball magic by yelling fireball. It also says the bracelet has 30 uses left. Hanbin, without a second thought, takes the bracelet, thinking it's every man's dream. After this, he tries to test the fireball and looks around the dungeon to ascertain that no one is there. How do monsters keep respawning in the dungeon? The answer to that was discovered by hunters who previously explored them. Shockingly, dungeon monsters don't breed. Instead, they are manufactured in a special zone, and that special zone is the place where the magic rests. Hanbin has no idea why magic sources are in the shape of items, but hunters call these items artifacts as they are condensed with magical powers. His attempt to use the fireball attack fails. The system tells him that the user must be level 31 to use it. Unlike regular tools, artifacts have a level requirement to use. However, if that player can get that far, then they should not have any problems using it. He calls it trash as it didn't help him. He can't even sell it, as it would be suspicious if a level 5 tried to sell it. A dungeon artifact is a great honor for a hunter to receive, which is why it is priceless in the market, though a hunter owning an artifact is a rare sight. And the reason for that is the pride that they had from slaying all the monsters until that moment. But the moment they got their hands on an artifact, the very opportunity it presented became their downfall. He finds a passage that leads to the boss's room and decides to continue going forward. He makes it to the boss's room. He plans on doing a quick exploration and then returning before Berkman wakes up. This boss room is located in the middle of the dungeon. He wishes for the boss to appear so that he can go back. However, he finds the boss's room empty. He wonders where all the monsters went, leaving behind the most important magic source there for the taking. He tries calling out the monsters by shouting that he is going to take the magic source, hoping he will hear a response. He continues to intentionally provoke the monsters in the room by loudly declaring that he's taking the artifact. Suddenly, he finds his arms roped by tentacles. He faces up, only to find the dungeon boss, the level 45 tentacle beholder. He assumes this monster might give him some experience. However, his arms and legs are all caught by the tentacles monster. In his current position, it will be over if he gets hit by its attack. Laude comes out from the door in the far middle door of the room, much to Hanbin's astonishment, who was occupied calculating the odds of him winning against the monster. Hanbin starts sweating buckets, thinking he just got caught and there's no coming back now. He tries to come up with an excuse but can't think of anything. Since he is strapped in the tentacles of the monster, Laude assumes he is a weak monster that utilizes an opponent's weakness and trauma against them and gives shape to their fears. In simple terms, he thinks the monster is imitating Hanbin. The prideful hunter wants him to not use such petty tricks again, because it's impossible for the level 5 hunter to be here. Hanbin doesn't miss this opportunity, and puts up an act of being the dungeon boss. After this, Laude charges at him. Due to its omnidirectional body, the original monster doesn't have any blind spots and can efficiently attack and defend from the air. It will use its tentacles to attack hunters in their blind spots with super hyper speed. He saves Laude from getting hit by the dungeon boss's tentacles, without him knowing. However, Hanbin is late to realize that he is in a position where the hunter with high sense of pride could inflict damage to his private parts with his blade. He goes airborne to save his future kids, but in the process, he puts too much power into his jump that the boss above his head stamps into the ceiling. He is more concerned about getting his pants ripped than nearly bidding farewell to his privates. He is also disappointed at the dungeon boss because it turned out to be very weak. On the other hand, Laude plans on not letting him breathe to the point of swinging his blade aimlessly. While attempting to dodge Laude's attack, he unknowingly tosses the dungeon boss around like a ball. The prideful hunter soon goes insane and blames him for making his life miserable, though he is still convinced that he is fighting a monster that has transformed into Hanbin. He is angry at him because he has snatched his everything, even Atisa. He unexpectedly gets under the control of the tentacle beholder, who uses him to communicate with Hanbin. The tentacle beholder seems absolutely livid with Hanbin, enraged over being toyed with and made a fool of. The monster believes his opponent will never be able to attack him because he has taken Laude as a hostage. Dying at the hands of his companions will be the most horrendous death. Hanbin offers to give him Laude, and in return demands experience. Tentacle Beholder changes his mind. He initially planned on using Laude as the dungeon's fertilizer, but decides to make him a mid-boss. He declares to consume him alive after massacring all the humans, and the first course will be him. Among dungeon bosses, the Tentacles Beholder is one of the most problematic bosses to deal with. It may not have any destructive attacks, but its extremely high intelligence can penetrate a human's psyche. Therefore, if a human is captured, they will become a parasitic host, obtaining extraordinary powers. Tentacles Beholder tries to get into Hanbin's head by remarking no matter how strong he is only a human. And even if he pretends that it doesn't matter, he will never be able to cut down his companion. The monster suddenly starts to lose control of Laude. It wonders if the manipulation is incomplete and notices him lowering his sword. Tentacles Beholder soon realizes that it has been defeated by someone who is claiming to be level 45 and is exasperated. Meanwhile, Han Bin is wondering if he will receive a pop-up message from the guidelines about the monster being too weak. He wishes to meet some other monsters outside in the Sathi forest. The monster feels that his opponent isn't a human, and opening a portal is useless if someone of his caliber is around. The dungeon will disappear once Han Bin leaves, and even as it is dying, the monster is desperate to inform that being. He destroys the last bits of the Tentacles Beholder. Before heading back, he receives 54.5 billion of something. It's morning time and Berkman is occupied with the morning stretches. Erwin informs her party that Han Bin is nowhere to be found. The tank reveals that he was gone when he woke up. Erwin fears that he might have gone back to the forest alone. Han Bin returns in the nick of time with a monster corpse, scaring Erwin. When Erwin expresses her concern about him not being there when they wake up, he apologizes for making them worry but remains quiet. Moments before, he received the experience of slaying the Tentacle Beholder, and this experience was 113,240. He recalls that Helldogs only gave him 258 experience. To level up to level 5 from level 4, it takes 1,000 EXP, and to level up to level 6, one would need double the experience, 2,200. Since he just received over 100,000 experience, he wonders what level will he become. Just as he is about to celebrate unlocking something this big, the guidelines reveal that he needs 54.5 billion more experience to get to level 6. Since that shocking reveal, he has completely frozen, even calling leveling up impossible. Berkman's party continued to search for monsters that whole week, but none showed up, so the party decided to return to Onpris City sooner than planned. At the Onpris City's main entrance, they are stopped by the guards. The carriage coachman informs the guard that this is a transport carriage for the Onpris Hunters Guild. The guard asks the coachman for the pass, but the coachman doesn't have it. The guard states he won't allow them to enter until he sees a pass. The old coachman gets angry and rages at the guard, telling him that he has been doing this work before the guard's father was even born. The guard reveals that this is a direct order from the higher-ups. Han Bin is sure that people without a pass are also allowed through if they have the mark of the guild. The guards learn that Berkman's party has been away for 3 months, and they don't know about things that happened in their absence. When the tank removes his mask, the guard instantly recognizes him and greets him. The name of the guard in charge is Goleman, and is acquainted with the tank. Goleman is a little surprised that Berkman hasn't heard anything about the recent incident. He explains that the Hunters Guild had an emergency recall of all the hunters that were out, saying that the Eifin Plains dungeon had been cleared up. Although Goleman allows them to enter the city, Han Bin is feeling uncomfortable with the atmosphere inside the city. He didn't take the magic source, Dragon's core of the Eifin Plains dungeon, and since the dungeon is closed, he wonders if someone else took the source and cleared the dungeon. No one knows who and what led this dire situation to happen. Hubert reveals that clearing a dungeon is a great honor for hunters, but it's only the other-worlders who choose to keep it under wraps. That said, Amber blames Heresy Inquisitors. They are the people sent by the Brotherhood to find and execute other-worlders. Before killing, the Inquisitors will drag and torture other people indiscriminately, especially any hunter over the level 20. Han Bin finds it unbelievable because both Berkman and Amber are over level 20. Hubert admits he is right, which is why most hunters have already left this place. Han Bin realizes that other-worlders aren't welcome anywhere. Berkman feels that they should drop this matter for now, and should finish up what they came for. He believes there should be some merit to all their hard work and nights out camping. But before that, he wants to trade in their magic stones to the Hunters Guild. He assigns Han Bin to go and sell all the monster materials that are in the bag, and after he returns, they plan a party to celebrate Han Bin's first mission completion. Berkman insists that Han Bin take Amber with him, but he wants to go there by himself as he knows where Balton's shop is. She tries to stop him because he doesn't even know the market price. However, the tank believes in him. At the Balton shop, Balton refuses to buy magic stones from Berkman or his associates, as he doesn't want to get involved with Heresy Inquisitors. He reveals that this place was thriving because of the dungeon. Balton is frustrated, thinking, how is he supposed to sell? Han Bin wants him to help them out just once. He is even willing to sell the magic stones at a quarter of the original cost. Balton is somewhat annoyed by his stubbornness, but makes it clear that no matter the price, he is not going to accept it in this situation. Suddenly, a member of the Brotherhood arrives, startling the Balton, and says that he is going to wait for his turn. Han Bin tries to see his level but isn't able to see it for some reason. The Brotherhood gets closer, wondering if Han Bin can't see his level. Han Bin dismisses his question. The Dark Brotherhood mentions that while he'd be seen as tall in other regions, this guy surpasses him in height. He drops another question, asking him why he got startled after seeing him, and why didn't he back off. He states he will be followed even if he tries to escape. The Heresy Inquisitor demands to know what god he worships and learns that Han Bin is an atheist. Lastly, the Dark Brotherhood is curious if he has any favorite fairy tales, and he lies, claiming he's an orphan who never heard any. The Heresy Inquisitor then summarizes everything he has been told and calls his story strange. He starts to refer to him as an otherworlder instead of using any pronouns. Han Bin is irritated by the Dark Brotherhood's unlikable personality and explains he got the wrong person. The enemy doesn't believe Hum words and checks his level, only to find out that he was telling the truth all along. He is baffled. He expected someone with his physique to be very strong. Han Bin wants to finish what he came for and faces Bolton, who is impressed at how daring he is around the Heresy Inquisitor. The Inquisitor admits that he was at fault and proceeds to walk straight, leaving. Han Bin finally took a much-needed breather after nearly pissing his pants. He initially thought it would be okay because he is a low level, but feels that his heart is about to explode. He is convinced that the Dark Brotherhood is not normal. Nevertheless, he wasn't even able to confirm his levels. Bolton digs through his bag to find the items that he will be purchasing from him. He finds the Fireball Bracelet magic source in the bag and shows interest in it. Realizing that Dark Brotherhood is nearby, Han Bin tries to hide the artifact, but it ends up falling at the Dark Brotherhood's feet. The Inquisitor picks the artifact and wishes to know how he, a level 5, obtained an artifact. He thought he was finally in the clear, but a bigger problem had been birthed this time. He pretends to not know anything, and surprisingly, the Dark Brotherhood isn't suspicious of him, as he, just like the others, thinks a level 5 couldn't have gone into a dungeon. The Inquisitor then hands the artifact to him. Before he leaves, he decides to tell him something useful. He narrates a story that took place 15 years ago. In a small village, there lived a married couple. The hunter was a veteran. He may not have been the leader of his party, but attracted a lot of people. One day, his party was given a quest. However, he became quite frightened in front of a weak-looking monster, and the members could not understand why this normally brave hunter would act in such an embarrassing way. When the party decided to kick him out, the man yelled that the monster's level was over 80. It was then that he told his companions the truth, since they refused to believe him that he was an otherworlder and could see the levels of other people and monsters. The monsters attacked them, and to buy time for his companions to run, that otherworlder fought the monster alone. After finishing this story, the Inquisitor asks him who he thinks died by the end. He replies he thinks that the otherworlder, whose identity was just discovered, must have died. The Inquisitor reveals that everyone except for the otherworlder and the party leader survived. Everyone else that was connected to him was slaughtered. The leader sold him out to the Dark Brotherhood and was exempted because of that reason. The otherworlder who miraculously survived then returned home. However, the villagers burned down his house after hearing the rumors. His burning rags caused him to leave the village. Afterward, he massacred everyone involved in it. According to the Dark Brotherhood, anyone related to otherworlders will suffer misfortunes, but wonders what fault would a simple level 5 have. As he wonders why the Inquisitor revealed this in the first place, he is enlightened that it is common to see otherworlders dispose of artifacts by using innocent hunters for cases like these. The Inquisitor decides to let it slide this one time, but demands details about his party. Unable to hold back any longer, Han Bin tries to land a punch from behind, only for Atis to jump in at the last second to smooth things over. Atis starts shouting at Han Bin for being useless and even calls him a dumb meathead. He remarks that he is at fault for leaving the artifact with someone as dumb as him. Han Bin tries to speak back, but he shuts him up. The Dark Brotherhood has Atis introduce himself like a good boy. Atis Bannister from the Bannister. The Inquisitor is amazed to see someone from the Dragon Hunter Bannister family alive. He thought their bloodline had ended, but his special amulet proved otherwise. Atis claims that he may be weak, but he is doing his utmost best to revive his family. The Dark Brotherhood apologizes to him for his appearance, as he is on duty and cannot take off his mask. He is trying to figure out Han Bin and the Bannisters' connection. Atis lies about Han Bin being his party's porter for a quest a few days ago. Additionally, it hasn't been long since Han Bin came to Onpris, so he is unfamiliar with this place. Han Bin is startled and wonders if Atis is lying just to help him out. Meanwhile, the mage continues to waffle to save him. Following the artifact incident, he claims to have sent Han Bin to bring the artifact for further investigation, which brings them to where they are now. Han Bin gets the gist of what's happening, and since Atis is helping him out, he chooses to play along. He apologizes to the Heresy Inquisitor, and both he and Atis start walking, with the mage adding that there's still some research to be done. He pays the Inquisitor respect by bidding him a proper farewell with the Heresy Inquisitor's catchphrase, "May the blessings of the darkness be with you." Atis wasn't happy with his friend acted earlier. Han Bin is surprised that he hasn't asked him a single question, not even back when they first met in the forest. He wonders what Atis would have done if he turned out to be a strange person. Just before they are gone, the Dark Brotherhood baits them both by asking what kind of ability the artifact has. Expectedly, they both enunciate a different ability and realize that they have messed up big time. The enemy closes the distance between them promptly and orders them to follow his lead. We go back to the first day after Han Bin joined Berkman's party. He is fighting different species of monsters varying in levels, but are overall weaker. He is not satisfied fighting only puny monsters, after struggling to get past Rock Mountain. He is taking out his frustration on the monsters, and feels that even the Hell Dogs are better than them. He is desperate to level up and appears to be going insane. Abruptly, he hears Berkman calling him, and when he snaps back to reality, he finds himself in the company of his old friend. The tank reassures him that this may be his first time joining a party, but there's nothing to worry about. He offers Hanbin a special dish prepared by Amber as a welcome gift, though he can't guarantee the taste, which makes her angry. She advises him that once he steps out onto the field, he should think of it as a war. Even though Berkman has accepted him, she hasn't. She also states that they don't need a brat that will complain about the food. He wonders if the tank's party members messed with his food, but is confident that it wouldn't be worse than Hell Dog's meat. Upon reflection, he realizes that it has been a few decades since he had something other than the Hell Dog. Hanging out with his new party was a feeling of not being alone. Back to the present, the Dark Brotherhood is prepared to take Hanbin and Atis with him. Hanbin assumes he is using wind magic, but Atis refuses to believe that because the Inquisitor isn't exerting any mana. He believes it's healing winds, something that only high-leveled spiritualists can pull off, implying their opponent is a formidable priest. Hanbin isn't confident about fighting a priest under the current circumstances. He can win if he starts fighting seriously, but then his identity will be revealed. Their limbs may get cut off fighting the Dark Brotherhood, but it won't be lethal as long as they stay inside his healing winds barrier. He prefers if they both quietly follow him. Hanbin believes that there is no choice but to surrender. He approaches the Dark Brother and asks if they will leave everyone else if they find out who cleared the dungeon. The Dark Brotherhood accepts the conditions because they are busy people, and withdraws the healing winds. Hanbin confesses that he was the one who cleared the dungeon. Before the situation escalates, Lauda interrupts. He has returned with the 2 hunters he saved. The survivors, Alicia and the hunter boy, appear to be complimenting him for clearing the dungeon alone, unaware that it was Hanbin who cleared it. Laud himself believes that he must have beaten the boss and cleared the dungeon by grabbing the dungeon source. But after the dungeon disappeared, he almost died of hunger in the Efen Plains. That was when the surviving hunters from that dungeon found him on their way back to Onprus. They all are thankful to each other. As the prideful hunter is daydreaming, the troops of Heresy Inquisitors capture him and decide to lock him up. Hanbin and Atise are surprised at how he was the one to clear the dungeon. Hanbin thought he would turn into a complete monster. A member of the Heresy Inquisitors apologizes to them for the Dark Brotherhood's behavior. When Atise inquires about what would happen to Lauda, the Inquisitor keeps the location undisclosed, but mention his friend will be imprisoned and investigated thoroughly. They will verify his testimony, and if there are no problems, he will be released. While Hanbin prefers Laude to rot in the cell, the mage is glad that the prideful hunter will be free soon, though he doesn't genuinely hate him, because things turned out okay thanks to his intervention. The Dark Brother decides to compensate for not letting him sell his magic stone and writes a check in the name of Benister, assuming Hanbin is a country bumpkin who doesn't have a bank. Before handing him the check, he asks for Hanbin's signature. Hanbin recalls his mother's advice to not sign something carelessly. When he shows signs of nervousness, the Dark Brotherhood assures him that they don't use underhanded tricks, though no promises can be made about the Order of Light. He hands him something to look at once the signing is done, and then leaves. He goes blank for a moment and turns to Atise for a favor. At the Onprus Hunters Guild, the receptionist Siguri apologizes to Berkman because his party didn't get the notice. Moreover, the Guildmaster of Onprus has run away, and Siguri appears to be taking the blame for his share too. Being a kind man, the tank reassures her that it's not her fault that the Guildmaster ran away, and understands that everyone must have been busy. He finds it amazing that she is still protecting this place. Meanwhile, Amber, who has just returned after selling all her magic stones, brings up that the guild's entire fund only has 5 coins left. She explains that the Guildmaster ran off with all the money, and knew that Berkman's party wouldn't sit still, which is why he never bothered notifying them. She's devastated, but he, in contrast, is savoring the beer he received from the guild. She shouts at him for drinking at a time like this. She thinks their future as hunters is finished since the guild is destroyed, and is worried about how they'll make money moving forward. He brings up how 20 years ago he stubbornly proclaimed to protect the village, back when Onprus didn't even have a guild or dungeon. She recalls the moment and mentions having saved him more than 100 times. Entering his romantic mode, he insists that it doesn't matter if there's a guild or not, because since the day he met her, his heart has never changed. She mentions that this is the reason she's still single, but upon realizing her words, she starts stuttering and tries to think of a way to explain herself. In the heat of the moment, he makes a romantic move, but Hubert interrupts and nearly gets injured by Amber's coin attack. She seems angry for some reason and suggests they continue their talk after the party. Quite scared, Berkman agrees to follow her lead. While they relish their moment of peace and free will, someone approaches through the guild's main entrance. Atis appears from the door carrying Hanbin's bag. He asks for help before collapsing. Later, when he wakes up, he gives Hanbin his flowers for carrying such a heavy bag. Berkman is surprised to see him carrying Hanbin's bag, wondering where the actual man rushed off to. Irwin reveals that the material inside is not there. Even Atis doesn't know where he is. The only thing he knows is he is doing this as a favor to him. Amber checks out the bag and finds some money inside it. The money appears to be in 10 bags of 1000X. Berkman has many questions, but even if he sold everything, the money Eric's friend has delivered exceeds the market price. Atise gives the tank Hanbin's hunter badge, signifying that he has retired. The tank wants him to speak if he knows the reason for his exit. However, he only gave Atis this information but had an expression of fear on his face. Flashback shows the Dark Brotherhood showed him the official badge of Great Earth, who were believed to have been wiped out by 4 heroes 20 years ago. Hanbin pretends to not know what it is. The Inquisitor is sure that a level 5 like him wouldn't know anything about it. But in case, a level 5 like him, though it would be an impossibility, becomes an otherworlder and recognizes them, then he would want him to remember that story he narrated. At present, Hanbin is frustrated and thinks that he doesn't have a single good thing going on. He looks around and finds some thugs staring at him. Back at the Hunters Guild of Empress City, everyone is startled by his sudden exit. Hubert is angry at Hum because he didn't come to talk to them. He thinks they should have at least tried to convince him to stay, but Berkman quickly shuts him down. He reminds him that their work requires them to put their lives on the line. Therefore, they shouldn't pressure someone to risk the same. Berkman asks Atis to let Hanbin know he's more than welcome to take over as their bag boy whenever he wants. He agrees to pass on this message. Inside, he thinks that he doesn't know what Hanbin's reasons are, but he feels a little jealous seeing some people care about him. Meanwhile, Hanbin finds himself tied to a chair. He opens his eyes to some thugs and wonders where he is. One thug comments that he's never seen him before and figures he must be a hunter. The thug says that he has heard Hanbin has broken the arms and legs of his men. Moreover, he slept in their territory and ruined their stuff. The culprit apologizes for the damage done to his men, but points out that it was their arms and legs that broke when they hit him, not the other way around. And since he didn't have anywhere to sleep, he just slept in an abandoned house that he found. The other thugs are surprised over how can a person's body be as strong as a wall. They are convinced Hanbin is using some kind of magic. He reveals he doesn't use magic, encouraging thugs to even test magic on him. If the thug boss is not tempted to hit him just like the thugs behind, does that make him a chicken? When they refuse to admit to saying something this outrageous, he calls them liars. Enraged, one of the thugs punches him in the face. However, this doesn't end well for the thug, as his hand gets broken. Since he has ignited the flame by fighting the thug's boss, he wonders how will he be able to break out of there. The thugs are playing a guessing game and trying to guess his profession. Hanbin feels that it would be easy to break out of here, but nothing good will come from causing a bigger mess. The chairman of the thugs arrives and learns that only a single hunter has been caught, and unlike other thugs, he isn't scared and even calls him a dog, pissing him off to the core. Surprisingly, he seems to be aware that he is from Rock Mountain, probably because of his bad temper. He orders his man to let him go because if he wanted to, he would have cooked them easily. Hanbin is quite astonished. The chairman agrees to reveal how he knows about Rock Mountain only if he works for him. 6 months after the dungeon disappeared, in the residential area in the eastern castle wall of Empress City, the bandits are forcefully collecting the possessions of a resident. Whether it's kitchenware or furniture, they have collected everything that appears to be valuable. The owner of one of those houses, a woman, pleads they do not take their property. The bandits claim they have told the man of the house that they will be dealing with everything. The man of the house, the woman's husband, comes rushing and jumps at the bandits. However, the man in charge of the bandits asks him to not make a fuss and commands his men to bring the hammer. The man of the house, equipped with some good armor, is stunned to see a huge man carrying a giant hammer. To protect his house, the man points his sword at Hanbin. The man attempts to stab him in the chest, but the sword fails to penetrate his skin. He first moves him out of the way and then crushes his house with a single hit. After this, the family is introduced to one of the projects that the Onpraus Builders Association is pushing forward. The bald man from the thugs shows them around their new house, as not only they are preparing city walls, but they are demolishing old houses and giving families stronger and newer ones too. The new houses are built with the same materials that the nobles use to build their castles and have strengthened with golem magic, so they are quite sturdy. Furthermore, they have finished it with a special slime extract coating to prevent monsters and enemies from climbing up the building. This whole information, from their house getting demolished to being given a new one, has left them poker-faced. The bald man then addresses the conditions of living in the house. They're allowed to live there, as long as they agree to let soldiers occupy their homes during emergencies when civilians have been evacuated. Additionally, The man of the house may be able to receive a monthly payment for helping to maintain the castle wall. The bald man has explained this all before to the man of the house, but the man was drunk at that time and didn't understand a thing. The man of the house thanks them for helping him and his family like this. He is quite regretful of pointing his sword at him and apologizes for his behavior. Hanbin is eager to leave this place and even asks the bald man if they're finished. The man of the house offers him to stay for a meal, but he refuses to wait any longer as he has to go back to give the report. The bald man calls him rude, as the man of the house is sincerely offering them the meal. Things intensify when the bald man calls him weird. He isn't able to handle his emotions, and everything around him looks as if it is processing too quickly that he doesn't even fathom it. His negative emotions are fueled by his encounter with the Heresy Inquisitors, especially the Dark Brotherhood. When he regains his senses, he finds himself in a position where he is about to hit a little child. He quickly leaves after realizing that he has messed up. He has worked for the association for half a year and receives 600x per commission, which is more than what a mid-level hunter makes. The reason he earns that much is because he can do a month's work in a single day. It's also why he is famous even in other builders' associations located in other cities. But no one has tried talking to him. He returns to the chairman of the thugs or bandits. He slams the door open and confronts the main man about what's happening outside. He wants to know why the buildings that normally don't exist here have suddenly appeared. He claims that's why he paid and sent them out there because these kids have never seen buildings like that before. But thinks that there's no point because Hanbin doesn't even talk, and his son also insists he's mute. Hanbin gets worked up as he has done everything he was asked to for 5 months. He smashes the table apart with his bare hands out of rage while asking his motivations. The chairman questions whether he is done with his tantrum, then goes on to mention that they had all lived a normal life up until 40 years ago. The second time, he emphasizes the words us and otherworlder, indicating that both the humans of this world and otherworlders had lived peaceful life for some time. Hanbin had a hunch that the man he served already knew. The chairman wonders if Hanbin knows why he can't get a good night's sleep, why he has to eat in hiding, and why he can't talk to anyone. Hanbin feels that maybe it's because he is an otherworlder. The chairman thinks that is not the main reason. This is because he can't live like other people. People only have seen otherworlders work as hunters. It's been 40 years since the first otherworlders appeared. There are actually more people who work in other jobs compared to how many hunters are there. But in return, several otherworld technologies and cultures are integrated. If he doesn't fight and live a normal life, no one will think anything of it. The chairman gives him a piece of advice to not get involved with hunters after finishing this task, if he wants to live like a normal person. This task is a hunter's commission exclusively requested for Hanbin. He believes that he has no reason to accept this, and he won't even be of any help. The chairman points in the direction of the door, revealing that one begs to differ and requests it must be Hanbin. He turns his head back and finds Atis. Surprised to see his old friend, he is guessing how he found him with all his body covered. He is told to not stress too much, as everyone already knows. He reveals that the man kept nagging him, so he thought they at least heard him out. The chairman reassures him that this guest won't bother him anymore. Hanbin feels sorry for Atis, but he doesn't want anyone to get involved with him. The mage introduces himself to the chairman, but the man refuses to hand Hanbin over to him, since he works for the Builders Association, so this technically makes him their family. Angry at the guest, the chairman bangs his hand on the table. He assumes Atis came to take Hanbin back on Onprus Guild's orders, and sees it as an insult to his strength. The mage reveals this as his favor. The guild doesn't have anything to do here. The chairman learns that the guest and his man were in different parties and weren't particularly close, but Hanbin protected him when he was discovered by his party member. He doesn't quite understand Atis's explanation, and asks if there is a problem for members of different parties to meet. The mage clarifies he was naked at that time, but can't say much more. While visualizing what might have happened, Chairman says that he gets it. Since Hanbin has spent quite some time with the chairman, he can see what's going through his head, and tells him that he is misunderstanding it. He calls Hanbin a scoundrel. Meanwhile, Atisa feels his old friend was suffering from guilt after the incident with Laude. Before leaving the city, he was in an extremely difficult situation, and had him deliver a check of 1 million X to the guild before he quit being a hunter. In that instant, everyone goes silent for a moment, waiting for the chairman's response. Unexpectedly, the man himself kicks Hanbin out of his room and shouts at him that if he's a man, he should go and take responsibility for his actions, and shouldn't even think about coming back without finishing his job. Atis is relieved that he permitted Hanbin to help him. Hanbin shouts at him as he doesn't give the proper details of the incident. The mage is sure that the situation with Heresy Inquisitors is a bit touchy. Hanbin believes he's in an even worse situation now. He argues that it's already been 5 months since he quit being a hunter. Atisi reminds him of his quest, to explore and collect samples from Satha Forest, and so it won't be dangerous. He promises to protect him if things do go south. Additionally, he prefers him to not to speak formally. Sometime later in the Satha forest, both of them are walking toward their destination. Hanbin is pondering why it has to be him. Why didn't Atis choose someone else? He remembers the chairman told him that nothing would appear suspicious as long as he acted normal. He finds a small species of low-level monster that inhabits Satha forest called Kellogg. He tries to play with it but ends up getting bitten. Atis, on the other hand, ruthlessly uses his fireball magic to exterminate Kellogg. He comes running to him and gives him some potion in case poison starts to take over his body. Moreover, he wipes his arm, where he is bitten. However, since Hanbin's skin is too thick to be penetrated, the monster wasn't able to leave any poison in his body. Atise shows him a sample of some portion, wanting him to inform her when he finds something similar. Hanbin wonders if his friend has blue blood. Asking someone if they have blue blood is like asking the person if they are not human, or don't have any emotions such as sympathy. After this, they continued their exploration. However, Atis burned everything that was in the way they were passing through. This forest has quite a large number of dangerous monsters. Hanbin wishes to forbid him from using fire magic. Atis wants him to not worry because if he stops his magic, then the fire will die out. Hanbin insists it's banned. Later, the mage reveals Lauda's party was the first party that he joined. It was a bit awkward for him to be with Lauda, so he ended up going solo, and he also didn't have much experience working with people. It was his first time camping out too. Hanbin asks him why he joined the Hunters Guild. He thought it would be fun to collect and research materials by himself. Rich people and mages can level up just by doing magical research, so they don't need to go out in the field. While laughing, Hanbin asks him, how can a dragon hunt dragons at home? He reveals he doesn't have anything to do with his family business. Besides, dragons are nearly extinct. Hanbin wonders why there aren't any dragons around anymore. Atis isn't certain why, but he's starting to get the feeling that his teammate has a thing for dragons. He believes he can level up if he gets to encounter one, and lies to Atis that there are no dragons where he is from. They are rare monsters, which makes them difficult to see. The mage describes the dragons as a fearsome monster that flies in the sky with wingspans as wide as castle walls. They can burn up earth with their limitless mana. But the real reason why one must fear them is that their levels increase with each enemy they defeat, like an otherworlder. They are an intelligent species of monsters that can verbally communicate with others. Dragons may be secretly surviving by hiding out and living solitary lives. Based on his personal experience, Hanbin remarks that no matter how lonely the dragons are, living while being safe may be better. He brings Ephor into the conversation, saying that he knows a wyvern that also speaks, but chooses to live in secrecy. Atise starts laughing hysterically, thinking Hanbin is joking. He asks him if he has thought about being a hunter again. Hanbin wonders how is he going to show his face to the party's leader and tank, as it would be shameful. The mage reveals he is making his own party and wants Hanbin to join him, who wonders why him because he could run away again. Atis admits he doesn't know the exact reason Hanbin left Berkman's party, but reassures him that he shouldn't worry about him finding out his secrets. He appears to be uncomfortable by Atis's comments and points out that the mage also has secrets, leaving him puzzled. Hanbin is suspicious because how can a mage use magic without casting any spells? The mage wants both of them to keep their secrets a secret, which doesn't convince Hanbin, as he feels that Atis might betray him first. The tension in the atmosphere increases when both prepare to fight. The Sword King attempts to take out his sword, while the mage has already charged his wand and is about to launch an attack. Atise shoots a mana bullet that skims past Hanbin's face and hits a beast standing behind him. Hanbin, who believed he would get hit by the mana bullet, is stunned. The mage explains that he shot a mana bullet down the beast's throat and ignited his lungs. It will likely die of suffocation. Hanbin is enlightened that the monster could have alerted others if it had made a noise. He is convinced that Atis is on another level compared to the mage from Berkman's party. He is genuinely surprised at how quickly he was able to make a decision. He had thought that the mage was a delicate young master who had stayed home and researched. Atise thinks it would be nice if he could persuade Hanbin to join his party, but now's not the time for that. He instructs Hanbin to open the monster's stomach while he goes to check on the net. He opens up to Hanbin about how the monsters that normally don't approach humans have come out on the open areas and have attacked them. It doesn't seem strange to Hanbin after all. His friend burned everything. He then looks at the monster Atis dropped earlier and learns that it's a level 21 monster named Kobold, and they normally appear inside the dungeons. Atisi snaps at him for not properly listening and orders him to cut Kobold's stomach open. When the sun falls, they stealthily arrive at the nearby village and find themselves a place to peek at the kobolds without getting caught. They find 2 kobolds in the tower and the majority of them in the village, but it's too dark for them to see clearly. It is revealed that they found a human finger in Kobold's stomach, which may have been from the village they are in. This indicates kobolds have started eating humans too. When Hanbin asks him if a new dungeon has appeared, the mage reveals that it is not true, because if the new dungeon were to appear, the Empress would have noticed the changes in the topography. Hanbin wonders if a new dungeon hasn't appeared. Then why would there be dungeon monsters here? He suggests they go back and report this to the Hunter Guild now that they have scouted the place. Atis spots someone near the village with the help of a monocular. He finds a person who appears to be bound and suspended by a rope. He attempts to run to rescue him, but Hanbin stops him, suspecting the man could be already dead. One of the two kobolds in the tower gets hit by a mana arrow. His kobold companion tries his hardest to remove the arrow from the skin, but ends up setting it off by mistake. Hanbin demands an explanation of what he used. Atis explains his weapon is a device that shoots magic stones that are inscribed with magic spells. The mage abruptly starts running in the kobold's direction and commands his friend to stay put while he takes care of the rest. Hanbin checks the hanging man's status, and by all appearances, he's already dead. The village is glowing bright because of the flames, and based on its conditions, Atis thinks the kobolds have occupied this village for about half a year, and that one person may be the only survivor. Some kobolds, hiding inside the buildings, surprise attack the mage. Atis had heard that kobolds are an intelligent species of monster, but he never thought they would be smart enough to attack under concealment. He uses the fireball to burn the whole building, exterminating the monsters. However, he adds a little extra mana to his magic wand and ends up wearing it out. In this critical moment, a kobold jumps at Atis with a spear. The mage casts a mana bullet which edges past kobold's ear, but he throws the wand at his face to distract him. He takes out a new wand from his pocket and blasts the entire surrounding area. Hanbin arrives and comments that the fire he cast in the forest was nothing. Atisi now knows that his friend was right. The man he rushed to rescue is dead. Hanbin believes this isn't kobold's doing. His friend further adds that this wasn't done by any monster. The man was frozen to death. Hanbin reveals he has never experienced cold weather despite living here for a year. Atis clarifies that this wasn't the only strange thing. The man was a level 27 hunter from Onpraus. Hanbin isn't surprised to see the badge and emphasizes the word another one. The mage doesn't quite fathom Hanbin emphasizing another and asks him what he means by that. He explains there were a lot of badges scattered amongst the wreckage just outside the village. All these villagers wouldn't have been hunters and there aren't that many Satha Forest quests either. Plus, if this many hunters disappeared at once, the guild would have known about it, which means they must have disappeared slowly over time. If this place was some place where the hunters would gather and have them disappear, these clues lead them to think the dungeon is the place behind the death of the hunters. Atise believes the Ifan Plains dungeon Laude cleared about 6 months ago perfectly fits the timeline. However, the dungeon was located in between this village and Onpris, so traveling to the city would be a bit far. As the mage is thinking about different likelihoods of how the events occurred, Hanbin shows him a portal inside a well. Judging by the debris floating around, he concludes that the portal appears to be closed. He wonders if kobolds can do this kind of magic. Atisa reveals kobolds only knows how to make corpses or trash. He tells him to stop joking when he asks the same thing about Tataros. To make this kind of portal, one would need to be a level 40 magician who can thoroughly understand the ins and outs of space teleportation magic. Since the distance between this village and the Ifan Plains dungeon is quite a bit, level 60, one would need to be level 60 or even higher. Hanbins finds it creepy and says what would they do if the person who created the portal turned out to be an enemy. He makes that comment after spotting a lich approaching them. The lich is a monster that emerges when a magician turns themselves into an undead. He can regenerate his physical abilities. He comes closer to the hunters with some snarky remarks. When he doesn't find any wounds or scars on the hunters, he realizes these people are strong and must have been entertained by his kids. The lich assesses the damage by looking at the traces of mana being burned and points at Atis, deeming him responsible for the damage. Surprisingly, he isn't able to see Hanbin. Hanbin feels that something is wrong with the skeleton. Atis assumes it would have lost all 5 of its senses after becoming an undead. Instead, it would be able to sense the mana energy around the area, which means he would only be able to feel Atis's presence, not Hanbin's because he isn't a mage. The mage orders Hanbin to escape. However, he isn't prepared to leave his friend behind. Out of nowhere, he gets hit by some kind of flying ice bullet. The lich surprisingly talks in plural, calling both hunters rude for not answering his questions, and then an eye appears in his orbit, finally allowing him to see the Hanbin. Meanwhile, the level 5 hunter reveals he was just grazed by the lich's surprise attack. He tells Atis to concentrate on the enemy. After getting hit by the skeleton, he is convinced that at his current level, his mage friend won't be able to defeat it. What's a married couple? It's something the skeleton asked his married co-worker when he was alive. His married co-worker told him that married couples take the same path, looking in the same direction. He was impressed by what he heard, so he brought James and Catalia together as husband and wife, probably his co-workers. He was aware that he may have been rejected by Catalia before she and James dated. Amidst his speech, Atis casts a magic attack, which he effortlessly stops with his ice magic. The Lich is irritated, as they aren't even listening to him. Hanbin is confused, wondering where Atasi is aiming for. Atis explains that Lich's magic is guiding his mana and changing its trajectory. The skeleton calls their efforts useless, as the mage won't even be able to light a single ember on it with the mana output he has. It's fun for him to see people struggle, so he decides to play with his opponents for a bit. Atis isn't done with his tricks. He pulls out a new attack, throwing a magic stone and hitting the enemy with it before calling for Hanbin to run. As the Lich is about to say their attacks are useless once again, the mage's new attack is enabled, and the skeleton gets caught up in the blast, which he had planned. Surprised by the attack, Hanbin wonders how did that work. The mage explains that since physical attacks are useless against it, it probably thought of blocking mana and not magic stones. His attack will cause a series of chain explosions because of all the mana built up, so it won't be able to go anywhere for the time being. Atisi suggests they should hurry and enter the forest because the mana there will help them conceal their presence. As they are running for their life, he senses a sinister feeling. He first assumes it's fear, but then realizes that the feeling isn't as ominous as that. Hanbin, with his gut feeling, saves Atis from collapsing into an iced crevice dome. He is surprised by the snow inside the iced prison. The mage is grateful he saved his life, but now isn't the time to be surprised, because if they stay inside it for a long time, they will end up like the frozen dead hunter. To further increase their odds of making it out alive, Atis uses fire magic, only to realize it doesn't heat the snow. Instead, it gets frozen. When asked, he explains that Lich lowered the temperature of the mana so he can't ignite anything. He isn't able to understand and questions what does that mean. The Lich explains that the mana ignited to create fire magic and mana frozen to create ice magic are incompatible and always in conflict. Following the explanation, Lich points out that the mage seems to only focus on fire magic, so it is obvious his mana would freeze. After explaining the mechanisms of fire magic and mana frozen to create ice magic, it says the lecture is over, and the next thing is conducting an experiment. The Lich then casts Freezing Storm, which is another challenge for the duo. Hanbin feels the cold air but believes he can handle it because his stats are high. On the other hand, his friend is having an extremely hard time keeping up. Since the skeleton doesn't have lungs anymore, he asks them how it feels. His victims scream his painful when the mana that circulates their bodies freezes. He reveals if Hanbin loses his consciousness in that state, he won't feel the pain. The level 5 hunter is sure that skeleton plans on taking his time killing his friend, and he can start to fight once Atis loses consciousness. This is the only way he can live like a normal person since he doesn't want the mage to discover his strength. The mage appears to be in a critical condition. He apologizes to Hanbin for being selfish, and then unexpectedly uses his magic on himself. For a split second, he cries out of intolerable pain as the energy circulates his whole body. Hanbin doesn't understand what is he doing, wondering why he used magic on himself. Meanwhile, the Lich starts laughing because of how interesting these things are to him. He is impressed at Atis but wonders how long will he be able to last with just that. Knowing this is their last chance, the mage wants Hanbin to pay attention. He wants him to run towards a hole as soon as he summons it. Thinking Atis is devising a plan where he would be an inevitable sacrifice, he demands an explanation. The magician interrupts and insists that he make a promise, which he reluctantly agrees to under pressure. The Lich is curious about what the mage is cooking up next. Atis wants him to guess, and then instantly throws several of his wands in the air, which causes an explosion. The skeleton avoids the damage by quickly getting out of range. After this, he attempts to understand the magician's chain explosion that was created using the magic stones on the wand. The skeleton believes the magic wand explosions are too weak to cause a hole in the ice wall, and wonders was Atis's attack a suicide bombing. Though he hopes it's not something dull, it activates magic perception to scan the area. The mage's magic stone has turned into dust and is now causing too much noise. The Lich looks at the large clump of mana in the middle and discovers that the fire is still burning. However, when it isn't able to detect Atis, it realizes that things aren't going his way. Moreover, the dungeon disappeared. Just as he is thinking of playing with Hanbin, a dragon appears from behind. Hanbin finally understands the reason behind the sound he heard in the forest when he encountered Atis naked and why he was there in the first place. He solves the puzzle and discovers that his friend was a dragon all along. Atis, now in dragon's form, asks his companion to trust him and can't explain anything because of a shortage of time. The Lich is stunned to see a young dragon, just 100 years old, which seems unbelievable to him, which explains how he was able to use fire magic without casting. The black dragons are believed to have the ability to breathe fire as soon as they learn to fly. The dragon shuts him off for claiming to understand dragons based solely on rumors they have heard. The Lich admits it doesn't know much about dragons, but is going to learn by fighting one. Both sides appear to be prepared to engage in a fight, and the skeleton is the first one to attack. The skeleton is still thrilled after discovering a dragon, which can even gain experience by killing its enemies. It admits it's trying to figure out how the dragon's leveling mechanics work, and believes that once it cracks the code, recreating it will be a breeze. The dragon breathes fire and precisely hits the skeleton. The lich escapes danger, and then talks about how a dragon can't harm him, not even a young one. Atis's damage output can't even compare to when it was in its human form. The skeleton wonders how difficult will it be to bring the dragon down because knocking it out by freezing it might be difficult as well. The lich is thinking of finishing it soon. Meanwhile, Hanbin is noticing that the tremendous heat is melting the enemy's snow and frost, turning it into rain. But still, Atis's level is not that high. Even in his dragon form, he is only level 52. The mage wants Hanbin to hold on for a little longer, as he is preparing to attack the lich using a particle cannon made of superheated compressed mana. The evil skeleton casually dodges the dragon's heavy attack by shifting the trajectory of his legs mid-air. The skeleton reminds Atis that this area is surrounded by its cold mana, so his magic from that distance won't break the ice. Furthermore, he is fighting while protecting Hanbin. He informs him that their plan to melt the ice wall has failed, and regardless of that, he doesn't want him to be stressed. Hanbin wants him to focus on the enemy because he can protect himself. Inside, he thinks Atis's resistance has increased to the point where even the enemy won't be able to go easy anymore. The skeleton suddenly switches targets to Hanbin. However, the dragon uses his massive hand to shield him. He isn't convinced about whether his friend can take care of himself. However, Hanbin insists that Atis focuses on its target. The lich is speechless. The dragon is surrounded by flames and could easily counter this level of ice magic, but chooses not to, focused entirely on shielding Hanbin. He even guesses that the dragon might be brainwashed because a dragon protecting a human is a rare sight. Atis once again surrounds Hanbin, creating a full-body shield that keeps him alive. His original body may not have gotten to level 70, but even so, he has to give it his all to at least save his hunter friend and secretly insinuates his wand into the ice wall. The skeleton makes a weird guess that Hanbin is Atis's snack, and the reason he is fighting back is because he fears someone is going to snatch it from him. The mage calls him a repulsive human and throws a chain of fireballs. The skeleton realizes that his opponent, despite being a dragon, talks like a human. The lich wonders why beings as powerful as himself are forced to live in secrecy among humans. Instead, they should be worshipped by the humans. Atis throws a punch at Lich, something the skeleton itself had expected the least. However, Lich regains its footing and impales ice crystals into the dragon's thighs. The skeleton casually floats into the air, looking relaxed, and comments that it's a pity, if only the dragon's levels were a bit higher. Atise asks Hanbin if he's afraid of him. After all, he is a dragon. While having a smirk on his face, the Sword King says that he once saw a monster much larger than him. His friend would be cute compared to them. Atise giggles and reminds him that he claimed there were no dragons in his hometown. He shows interest in his story, but can't hear more about it since their time is up. He demands an answer on whether Hanbin will keep the promise that he made to him. Before Hanbin can speak a word, the ice wall explodes from the inside. Atise commands him to run before the ice wall is reconstructed. Hanbin isn't ready to abandon his friend, but the mage says that he has to stop the lich and reminds him that they made a promise that he would leave. He is convinced that Atis will fight to the death if he doesn't escape. He decides to leave and quickly returns with a plan. The lich is astonished by the dragon's good act. He speaks up about how the magic he prepared would go to waste if Hanbin left. At that moment, wide-ranged ice magic begins showering over him from the sky. He makes it even worse by using Blade Squall, which triggers the movement in ice magic, and they start descending. Hanbin wonders where it all went wrong. Was it when he thought he could block it? When he hid the fact that the man in the well was dead? When he didn't stop him, knowing the lich's level? Was it all because he wanted a normal level 5 life? Atis once again shields him with his massive body and takes all the hits. Hanbin wanted to live like a normal person but got caught up in this mess. The lich sums up what he has seen with just a single word: ridiculous. He is baffled to see a dragon dying for a mere human. Hanbin checks on his to see if he's okay. Atise doesn't want him to worry, because dragons have strong bodies. Despite that, he isn't sure how long his friend will last. All the ice that pierced his body has melted and is causing a huge amount of blood loss. He wonders if will his friend still be alive after he finishes fighting the lich. He can't heal Atise's massive body with the number of potions they have, and revealing his identity isn't an option for him to fancy. Atis feels that it would have been better if he was stronger, even though he promised to protect him. Hanbin is devastated to learn that his friend did this all because of a promise. The lich apprehends that the dragon has taken a liking to humans. He wants to know Atise's perspective on whether he thinks it is righteous for the strong to protect the weak, and whether is it honorable. The skeleton thinks it's an illusion made by the weak majority. It's something they use to make the strong minority protect them. He summons a colossal sword, easily several times bigger than Atise, and gets ready to obliterate both his opponents. He figures he can't risk leaving Hanbin alive, since there's no guarantee he wouldn't spill the beans if he survives. Abruptly, he offers Atis a deal. If he kills his companion, then he will be accepted as a comrade. Atis reflects that, in the eyes of humans, beings like him and the Lich are seen as nothing more than monsters. But instead of giving up living like a human, and becoming something like it, even if that means dying today, he still rather live like a human. After hearing Atis's verdict, the Lich launches the giant snow-carved sword at the hunters. While having a smile on his face, Hanbin acknowledges that his friend indeed lives a hard life, and feels the promise wasn't that big of a deal. Living like a human isn't easy, for sure, as is keeping promises. Suddenly he starts sprinting toward the sword, and by concentrating his raw strength on his feet, he jumps into the air. Atis isn't able to process what Hanbin is doing, who then reveals that he felt he should live like a human too. The Lich is sure that Hanbin will die first regardless of the magic he is using. In that moment, Hanbin changes everything. He uses one of his only 3 skills, Side Slash, which not only eradicates the enemy but also shatters the crevice dome. He adds too much force into his swing that the shattered pieces and debris end up on the mountains on the farther side of the forest. Atis found Hanbin's strength jaw-dropping. The ice walls that barely cracked with explosions completely crumbled with one swing of his sword. Not only that, the Lich also took the most damage. The last time he checked his level with some measuring stone, Hanbin was a low-level hunter. Hanbin brushes off the past, calling it a long story, but still asks Atis not to be angry with him. Meanwhile, the mage felt that he used some magic that could trick the measuring stone. As they are having a banter, the skeleton revives its body and enables the Gehenna's entanglement, an ability that allows it to summon tentacles and manipulate them to capture its opponents. The Lich never intended to use this skill, but now is forced to. These tentacles get stronger by absorbing the energies of their victims, and they will never let go of them until they die, even if the victim is the master who summoned them. The skeleton thinks it's a shame that he now has to be satisfied with their corpses. Hanbin is shocked that the Lich is standing on its feet again, even though he did his best to destroy his entire body. Atisi explains that their enemy's entire body is composed of mana, so it can't be destroyed with physical attacks. The skeleton threatens them to reveal how Hanbin disguised himself as a level 5. Hanbin proves his opponent wrong by powering up so hard that even his shirt gets destroyed due to the overwhelming energy surge. The skeleton couldn't believe what it was witnessing. Hanbin, in a stance where he is about to swing his longsword, wants to know how the skeleton knows their levels, even though neither he nor Atis mentioned it. The Lich recalls not being sad when he learned that he had died the first time, because his life was already hell anyway. He was more careful with his second life since he couldn't afford to die once more. It took him meticulous planning to steal the scroll of the undead. He conquered them both, death and fear, or at least this is what he expected. Atis thinks that no matter how many times he sees it, his friend is incredibly powerful. He finds his feat of destroying Gehenna's tentacles just by striking the ground unbelievable. Hanbin is sure he had shattered Lich's bones, but it appears that it had already stitched itself up. After stitching itself, the skeleton turns to Hanbin and seriously questions his identity. Hanbin also wanted to ask him the same thing, because up until now, not even one person he met guessed his level perfectly. He thinks the Lich either is a gifted fortune teller or an otherworlder. The skeleton attempts to escape right after Hanbin reveals what he is thinking. It tries to guess maybe Hanbin came to hunt him knowing that he was an otherworlder. The skeleton admits underestimating him, thinking he was nothing more than a country bumpkin. Hanbin appears before it, even though it is flying at hypersonic speed, and hits it with his longsword, using it like a baseball bat. Just after making contact with the ground, the monster once again starts running for its life. Hanbin expresses frustration about how many good people like him are suffering because of evil people like the Lich. The evil skeleton summons Ice Puppet, Frost Knight, intending to retaliate. However, the Sword King goes past its defense and smashes its face with his long sword. Meanwhile, Atis, spectating their fight from the distance, thinks his friend's power level doesn't compare to a normal human, though he feels that something is off. He speculates that Hanbin is most likely an aura user because a sword of that capability can't be equipped by a normal human. Back to Hanbin and the Lich's battle, the Sword King wonders just how much his enemy can regenerate. The skeleton thinks his opponent isn't using aura because he is planning to turn him over to the Inquisitor for the bounty money. He offers him triple the reward money to let him leave. Hanbin proceeds to throw a stone shotgun before questioning what is it babbling about. The stone shotgun puts countless holes in the Lich's body. Hanbin finds the enemy's regenerative abilities annoying. Atis from a distance shouts that Hanbin should use his aura and explains that the skeleton's body is composed of mana, so if he sever its mana connection with his aura, then he can neutralize it. Hanbin asserts that he knows he is supposed to use energy skills like mana, aura, prana, or force, and these skills can be used up as the swordsmen are leveling up. However, the thing is he can't use any of them because he is level 5. The mage explains that aura is often described as the life energy from an image in one's mind. A moment passes before Atis and the Lich fully process what the man just said. Their faces go utterly blank as the realization sinks in. The enemy doesn't wait any moment after learning that the Sword King can't use magic and throws magic crystals at him. When Hanbin dismisses his attacks as useless, he disagrees, saying that they are still decisive compared to his auraless and ineffective attacks, and they would work just fine on someone like Atis taking Hanbin by surprise. He looks back and confirms that the Lich's attacks are indeed going to hit his friend, and takes a leap back to protect him. The dragon reveals that the enemy plans to increase the distance between them. Now that Hanbin has taken a step back, the skeleton produces some ice slabs and puts them together to create a weapon. The evil skeleton believes Hanbin can't use aura because of his normal human body. Even if he can block liquids from magic, he doesn't have any protection from the mana itself. The Lich reveals it is going to supercompress the mana energy and will vaporize him. In the critical moment, the Sword King digs up the frozen ground with just sheer strength and creates a shield. However, the mana level is too great that even it won't shield them for very long. Atis once again wants him to leave because if he can't use aura, there's no way to kill the Lich. Hanbin points out that the skeleton looks dirtier than they saw at first. He decides to take a closer look and in an instant pierces through everything the skeleton had set on the path to cover itself. Hanbin grabs the skeleton from its cervical vertebrae. While smiling like a maniac, he remarks not seeing those cracks before. He is now sure that these cracks indicate that the skeleton can't regenerate if it is ground up into the dust. The Lich attacks him from underneath using a special ski. The skeleton reveals killing countless high-level people and monsters, and feels that he shouldn't be underestimated. He doesn't want to die from someone who couldn't even use aura. Before the skeleton can finish his sentence, he falls flat on the ground and notices that his legs are missing. Hanbin comes out from the smoke and dust holding the Lich's legs and starts aggressively rubbing Lich's leg with his longsword. The opponent cries out loud, asking for mercy, but he continues to rub it against his sword. After this, Hanbin pours his healing potion over his companion's gigantic body. Atise returns to his human form, and his body is covered by Hanbin with some clothes. He reassures him that he is fine with the treatment he has been given. Hanbin wonders why is he always naked when he transforms. Atis also wishes he had clothes that didn't shred into pieces. He discovers that Hanbin has incapacitated the Lich for the time being. He drove his sword through the skeleton's ribcage, and its arms and legs crumbled into dust. Since the skeleton's actual bones are composed of mana, it wouldn't be able to use magic. Stopping the undead's movement is the best he could do. When the magician spots that the Lich is still alive, Hanbin admits that its core frame was much tougher than he anticipated, which is why he had to resort to more extreme measures. Atis chuckles and tells him to not talk in circles. Also, it's not easy capturing an enemy while killing it. The same applies to Hanbin. If that enemy was a dragon like his friend, then he could have never been able to kill it, suggesting that he already knew Hanbin's identity. Hanbin wonders if his friend already knows the Lich's identity, while Atis wants to find out something from the skeleton. The skeleton feels the magician is looking down on him while being in his human form. Atis grabs the skeleton from its femur bone and sends mana backlash, which makes it scream. Seeing the enemy screaming in pain, he has just discovered that skeletons could also feel pain. Atise reveals the mana backlash of the amount he just used may feel a bit uncomfortable for normal people. But for a Lich, whose body is composed of mana, the pain would be excruciating. Atis demands Lich answer him truthfully if he doesn't want to die suffering from such pain. The question is, who are the comrades that it mentioned before, and why was it going around killing innocent hunters? Suddenly, aqua-colored smoke started coming out from the skeleton's mouth. A moment later, the skeleton expelled the Great Earth symbol, a round coin-shaped badge. In its last breath, the Lich remarks a young dragon like Atis wouldn't understand how the world works. A 500-year dragon would have already figured it out by now since they have already joined them, a mysterious organization. The magician is perplexed by Lich's use of the plural pronoun. Hanbin enunciates the Great Earth while checking out the symbol. The skeleton self-destructs by releasing all the mana stored in his teeth. Elsewhere, Ephor is packing her stuff, planning to leave her old home. She has packed 2 comfy blankets, a brush, a nail file, and more, and is thinking, has she forgotten something? It was pretty difficult for her to decide what important items she needed. With the stuff she has loaded in her bag, she has finished packing and is ready to move. However, her bag is overfilled and she isn't able to carry it, leaving her with no choice but to leave some of her stuff behind. She gets emotional while hugging her bag, signifying that she doesn't want to leave any of her belongings behind. The strange things that happened around the place where Ephor lives have forced her to leave her home and find a new shelter. These strange things include the unexpected appearance of a forest fire, which made the embers burn up her garden. When she turned off her light to sleep, a huge chunk of ice crashed down from the sky. This doesn't end here. There was such a great earthquake that it seemed the continent itself would split apart. and because of that, she couldn't sleep. Her scales became so haggard. Efer speculates that everything that happened must be the goddess's punishment, because she helped the meathead otherworlder. While she's recalling her encounters with Han Bin, she takes notice of someone standing at the entrance of the cave. But when she takes a look at the cave's entrance, she doesn't find anyone. She decides to hurry and leave because her gut is telling her that something bad is about to happen. Abruptly, a man appears before the Efer and is astonished to see a talking wyvern. She is startled, wondering when the man appeared there. She thinks he caught her speaking to herself. The man reveals he was looking for someone and heard her voice on the way, which is why he dropped by. She informs him that no one lives around that place. The man admits to having a hard time looking for them because of that reason. She then declares herself useless, because she hasn't seen another human in over a year, and she can't be of any help. The man insists she must have seen that friend, who is a skeleton. Atis never expected the skeleton to have magic stones as its teeth. From the get-go, he feared that the lich would be self-destructing, and knew that he wouldn't be able to stop it even with his mana if that did happen. He tells Hanbin to run while fading away due to insufficient mana. Elsewhere, a woman named Leslie hears the explosion and turns to a man named Richard, a member of the Great Earth, wondering if a bomb was dropped in a nearby area. Richard, judging by the traces of mana, concludes that the magic happened a week ago and points to Shin Ha-jun's explosion. Leslie is stunned but is aware that Shin Ha-jun turned into a lich to not die. Suddenly, the man who is looking for the skeleton and had even inquired of Efer arrives and gets touchy with her, which starts an unserious friendly fight between them. She calls the man by the name Alejandro, who is also known as the Chosen One, reminding him that she had warned him to keep his hands off her. The Chosen One remarks that if she uses her magic on him, she will be getting her hands sliced to bits. Before the quarrel turns into a full-blown fight, Richard intervenes and stops them. He shows Alejandro the place where Shin Ha-jun died in battle. He knows that the lich initiated an explosion that exceeded its healing abilities, and as expected, not a trace of the enemy was found. He brings this up as a reason for Alejandro to maintain a shred of respect. The Chosen One thinks it's weird that the skeleton self-destructed. Leslie also agrees because it's unbelievable that there is someone who could push a level 72 opponent to self-destruct. Alejandro clarifies that he's not questioning that, but rather why the skeleton exploded in that spot, which isn't too far from them. He mentions that on his way to meet them, he saw an area that more likely appeared to be the actual battlefield, about 2 kilometers away. Richard guesses that Ha-jun might have been dragged away from the battlefield as he was self-destructing, but he ponders why he doesn't feel any other energy besides Ha-jun's. He is thinking how in the world Ha-jun's opponents could have managed that. Meanwhile, Hanbin informs Atis that he kicked the lich's skull. He shares that he was just going to kick it away for the time being, but it ended up exploding, though he insists that he didn't kick him hard enough for him to explode. The magician concludes that the skeleton self-destructed. He is wondering if he would get any experience from a level 70 lich that destroyed itself. Hanbin explains how he brought Atis back to the village since he had fallen unconscious. He reveals he jumped over the town's outer wall to reach here, even though it was against the law. He justifies it by asking rhetorically how he was supposed to enter through the town gate while carrying a naked guy. Then he admits that he didn't know where Atis's house was, so he went to the old man's office in the Builder Association, but got kicked out. The magician calls him a criminal for being crazy. Hanbin continues his story, saying that after being chased by the guards, he ran into a bunch of smugglers. In short, he has been very busy. His humorous tale gets Atis thinking that maybe he is more of a spectacle than the lich. He gives credit to the chairman of the bandits who helped him wake up within a day and adds that it all turned out well in the end. Atis remarks that he never dreamed there could be a guy as strong as this otherworlder, and expresses that he doesn't know how to thank him. He isn't sure about what would have happened to him if he had gotten captured by that otherworlder, referring to the lich. Realizing that his earlier words might have come off as offensive, Atis nervously clarifies that he meant Hanbin is different from the others, trying to clear up the misunderstanding. Hanbin isn't offended and assures him that he knows his friend didn't mean anything bad. He adds that in the world he lived in, there were plenty of murderers. Still, with Ormflaus's mission of infiltrating the Latna continent and killing the goddesses, Hanbin states that he would rather live the life of a normal folk adapting to this world than become a crazy killer. Atis then inquires whether Hanbin is saying that the majority of otherworlders are normal humans. The Sword King acknowledges that they were, at least in the beginning, but in reality, a lot of them became killers. He adds that if there's one thing that differentiates him from the other otherworlders, it's that he had a defective guideline implanted in him. The mage already seems to know what a guideline is. Hanbin states that being able to see levels is one of those powers, and believes there is also a hidden ability that the user isn't aware of. Atis repeats what his big friend said to confirm whether there's something that might induce otherworlders to commit murder or follow the demon god's commands in due time. Hanbin reflects that the reason he is being shown as level 5 is likely the result of his faulty guidelines. He admits he doesn't know how severe that defect is, and he isn't sure whether he will suddenly go crazy and become a killer. But that's why he believes Atis won't gain anything good from getting involved with him. He shares that he saved a lot of money, and with no reason to stay in the village, he is leaving. He bids his friend farewell. Atisi clenches the blanket tightly, his fingers digging into the fabric as frustration simmers within him. He then introduces himself as Atisa Emphatir Ragnar Akka, a descendant of dragons created by the great goddess of shadow, Kivriel. He elaborates that among all species of dragons, the fire dragons are known to fulfill their duties. With a smile on his face, he comments that a fire dragon never forgets the debts they owe. He affectionately calls Hanbin a military veteran. After a while, the chairman sees Hanbin off as he gets ready to leave. He provides him with a cart that will take him to his destination, and a map to help him find the way. Furthermore, he informs him that he should be able to pass through the city's gate if he shows them the Builder Association's documents. He is going to send Hanbin his new identity through a broker. The chairman wants him to leave the goods at the drop-off spot and simply sell the cart. When he questions what he should do with the money he gets from selling the cart, the chairman tells him to keep it and remarks that it's worth sending him away, considering how troublesome he is. Before Hanbin leaves, the boss demands a promise from him to never kill a person, because the moment the savage hunter kills someone, he becomes a monster. After this, Hanbin departs, saying he will be back someday. The chairman takes a deep breath, looks up into the sky, and asks God to watch over them. Elsewhere, Efer has been captured by Richard's party and is looking at the site where Shin Hajun died a week ago. Richard is only able to sense traces of Hajun's magic and other lower-grade magic. The Wyvern is frustrated, as she has now been captured by Great Earth. Leslie isn't convinced that the Lich would have lost against such weak magic. She looks to Alejandro and questions the reaction of the other energy. He confirms he already checked for auras, pranas, and force, but found nothing. Richard questions whether Alejandro is trying to suggest that the Lich's bones were broken and shattered through physical force alone. He elaborates that some living beings can overpower a Lich through sheer force, with the power of a dragon that lived over 500 years ago being the epitome. Its power is more than enough to turn a Lich's bones into dust. Richard then instructs them to use the dragon's blood on the ground to find its location. Hanbin's cart has broken down in the middle of a random forest. His cart is missing a wheel, which is stopping him from moving forward. He fears that at this rate, all the products that are in the cart will become useless. Some bandits are eavesdropping on him, and some of those bandits are hesitating to approach him, as they sense some sort of weird energy from home. Their boss orders his goons to follow him. The boss of the bandits comes out of the woods and offers to help him unload some stuff. By unloading, he means to take it for himself. He tells Hanbin that he should be honored that Kalendor, the bandit in the Dark Gorge, is willing to help out. The otherworldly Sword King completely ignores him, and without anyone's help repairs his cart. Soon after, Hanbin has the bandit riding his cart, something which even Kalendor himself never expected. The bandit appears to be complying, likely because he received a beating from Hanbin. Before bumping into the bandits, Hanbin couldn't seem to find the path no matter how much he looked at the map, and since there wasn't anyone around, he got worried. However, he felt relieved after Kalendor appeared. The bandit was baited. It was a trap. When Hanbin butchers his name, he tries to correct it, but soon regrets it because the man gets offended. Soon after they arrive at Hayton City, and Kalendor tells him to check the city out from the cart. Hanbin's first impression is positive. He is awed at how it's so much bigger than Onpras. Kalendor then takes on the job of tour guide and introduces him to the city as they are entering. He points at the huge gorge and tells him that it's the most famous and the largest dungeon in the north, the Crater Valley Dungeon. Hanbin thinks it's dangerous to build a city right smack in the middle, but Kalendor reveals the entrance is at the base of the gorge, so it's rare to see monsters climb up to the top, though it's true that as a hunter, staying closer to the dungeon is more convenient when commuting. Hanbin thinks that being closer is nice, but climbing down that gorge to secretly enter the dungeon won't be easy for him. Kalendor informs him that they have arrived, but there's quite a traffic jam there. Passing through will be more difficult since the city is so enormous. Seeing him distracted, the bandit attempts to run away, because at the city's entrance, he will be checked and will be punished for his actions. Hanbin orders him to be quiet. He doesn't speak back because this is the Sword King's first time in the city and he wouldn't know what this place is like. Kalendor reveals there's a prison camp at the end of Crater Valley, where all the criminals from the north are placed. It's swarmed with ruthless criminals who are no ordinary humans and claim that a small-time bandit like him wouldn't last long in that place. It would still be somewhat better if those monsters were the only problem. Recently they caught and locked an Otherworlder too. Even the inmates are terrified of him. Hanbin repeats the word Otherworlder in disbelief. Kalendor says that the demon will tear him apart. Just as he is begging Hanbin to let him go, an officer approaches them. Hanbin gives him a pouch of money and tells the officer that the man, Kalendor, was ditching his work, so he was just scolding him. He shows the officer his card. The bandit wants to know why he received this money. When Hanbin started his new life, it was difficult with just the clothes on his back, so he gave him this money because he knew its value. He further gives them man advice to look for a different career. Kalendor says that he will make sure to put the gold coins to good use. When he realizes that he has given the bandit the wrong coins, he tries to call him, but it's already too late. The bandit has already left. In the bustling streets of Heitan City, Hanbin realizes he is screwed big time. He won't be able to last long with the money he has. Even though he doesn't want to, he thinks he might have to go to the Builders Association and do construction work again. However, it still pays better than the hunters who are holding the signs to get hired. He thinks that there was no point in leaving in the first place. He attempts to look for the sign for the Builders Association and spots his endearing friend holding a sign that says, "A military veteran is needed." Hanbin quickly grabs him and makes a run for it. After he has calmed down, they have tea at some random place, most likely a cafe. Atisi says that there aren't many nice locations in this city, and feels like all their worries seem unimportant when sitting and drinking tea like this. When he asks Hanbin the reason for his late arrival, the Sword King snaps at him, saying that's something he should be asking, and proceeds to ask him what is he doing here, and how he arrived 2 days before him. Hanbin reveals the reason he was late was because he was lost. Atis reminds him about what the Builders Association chairman said before he left. He recalls being told to keep his identity as a dragon a secret. He also remembers that the chairman told him that he will be sending him a new identity through a broker. Moreover, he was told to meet the broker there, but this slipped away from his mind. After calming down, he tells Atis he is grateful and wants to recruit him to his party. But getting involved with him won't lead to anything good. Atisi says that he wasted money buying this house they are chilling in. Hanbin asks him who will be the leader. He argues how can he become the leader when they have him. Hanbin says how can he become a leader, he's just a level 5. He says that if in any case he becomes famous because of that, then there's no way he would get the chance to meet the goddess. Atis believes he's right. The first ones to knock on their doors would be heresy inquisitors. Hanbin's goal was to hide his identity and keep pushing to level up, but most monsters don't even cut it. The mage knows how frustrating that would be. He asks Atis if he has any water at his home. The mage tells him that it's in the back of the fridge, and he can drink that. He is so surprised to see fridges in this world that his eyeballs practically pop out of his head. The magician wonders if all other worlders view this world with disdain. He gave up on hope after being stuck at the Rock Mountains. Now, he is excited to have all the water and drinks inside it as he wants. When he tries to open the fridge's door, the guidelines tell him that his level is insufficient. To look into a fridge, the user must be level 10. He starts freaking out, screaming, "Why is there a level requirement for just opening a fridge?" Atis, while trying to save his fridge from getting demolished by the madman, remarks a fridge is a magical tool, so it's obvious one has to meet the requirements. Hanbin doesn't understand why it is obvious, because there was nothing like levels in his world. When he curses at magical tools and artifacts, the dragon reveals that they are both tools that are the foundations for dungeons created by Ormflaus, the demon god. Atis, lost in thought for a second, says he just thought of a way where Hanbin wouldn't have any problems becoming known despite his low level. The big man is confused, but Atis explains that what he's suggesting is much simpler than that. He reveals he wants to get rid of the name Hanbin first. At the Heighten Hunters Guild, Atis and Hanbin are getting themselves registered. The receptionist handling Atis's registration announces that the magic stone has confirmed he is level 37, and as a result, his hunter's registration has been completed. The other receptionist, stuck handling Hanbin, isn't too thrilled about dealing with someone she doesn't find attractive. The receptionist calls him by the new name, Felad Bene, and asks him if he could wear something on top. Seeing his emotional-less face, she gets intimidated and apologizes. She quickly brings out the measuring stone and checks his level. The local hunters are gossiping about him, as they haven't seen someone like him. Meanwhile, Atisa suggests the Heighten Hunters Guild receptionist shouldn't use magic stones to measure Hanbin's level. The receptionist who registered Atis claims it's necessary. Falad Bene crushes the measuring stone with his hands while saying he would never let evil magic coming from an evil stone touch his pure body. Everyone is baffled seeing him crushing a measuring stone with just one hand, but they are more stunned because he just called the measuring stone evil. The local hunters assume he is someone they have heard about in the rumors, someone who calls measuring stones evil and has incredible strength. Amid the assumptions, Atis is wearing a grin on his face. With great deference, the receptionist inquires if Hanbin belongs to the legendary warring race, the Valterra, while Atis formally introduces him. Before the events of their applying to become hunters, Hanbin lounges on the rooftop of Atis's house, tanning by his side, and planning how they are going to trick the entire city by making them think Hanbin is the great warrior of the Valterra race, the Felad Bene. He has the mage clarify that the Valterra warriors are proud of their radiant gold-toned physiques. With a puzzled expression, He questions whether the Valterra are truly a warrior race, since to him, they seem more like a bunch of flashy show-offs hiding behind a fancy title. Atise continues with his explanation, describing Valterra tribes as a unique tribe that resides in the barren mountains in the Far East. People's understanding of what they look like is fascinating. They are visualized as pretty jacked and keep-fit fanatics. According to people's understanding, Chael Su is an 8-year-old with an inhumane physique and incredible brutish strength. His mother is also an unimaginably strong warrior, and so is his 84-year-old grandfather, who rides a level 40 pet called Calicu Taos as transportation. Finally, there's Chael Su's 3-year-old sister and her level 27 pet Spotty. Hanbin doesn't believe what the hell has he been told, and questions where is Chael Su's father. Atise replies the brave warrior father, Felad Bene, steps forth towards the Latna continent for the sake of his family. Perplexed, he wonders why is he the dad. Making his friend reveals this is a part of Felad Bene's setup. He comments about what's the point of making a bachelor walk around embarrassed to death. Atise thinks that if people start to believe he is the Valterra warrior, then he doesn't have to hide his level anymore. That way, as he gets more famous by clearing dungeons, he would eventually meet the 6 goddesses. He reminds Atise that he would still need to use the measuring stone to become a hunter. However, the mage says just he wants him to crush it, while he handles everything else. The locals are wondering why is the Sword King's race here. Atise reveals that he is there to fulfill his duty. Inside, he is convinced that his friend looks like a Valterra warrior to others. He joins in on Hanbin's Falad roleplay. He points out how he has scared the receptionist, as crushing the measuring stone wasn't necessary. Hanbin extends his apology, admitting that he got carried away. The mage apologizes on his friend's behalf, saying he is new here. After this, Atise tries to explain to the receptionist that the measuring stones utilize magic stones, so Valterra warriors are strictly forbidden to have anything to do with items such as artifacts. Hanbin calls them the evil stones from behind. Atise says that they will certainly compensate for the broken measuring stone. The receptionist informs him they will be unable to act as a party without registering as a hunter. He isn't worried because his friend will be registered as his bodyguard. Inside, he thinks if he had a good excuse like that, then what's the point of him pretending to be a Valterra warrior? But realizes that since he is Valterra, he was able to avoid getting his level measured. Hanbin is also fine being Atise's bodyguard because registering as a bodyguard isn't easy and annoying to do. The receptionist asks for the proof documents proving the Valterian as his bodyguard. The magician makes an excuse of forgetting those documents at home and finesses his way by charming the girl. Charmed by the man in disguise's visuals, the receptionist gets energized and registers him right away. The other receptionist even asks him out, suggesting they grab a drink together at a nearby bar sometime. When Atise says alcohol is a bit too much for him, the former receptionist suggests he should have some coffee with her. Hanbin, spectating from a distance, is annoyed at how he is the only one that has to be popular. However, he tells himself that it is all thanks to Atise. He can go around without worrying, so he shouldn't be jealous. Moreover, he thinks he should have known his body wouldn't attract any girls. Suddenly, a bunch of dudes surround him, inviting him to join their parties temporarily. Some hunters are feeling his muscles, and others are inviting him to their parties, offering up to 70% of their total profit. Overwhelmed, he shouts stop. Somewhere close the Hayton city, Richard's party is staying at a pit-like place that is giving eerie vibes. The acting party leader and Alejandro are talking about dungeon drifters. Richard tells Alejandro that he has caught a good number of Latnians. The Chosen One isn't happy with how his fellow Great Earth member phrased it. He replies he only brought in wandering drifters. Alejandro thinks that from the perspective of a territory ruler, hunters who gather around the crater dungeon are more profitable than normal citizens. Plus, they only accepted selected Latnians as citizens, because no one follows orders as easily as poor scavengers do. Leslie concludes that Alejandro hasn't done anything based on his reasonings. She reminds him that the place they are at was given to them as proof of their alliance with the greater dungeons. He explains that it's because of his efforts that they were able to gather this many people. Richard mentions every dragon over the age of 500 years has joined them, and if there's a traitor among them, then they would need to think carefully about what their goal is. Alejandro feels relieved that Atise ran here in the Hayton city. He won't be able to live anywhere else in his human form, except in dungeon cities. Leslie feels that it's a shame the dragon's blood has dried up, and they can't use location spells anymore. With a smug grin, she thinks Alejandro will have to start putting in the work to find Atise. Irritated by her remarks, he makes it clear that their not finding the dragon isn't his fault. To Richard, it appears that the Chosen called them just to act like a king in front of them, and Alejandro doesn't deny it. He moves the curtain and shows them a performance stage, where he summons an ex-hunter who got caught for killing hunters in the dungeon. This crazy ex-hunter killed about 25 hunters, and he took them away before his execution. Alejandro is going to grant him liberty if he kills his opponent. Leslie isn't impressed by her comrade's feat of capturing a worn-out level 37. The Chosen One tells her to take another look. This time, she notices a patch on his neck, which indicates he has artificial guidelines implanted. Leslie is shocked to the bone. She thought no one survived after having those artificial guidelines implanted in them. He reveals they have changed the method from the dungeon extraction technique to the human extraction technique. Richard initially assumes Alejandro minimized the side effects of the implant, though he knows that even by doing that, it still won't meet the expectations of that person. The Chosen One compliments him for understanding everything right away. He then reveals that it's a matter of sacrifice, and this sacrifice is a human girl. The girl wielding two swords tells Effer that she is a kind wyvern, so there's no reason for her to feel sorry because it isn't her fault. The former hunter is eager to kill the girl quickly. Alejandro allows him to play with the girl as they are celebrating his release. The game now begins. The former reveals he was anxious at first, but the more he used the guideline, the more he began to like it. He believes the girl, his opponent, should be able to see that his level is higher than hers, and wants her to beg for her life. She knows that doing something like that would be useless, and isn't scared to fight. Meanwhile, Effer is scared but is self-aware that being a scaredy cat like this won't make her situation better. After all, she was the Ace Knight Wyvern that protected the kingdom. To rescue the girl, she decides to look for an opening when other worlders aren't paying attention, and then escape from here. She takes off the grazing muzzle and cautiously peeks out of the room. She finds the girl using sublime movement. It appears like she's dancing in the air. The former hunter isn't impressed at all. He wants to intensify their fight even more. She replies that if that's the case, then he shouldn't have taken some time with his appearance. The former hunter is bewildered as the girl cuts his hair with her sword, and he couldn't even notice. Leslie wonders if the girl also has an artificial guideline. Alejandro remarks that it doesn't make sense that she's at such a high level at her age without even having an artificial guideline. She feels that even a level 5 difference won't matter much if she's of that caliber. She wonders why Alejandro wanted to show off that guy, who only looks good enough to use as an experience. He asks her to take a closer look. The former hunter's rage reaches a new level that he completely ignores Alejandro's order to stop. Leslie is astonished to learn Alejandro used the human extraction technique, which has turned the mad hunter into a Tatiro. He reveals human extraction technique involved creating half human and half monster. This nullified the side effects of the implant. This chimera transforms when they try to use their skills. The only way to get rid of the implant's side effects is by utilizing the human extraction technique. The former hunter, turned into the half Tatiro, attempts to attack the girl, but the girl uses her special lightning ability and sends him unconscious. She informs the judges that she has stopped the test due to the opponent losing consciousness. Alejandro reveals they won't be able to use him and instructs the girl to take care of it before it runs wild again. The half Tatiro regains consciousness and announces that he is fine, only to get slayed once again. Effer was spectating from the get-go and witnessed the girl who was being kind to her kill the former hunter. Even though the former hunter looked like a monster, he was still a Latinian. Moreover, the girl followed Alejandro's order without a second thought. Richard remembers Alejandro mentioned that the girl was blind and presumes that the magic swordsman skills and sword skills must have been executed using the guideline. The Chosen One reveals the girl's senses are extremely heightened. Richard wonders if that means the artificial guideline is a success, and he's curious why Alejandro hasn't reported it to that being yet. The Chosen One reveals that when a person with an artificial guideline implanted in them kills an opponent, they can't gain any experience. Leslie concludes that it's a guideline that can't absorb experience. But before she can share her opinion, Richard intervenes and remarks absorbing experience points from defeated opponents to level up isn't only possible for Earthlings, but also dungeon monsters. Alejandro adds, this is why they have tried to experiment on dungeon monsters as well, but as they can see, there are still side effects. Richard claims that ability originates from another source. Alejandro assumes he is referring to the dragon's core. Since they agreed with the greater dragons, they were unable to test it out. But if there's a traitor, then the story changes. Richard throws an artifact toward him and reveals that the madam has given them this unique item for when they exterminate that greater dragon. Leslie reminds them that this item dealt with Lich and wonders if he would be able to handle it with his level. Alejandro calls him generous because being given an artifact is great, but to be given a unique item is a paramount feeling. Richard plans to inform that being that they are close to completing the artificial guideline. He and Leslie leave since they have some work to do. Before leaving, she reveals feeling jealous because Alejandro gets to catch a greater dragon. Plus, if he ends up making the artificial guideline, then his popularity would skyrocket. He, now all alone in the room, is thinking of the potential risks behind what he has been given. If he doesn't find it, then he will be responsible. He admits to becoming a pushover. Alejandro is thinking about how to find a dragon in human form without any location skills. He commands the girl Ellie to tell the wyvern to come out and clean up the corpse. He then also leaves. She opens the door to the small room where Effer was kept, but finds no one inside. Meanwhile, the wyvern is running for her life. She surprisingly had heard everything from Richard, Alejandro, and Leslie. Additionally, she also found out that the girl is also Alejandro's subordinate. She thinks everyone is crazy and is aware that if she stays here any longer, so she attempts to get out of the city as quickly as possible. Just as she's at the door that leads outside, she bumps into the girl from earlier, who stops her. Ellie closes the distance between them and hits her with lightning magic. However, Effer escapes her attacking range just in time. She feels relieved that the airstrip was short, and believes that it would have been over for her if Ellie knew how to fly. Abruptly, the girl with the artificial outline throws a lasso, which attaches to Effer's leg, and then throws herself in the air. Ellie tells her that she cannot go any further. Effer shouts she hates skies that are restrictive, and this is the first time she spoke in front of someone other than Han Bin. After this, the wyvern attains an even higher altitude, and then cuts the leash, sending the opposition side plummeting from the sky. Effer plummeted her, knowing she would be able to land safely because she's a magic swordsman. She initially feared there would be archers at the top, but now has confirmed that there is nothing there. Elsewhere, at the Crafter Valley dungeon's lowest floor, Han Bin is fighting some insect-like creatures. He is fighting the monsters to not kill them, but to toy with them. However, he accidentally kills a monster when he forgets to adjust his strength. In a matter of moments, he is surrounded by several more insect-like creatures. He is aware that this isn't the time to take care of them one by one, as they are enormous and in large numbers. Han Bin is forced to use Passing Through, a skill where he holds his weapon high up and passes underneath tall monsters, subduing them. It's weak to kill them, but he thinks that's one of its advantages. He has cleverly piled up the dead bodies without physically straining himself, and leaves the rest to Atis. The magician arrives and starts burning the life force of the monsters. Han Bin is surprised because he has never seen anything like that before. He wonders how his dear friend is feeling. Atis apologizes for stealing his prey, but he tells him to not worry. It's good for him in the future if he levels up. Han Bin expresses his thoughts, wondering why his level isn't going up. The mage points out there's no way his level would increase that easily. When Han Bin questions him about the basis of this conclusion, Atis describes how levels reflect a being's overall ability to control the flow of its life force. It makes sense that leveling that up would be like replacing one's skeletal structure. Han Bin thinks he knows that, but dragons can gain experience whenever they kill opponents. Atis corrects the notion. Dragons don't absorb experience. They take in an enemy's life force and absorb that into their dragon's core. However, this force can be extremely unstable and in a way has a life of its own. Therefore, to level up, dragons like him need to deal with that unstable life force. If they absorb more than they can handle, they will die because of the explosive nature of life. Han Bin wonders if Atis mentioned having a limit to what he can take in. Atis agrees he is right and adds even water can kill if it is taken too much. He feels excited thinking about how he finally will be able to level up after 15 years. Han Bin casually asks him his age. Atis drops the bomb. He is turning 150 years old this year, making him scream old Gramps. He casually remarks that 150 years old is considered to be an adolescent because dragons can live past 1,000 years. Astonished by it, Han Bin wonders what level an old dragon can get up to. The mage admits he isn't sure. There's no way to confirm a dragon's level. Still, he's convinced they both are in a similar predicament. Han Bin guesses it's because they also don't have anything to hunt that will increase their levels. The dragon agrees. There aren't a lot of opponents high enough to hunt, plus it's riskier. Not only that, but older dragons require an unbelievable amount of life force to help them develop. Han Bin wonders if it would be fine to stop leveling at that point. Atis disagrees. Greater dragons aim for greater power. They realize that continuously absorbing a small life force is useless in helping them level up. Han Bin is experiencing the same thing. No matter how many level 25 hunters he hunts, it won't give him any experience. It finally counted when he killed a monster over level 50. He understood the subject he was being enlightened about. He learned that the greater dragons believed gathering a great many life forces in a single location was the solution. They call it the life force well, and humans call it the dragon's nest. Excited, he wonders if someone like him can go there to level up. Atis crushes the idea because there's no way he can safely venture there without the protection of Dragon's Core, since the physical body cannot absorb the life force. The energy of the force will cause the body to burst, but also cause it to regenerate, thus beginning a painful and vicious cycle. This is why Life Force Well is like an impregnable fortress, and Effer getting tangled in this proves it. Ellie is witnessing her suffering, but she can't help her. Some people serving Alejandro come running toward her, urging her to get inside. Seeing her concerned about the wyvern, they assure her that if Alejandro didn't tie it up, then it means it has no more use. Moreover, they can't risk someone important to the Chosen One getting hurt. She then decides to go with them. Meanwhile, Effer finally regains consciousness, and just as she wonders what she is doing, someone calls her name from behind. The new year has arrived on the Latna continent. Atis, now 151 years old, doesn't mind sharing his age one bit. Over in Onpris City, Berkman and his crew are ringing in the new year with a Korean-style BBQ feast. The celebration extends everywhere, from the Dark Brotherhood to the Valtera family, and even in Hayton. The voice Effer just heard reminds her of the other worlders who raised her. She recalls being named Effer by those hunters, especially the captain of the party. Even though it was a controversial decision, she liked her name. At present, the person who rescued her is Captain Baldy of her previous party. Captain Baldy asks her to not call him Baldy, as he is the captain of the Sky Dragon Knights. She gets emotional seeing the captain of the Sky Dragon Knights alive. He wonders aloud why is the party's ace crying. She dismisses his question with a silly answer and then asks him about the location of the other hunters. Captain reveals it's not the members' time to come out yet. The crime of not being able to protect the prince, and the punishment for that crime was executing the entire Sky Dragon Knight squadron, including its captain. She suddenly finds a muzzle strapped over her face. Bewildered, she blurts out to no one in particular that the captain is innocent. The captain tells her that she's a smart kid and has a lot of knowledge, but she's also suspicious of others. The captain gives her a piece of advice to trust people sometimes, because if some dust particles get into her eyes, someone besides her needs to wipe those tears away, even if it's just metaphorically. She starts falling from the sky, but at the right moment, Ellie steps in and saves her. She rushes to check on Effer and is relieved when she finds out she is awake. The friendly wyvern received a mass amount of life force which caused her force to be in a state of chaos. But for now, she suggests they should heal her outer injuries. Ellie asks a worker to bring a potion on it, but Alejandro himself arrives, refusing to let her use the potion on Effer, thinking they would just waste it. He reveals he was halfway out but returned when he saw a flash in the sky. The Chosen One asks Ellie to abandon Effer, because it's an amount of life force that's difficult for even dragons to withstand, so a wyvern has no chance. And to use a potion to save a single wyvern would not be worth it, and claims he doesn't even have one with him at the moment. He thinks it might be kinder to put Effer out of her misery. Left with no choice, Ellie approaches the wyvern and has her close her eyes. She wants Effer to imagine that she's a dish that's overflowing with water. Next, she asks her to slowly form the water into bubbles of marble, and says that she will no longer be feeling the pain. The feeling just comes naturally. After this, Ellie unexpectedly cuts open a wound on her arm and then demands Alejandro give her a potion. She's prepared to leave another big cut on her arm. Annoyed by her antics, he says that he would give her a potion, but just this once. She then shows gratitude to him. After some time, she treats Effer using a potion and some bandages. The wyvern believes Ellie is scheming something that's the reason why she saved her. Ellie claims that she indeed has a reason. She asks Effer if has she ever raised plants before. The wyvern replies that she has a small garden. Somehow she concludes she is going to get eaten by her, but she calms her down by saying she doesn't eat her flowers. When Effer questions why is she raising them in the first place, she reveals she is blind and can only see the world through the artificial guidelines since. She reveals not being able to see any colors, but she can see Effer's name. However, it's difficult for her to see inanimate objects, so she has been growing plants. She explains they don't water plants with diseases or ones that are completely withered dry. But in contrast, Effer is alive even after absorbing a great amount of life force. She wonders if it is the reason why she asked for the potion. Ellie clarifies that most people, including those with the guidelines, may believe that the wyvern was just lucky. But she feels the life force circulating inside Effer's body. Ellie suspects Effer has a dragon core, and when she tells this to her, the wyvern disagrees, claiming to be an ordinary wyvern. She suspects it because wyvern is a type of dragon species. Moreover, Effer is a very intelligent wyvern. She instinctively created a dragon core during the process of receiving the life force. At first, this was puzzling her, but she eventually realized that Alejandro had been looking for a dragon core, which further bolstered her assumptions. Ellie explains a dragon's core is the final item needed for the artificial guideline that's been implanted in her to be complete. However, she hid that from Alejandro and has brought Effer here. She wonders if the wyvern thinks of her as a devoted subordinate, even though she has betrayed him. Effer thinks that if Ellie says it like that, then it does seem like she is quite devoted to him. She also thinks she could be pretending. She is lucky that she's alive, so it would be impossible for her to say that she planned for all this. Effer is sure that she won't be able to figure out Ellie's goal if she keeps making guesses. She changes the topic, wondering if Ellie can perceive shapes through her artificial guideline, despite being unable to see with her eyes. She admits but wonders why is the friendly wyvern asking that. Effer imitates Alejandro to make the girl laugh, who she refers to as her older sister. Elsewhere, he has received a list of the hunters that have quickly leveled up in the past month. He tells his attendant that the person they're searching for won't be found on this list. The subordinate shares his thoughts, remarking that he believes the person they are looking for might already be gone from this place. He thinks it is very unlikely, because even if they did, they would have to head to the mid-continent, and traveling there is costly. Additionally, working as a hunter is the only way one can make enough money to save for a trip like that. The subordinate apologizes for bringing a list that is useless in this context. He suggests that if Alejandro is asking for one that stands out but isn't on this list, then a hunter's newspaper is what they should be checking. However, the subordinate believes the people on it, referring to Hanbin and Atisa, are too low level. So these hunters are most likely not who Alejandro is looking for. However, the chosen one has found them, the people he was searching for in this newspaper. Looking at Hanbin and Atisa's photo, he thinks there's no way they would be able to stay hidden looking like that. Inside the crater dungeon, a party of hunters battles giant spiders. Brad and Martin are fighting up close, but the latter struggles to keep up. Brad wonders if his friend needs his help and asks him. Feeling insulted, Martin claims that he would be the first to finish, only for Brad to finish first. He then reminds Brad that ever since they entered the dungeon, he has killed more monsters. Brad refuses to believe that because he believes he has killed 10 more monsters. Seeking healing, they search for their teammates, Elia and Foel, only to find them trapped in a spider web. Brad instructs the girls to not move and says they will save them. Abruptly, the monster launches a distanced attack at him, which edges past him. The hunters are up against the monsters called Tarantual Knights, usually found in the depths of Crater Dungeon. Martin thinks it would be impossible for them to beat these monsters without buffs. Just before things could worsen, Atis arrives and uses his special skill, freezing, to freeze the monsters, since he still hasn't exposed himself. The hunters are wondering why the room got cold all of a sudden. Brad guesses maybe the monsters did it, but his friend is sure this was not monster magic. Brad notices the monsters have frozen and appear to be dead. Atis cuts in, remarking the monsters aren't dead. They have just lost consciousness. He and Hanbin then reveal themselves to the hunters. Brad and Martin instantly recognize them. The mage makes it known that interfering in their hunt wasn't their plan, but now that they have arrived, they will take care of the monsters, leaving the two hunters to rescue the spiritualists. Afterward, Hanbin, Atis, and the rest of the hunters leave for the dungeon exit. Martin expresses gratitude to their saviors and admits feeling relieved to have them both around. The mage is also grateful to them because they are showing them the way. Martin brings up the topic of hearing rumors about Atis being a fire mage, but now that they have witnessed a different kind of magic, ice magic, he guesses fire magic isn't the only thing Atis excels at. Atis comments that after facing a powerful ice mage, he did a lot of research in ice magic. The maidens, Elja and Foel, are fawning over our dragon. They introduce themselves as the party's spiritualists. Martin wonders aloud if Hanbin, or more accurately, Valterra, is thinking of joining any parties, indirectly inviting him to their party. However, the Sword King refuses without any hesitation. Elia doesn't understand why he doesn't want to join them, even though they have extensive knowledge about the dungeons. Seeing Hanbin persistently rejecting, the magician informs them that his friend doesn't like being distracted in his training, which is why they have refused all party invitations. Elja knows the importance of training but believes cooperating as a team is more important. Elja invites Hanbin to drinks, but he respectfully declines. Foel prefers drinking tea while planning out strategies on their days off, and Hanbin dismisses her too. He starts losing focus and says that maybe just once is fine. Atis looks at him with a slightly intense expression, feeling distrustful. A flashback reveals he and Hanbin discussing how to get Hanbin in the spotlight by having him roleplay as Valterra. The magician is sure that to gain recognition, they needed spectators, because no matter how hard they try without witnesses, the only thing that would increase is their records. If their records go up drastically without any recognition, then it will only raise more suspicion. From what Atis had seen, he expressed that the best way to increase the public's opinion of something is through rumors and one's image. Atise had decided to exhibit Hanbin's overwhelming power by cooperating with other parties. By doing this, they will be able to convince others of his identity as a Valterian hero. This will also increase Hanbin's chances of meeting the goddesses. The Sword King believed that at the same time, he would need to maintain a certain level of mystery to decrease the chances of his identity being exposed. Fortunately, the magician informed him that there was already a line of people requesting to cooperate with the Valtera warrior. As Hanbin is calculating the odds of success, Atis plans to make him the most famous hunter in the city. At present, he admits everything his dragon friend said came true, but there's one thing that didn't come true, and it's his popularity with girls. The girls want to hang out with Atisa, thinking Valterra will train on his own, but the dragon declines because he is busy with his magic research. Brad has a strong opinion that the job of a hunter is one where they sacrifice their free time to fight monsters in a never-ending battle. The girls clock that he is a bit jealous, and inform him that a jealous man isn't popular with ladies. Overwhelmed by jealousy and negative feelings, Brad calls Atis unqualified as a hunter. Hanbin confronts him on his friend's behalf. The jealous hunter assumes the Valkyrian is threatening him now that he has criticized his master. He knows that everyone is looking at Valkyria, but he doesn't care. Hanbin dismisses his presence and opens the door behind him, which leads to mid-dungeon's magic source. Martin's initial reaction to the mid-dungeon magic source is rather surprising, as he had never thought it was going to be this close. Atisa has him explain that the Crater Dungeon most likely won't disappear even if they clear the dungeon source, as Crater Dungeon is a group of dungeons all located within Crater Valley. Moreover, there are more besides the one they are currently in, which is why clearing this magic source won't clear the Crater Dungeon. Hanbin is relieved because it's too early to leave the city. Brad, standing beside him, spots an artifact in the middle of the room and is captivated by how visually stunning it appears. However, Martin reminds him that if there's an artifact, then there's going to be a boss protecting it. He responds by saying he is well aware. Soon the dungeon boss, a giant spider, reveals itself. Martin reveals the monster is the type to spit poison from the distance, and suggests they should attack its legs together. Brad is told to protect the ladies with Atis until they give him a signal. However, he doesn't like staying put and decides to rush things and starts running toward the monster, while remarking he will never let another group take his prize. Since someone has to protect the spiritualists, Martin gets Hanbin to stay behind with Atis to protect the ladies, while he and his comrade take the offense. Unlike Brad, the Sword King listens to Martin and decides to follow his orders. Meanwhile, Atisi senses that something is off, but Hanbin is just going to observe for now. Brad is planning to use the blitz tactics they have discussed before. However, Martin is against that idea and is irritated by how impatient his friend is. Brad then proceeds to make this a game, stating that whoever kills the monster first wins. Martin thinks now is not the time to be saying such idiotic things. Meanwhile, Foel and Elia are exploiting their spiritual energy to cast a protective wall and anoint blades, respectively. They are shielding their party mates from the spider's venomous attack with their special magic. Atis is surprised at how outstanding spiritualists these girls are, as they perfectly placed the wall at the spot and on time, and were incredible with supportive buffs. Their support is making a big difference as they have made the monster unable to use long-range attacks. The two hunters in front think of targeting its leg before going for the head. Seeing them putting up a spectacular performance, Atis knows these hunters can't hold a candle to his earthling friend, but they do seem like seasoned veterans. Hanbin is aware of them being veteran hunters but feels that the boss is a bit weak. The spiritualist girls are happy now that they as a party have cleared the dungeon. Brad mentions that this is their first time completing a dungeon. He stretches his arm toward Martin for a fist bump, and then asks if he's up for heading to the 4th district, since that's their ticket to becoming top-ranked hunters. In the blink of an eye, the strategist of the party, Martin, suddenly vanishes into the thin air, taking Brad and others out by surprise. Brad lifts his head and finds a giant level 50 spider, the Tarantual Queen, which is about the size of the entire platform they are standing on and is, in fact, the real boss. The death rate in dungeons is actually not as high as hunters think. That's because hunters take commission according to the level of monsters they are required to subjugate. However, since hunters don't have any means of measuring a monster's level, surviving hunters would return and report every detail after facing them. Therefore, the more monsters are discovered, the more information that's available. In other words, this method is useless for unique creatures. This is why most hunters are killed by dungeon bosses. Brad is devastated after losing Martin. No one ever said anything like that in the Crater Dungeon. The Tarantual Queen attempts to use a beam attack to neutralize Brad, but Atis jumps in at the right moment to save him. Brad is stunned to see the magician, who despite being on the same level as him, is protecting him with his magic. Atis explains that he once had to deal with reflective magic, which sums up why he can withstand the monster's beamed attack. He reveals he doesn't have any more wands left. Shocked, the jealous hunter wonders just what kind of mage would sacrifice their magic wand. Moreover, the monster they are facing doesn't only deploy magic attacks. The Tarantual Queen takes a swing, aimed at Atis and Brad. The latter hunter courageously steps forward, hoping he will absorb the impact of the hit and save him. Before things could go wrong, Hanbin jumps in and blocks the Tarantual Queen's attack. Atis learns that he has evacuated the spiritualists and they should be exiting the dungeon by now. Brad suggests that Hanbin and Atisa should make a run for it since the Tarantula Queen's massive body would slow her down. He looks back and finds Hanbin talking with the mage about how it's a bit risky to climb onto its back. Atis assumes that the queen's outer carcass will be thick, and unless someone has Hanbin's level of sword skills, stabbing through it would be a serious challenge. However, the Sword King thinks he won't be able to pierce through the monster with just one blow. Brad finally speaks up, asking them what the hell are they talking about. He suggests they should hurry to report this to the guild, because if they die here, other hunters who come here without knowing will end up dying. Atise is already aware of it, which is why they need to kill it so it's no longer a threat to others. Brad is sweating excessively because of the eerie atmosphere he is in. He is speechless to see Hanbin and Atis calm, despite them being in a tough situation. He concludes they don't have much experience and tries to tell them that the monster they are facing isn't an average dungeon boss. Hanbin abruptly tells them to cover their ears, before throwing his sword like a projectile. Atis quickly covers his ears with his hands. However, Brad gets sent flying by the projectile's impact. Hanbin's sword impales the Tarantual Queen, much to Brad's surprise, who thought of him and Atis as some inexperienced hunters. He initially assumes Hanbin used a spear to penetrate the monster's thick skin, but soon notices that it is a broadsword, not a spear. As the sword begins to glow, Brad deduces the monster is about to strike and attempts to warn him. However, his jaw drops when he witnesses the monster exploding. The explosion's impact causes Hanbin's longsword and Atis's wand to drop before the jealous hunter. He realizes that they stuck a wand on the sword and triggered an explosion. He is baffled by how creative their way of defeating monsters is. The Valtirian warrior gains 238,110 experience, which adds up to his total of 351,250. Looking at his guideline notification, he thinks he still has a long way to go. Killing hundreds of monsters like Tarantual Queen won't give him much experience. Hanbin declares they are clearing the dungeon. On a suspended lift headed for the exit, the Valtirian is slightly bit annoyed seeing Brad crying. He asks Atis to do something about it. The mage tells him that since the guy is in shock, this is the normal demeanor. Brad admits he's exhausted. He shares that when Martin died, he was completely frozen and unable to react. He also confesses that he envies the Valtirian because the Valtirians are strong from the day he was born. Atise tries to explain to him that even Hanbin had to live in severe conditions. However, Hanbin stops him to give him a pep talk himself. He calls him a spearman and demands he shouldn't talk about the unfairness of the world, because isn't it obvious that one must do their best to survive? And if luck is on your side, you will stay alive and get stronger, which is the same with him. He thinks that it's because of Brad's luck that he was able to meet them and stay alive, and if fortune wasn't on his side, then he would have been dead. Brad vents his frustration at Hanbin, saying he is right. If it wasn't for him, then he would have died. But what about Martin? He asks him if was he trying to say that his friend was unlucky, so he died. The suspended lift reaches the designated destination, where Martin and the spiritualists are waiting for them. Seeing their teammate being disrespectful to their saviors, his teammates start beating him. The Sword King realizes that they forgot to tell Brad that they saved Martin too. Martin explains that Hanbin grabbed him as he was thrown out and cushioned the blow as they crashed against the wall, which is why he was lucky and lived. Brad wonders if is that even possible. Martin replies that whether it is or not doesn't matter. Realizing that he stepped beyond his boundaries, the rude guy apologizes and the entire party say a heartfelt thank you. Hanbin acknowledges their appreciation and then decides to leave. Martin nags his friend for angering their savior, but Brad doesn't know how to deal with this situation now. Atise tells him that they have an offer for him. He discloses that they can't use the artifact they got from the Carter dungeon and are planning to sell it. But since his companion suggested checking with Brad first, he wants to see if they're on board. Atise further says that they will offer it for half price since he will be doing them a favor by buying it from them without having to go through any hassle. When Brad asks the mage why is the Valtirian offering this expensive weapon to him, he reveals that is also because of good fortune. Brad and the rest of the party are excited to finally have one artifact, and they are eager to check what abilities it has. Hanbin, who gave off the impression of being angry at first, has a big smile on his face. He feels that it would be saddening if the hunters died after being saved by them. Besides, Hanbin wouldn't have been able to use it because it has a level restriction. As the Sword King is recollecting what he had just experienced, a coachman and an unknown man appear to be watching him from their cart. The mysterious man hopes they will be willing to cooperate. The party of hunters asks Atise to pass on their gratitude to the Valtirian. Hanbin, who's listening in from the outside, is glad that he did good work and got his fame increased. He feels like he killed two birds with one stone. His goal is to become famous enough to catch the attention of the goddesses. Once he earns their trust by helping them out, his contribution level will rise. Eventually, he plans to team up with them and get his revenge on the demon god. Atise is approached by the strange man from the cart. The man gets the mage to hop onto the cart, while Hanbin assumes his companions has already left. The cart suddenly starts moving, and Atise, confused, asks why, since he only hopped on because the man said he wanted to talk. The mysterious man replies that he also didn't think it would be this easy to escort him, making Atise question who is he. The mage is in a tough situation. He has used up all his magic wands, even the backup ones. He got careless because this was a densely populated city. The man calls him wise for not taking out his wand and tells him that he looks like his older sister Adora Bannister, surprising Atise. The man replies that he knows about Adora, even though there isn't much information available about her. She fought the evil greater dragons with the 4 heroes 10 years ago. As a result, this created Upper Draconium, an organization that keeps an eye on the greater dragons. If she was alive today, she also would have received the blessings of the goddesses. Atis demands he stop talking about his sister to grab his attention and get to the point. The man apologizes, explaining that he was simply concerned after hearing rumors that the current head of the Bannister family had been living in seclusion for the past 10 years following his sister's death. However, seeing Atis in person has reassured him. The dragon is confused, wondering what is he talking about. The mysterious man cuts in and remarks they have arrived. He reveals he has selected a location where there hardly are any humans, and states why don't they head inside to talk about the details. Atisi pops out his head and realizes that they have arrived at his house. The mysterious man's face indicates that even though he wasn't expecting the coachman to stop at Atis's house, because he had selected a different location, he pans his face toward the coachman, intending to curse him. However, he finds Hanbin standing beside the unconscious coachman and immediately realizes that he is at a disadvantage. The Sword King remarks the driver was going in the wrong direction, so he thought he should take a nice break. Atise reveals that a stalker was completely out of his expectations. The mysterious man remarks that they have got it all wrong, but is still captured. The Valtirian is trying to figure out a mysterious emblem. The mysterious man's possession. Atise can feel subtle holy energy coming from it, which belongs to Altia, the goddess of light. He concludes that the emblem is the genuine thing. Hanbin and him realize that the man before them is a priest from the Order of Light. The mysterious man introduces himself as Emil Otto, a high priest who worships Altia, the goddess of light, and he is level 45. Atise apologizes and remarks getting kidnapped is something that never crossed his mind. Emil clears up the misunderstanding, saying he wasn't trying to kidnap them and only intended to secretly talk to the magician. He understands why Atise took such measures, but cannot forgive his savage friend for restoring to violence before hearing his explanation. He insists Valtirian warriors say something, and in response, Hanbin uses a special skill to pretend that he is a foreigner and speaks in the Valtirian language, but still fails to convince Emil. Atise is quite baffled that the Order is looking for him rather than the powerful Valtera. He asks Emil if he came looking for him in secret, and wonders, does that mean this is some kind of confidential mission? Emil praises him for being sharp. Inside, he is thinking that with most of the greater dragons gone now, he is looking down on this young, inexperienced head of the dragon hunter's family. However, he admits that this may be his mistake, seeing as how Atise can take leadership over the savage Valtera. He can't believe the mage is just 17 years old in his human form. Emil makes it clear that he is going to trust Atise and formally asks for his cooperation with the Order of Light. He asks him to be attentive to the information that he will now reveal as they are classified as top secret. Emil informs them that he is currently investigating a man named Alejandro in the refugee villages surrounding Crater Valley. He shows them the suspicious man's picture, but both hunters don't recognize him. Atise wonders if the man in the picture is running a criminal organization and using the refugee villages as his base. Emil claims that it would be a lot simpler if that was true. Emil starts explaining about the refugee villages first. The refugees were originally not citizens of this city, but due to the appearance of Crater Dungeon and the sudden inflow of hunters, they were forced to live outside of the city due to the sharp increase in resident taxes by the ruling lord. A flashback shows a breadwinner returning to his family after making some bread and butter. His family greets him warmly, his wife inquiring about his trip to the city and his daughter eager to know how much he sold. The man of the house informs his family that he didn't make much and blames his facial appearance. His wife reassures him that it's going to get better once he gets his footing, since he has just started. Since he was also searching for Hanbin while winning the bread, his wife inquires him if has he found the person who helped him in the city. He reveals seeing someone similar while requesting the monster subjugation quest. He was the famous Valtera. His wife wishes that Valtera warrior would come to their village once. Suddenly Joseph, their acquaintance, comes screaming monster. The man commands his wife to run toward the middle of the village and asks Joseph what's wrong. Joseph attempts to tell them about the toad-like monster, but before he can finish, the monster swallows him. Everyone in the village starts running for their lives. The monster that has attacked them is supposed to be nocturnal. Just as the man is preparing to fight the monster, his wife informs him that their daughter is nowhere to be found. He comments she must be inside somewhere and tells her to hurry up and look for her. Soon, another man wielding an archer, acquainted with Joseph and the family man, comes forward to help. He reveals that Joseph charged into the monster's net after saying he would hunt one. The family man already instructed Joseph to wait, because he was going to report the monster to Guild, but Joseph didn't wait and got annihilated. Based on the monster's size and strength, the archer deduces that no one would accept their quest for a small reward. Moreover, this isn't the first time they have made a request, and is sure there is no backup. Suddenly, the family man's child appears at their house's entrance, shocking the family man, the father. A normal human who isn't a hunter can train all they want but still only be below level 10. These monsters that hunters kill so easily are what normal people fear far more than earthquakes and storms. Elsewhere, Emil claims that the Order cannot interfere with the management of territories, so they must resort to asking hunters for cooperation in helping out those in need. In exchange, they will increase the level of their contribution so that it would increase their chances of meeting the goddesses. Atisi wants to cooperate and can start right away. However, the Sword King intervenes and bluntly rejects Emil's proposal. Hanbin wants Emil to stop making his words sound as if they have a sense of justice. He remarks if what he just said is true, then there would be no reason for him to come and find a dragon hunter. Emil tells the Valtirian that he is correct, and reveals the goal of this mission is the base of Alejandro the Dragon's Nest. Atis gets all worked up, calling it impossible, and wants them destroyed. And even if one still existed, this isn't a matter to be handled by hunters, but by the Order or the Brotherhood themselves. Emil says that their order wishes to go into a full investigation right away. However, they can't find a single fault with Alejandro, and the actions that he's been seen doing are not criminal in nature. On the contrary, the refugees actually call him a hero. Another flashback shows the family man's little daughter was rescued by Ellie and Effer. Ellie, the magic swordsman, informs family man that they came from the dragon's nest and were sent by Alejandro. The story takes an even further step back in time to reveal an earlier event. Ellie was tasked to assist the refugee town with Effer. Alejandro calls it a small effort on his part for the powerless refugees. He wants the magic swordsman and Hendy, a member of the refugee support team, to hunt the monsters prowling around town, and also leaves the rest to Hendy. Hendy reassures him that he will carry out his duties, and even thanks him for giving him such a big opportunity. However, Ellie is not very happy with Alejandro's decision to send a refugee team to support her and Effer. She wonders what is he planning. He asks Hendy to monitor the wyvern's activity, as she previously attempted to run away. He involves Ellie in the conversation, who says she's been continuously warning her. She believes that if she lets go of Effer, the Chosen will have the support team take responsibility. Alejandro reveals that up until now they have been moving secretly for the sake of justice, but if many refugees wish to migrate here, it could change most things. After the hearing of Dragon's Nest, they will be accepted to come in through evaluation, leaving Ellie confused. She wonders what was the point of minimizing the number of residents there while strictly keeping this place a secret. She once again wonders why he's suddenly so determined to tell the world about the Dragon's Nest. End of the flashback. Ellie is about to be crushed by the monster that has attacked the refugees. Effer repays the favor by side-tackling the monster. However, during the process, she ended up getting the magic swordman covered in filth. Resting near a riverbank, she is drying out Ellie's hair. The magic swordsman wants her to stop because she's projecting too much wind. The wyvern compliments her for having beautiful hair. She replies she is thankful for the sentiment, but there may be many monsters left, suggesting they can't be careless and have to keep their guard up. Following her comment of being wary of the monsters, she wonders if Ellie is planning on completely exterminating the wild monsters, because she believes doing this much will reveal their location to monsters. Effer claims to have lived life like a wild monster. She wonders aloud if are there any times when Effer uses her sword without the guideline. Ellie reveals she often doesn't use the guideline, because she feels that it isn't good to be dependent on it. The wyvern claims to have memorized the movements of her swordsmanship when she was using the guideline because she has witnessed it many times, but she has noticed that the rhythm becomes unstable once in a while, which is why she asked. Ellie remarks, wondering if the magic swordsmanship of the guideline is accurate, but she wants to get used to the magic swordsmanship that she has seen when she was younger. She didn't know about hunters when she was a child. Her mother, who would brush her hair every morning, never exposed that side to her. It was later that she found out her mother was a magic swordsman. At that time, she thought her mother was a dancer. Whenever she saw her practice every morning, she thought magic swordsmanship was quite beautiful. She is sure that one tragic morning was also the same as always. But her mother, who went out to hunt, never returned. And the one who came looking for her a few days later was Alejandro. He brought her to the dragon's nest and forcibly implanted the guideline in her body. As a result, she lost her eyesight. Now, whenever she practices her mother's magic swordsmanship, she ends up relying on the artificial guideline, and she is scared to think that she may end up becoming nothing more than Alejandro's pawn. Effer shouts that Ellie should climb on her back and they can fly to the west where no one can follow them. The magic swordsman simply responds that she can't do it, because if she decides to run, Alejandro will probably kill someone else. When Effer asks her why they can't report to the Heresy Inquisitors, and learns that it's impossible, Ellie tried getting help from a villager a long time ago, but the next day, he was discovered as a corpse. When she refused to train or participate in a test, Alejandro would force them to obey him. Ultimately, the only way to break free from him and the other Otherworlders is to let the dragon's nest consume all life, leaving nothing behind. She reveals that's why they need Effer's dragon core. The wyvern, being aware that her dragon's core is important, says she doesn't know how to absorb life force. While patting her, Ellie says she doesn't want to force Effer, and instead calls her a genius and believes it will eventually come to her. She tries to cheer Effer up by saying that she might end up becoming a legendary wyvern when she finally has a dragon core. When Effer wonders what her older sister thinks of her future title, she says something like Genius Wyvern. Effer wants them to hurry before another dragon comes. She explains that if they spread rumors about the dragon's nest, then other dragons would arrive there. Ellie replies that Alejandro is using the dragon's nest to bait a greater dragon. Effer finds it unbelievable, as she believes someone like him wouldn't be able to beat a greater dragon. Ellie is convinced Alejandro never takes risky moves, and she is sure he has a method of extracting a dragon's core once he finds a greater dragon. Meanwhile, Emil is still explaining the request from the Order of Light. He explains to Atis that this request calls for him to infiltrate that place alone. It may be called an infiltration, but they will help him by any means possible. Moreover, the Chosen One is looking for proficient mages. The spies from their side that have already infiltrated the place will be assisting Atis. Hanbin, who was listening to everything quietly, finally speaks up and says he would also be going with Atisa because going into an enemy's hideout alone is suicide. He asks Emil to arrange it so he enters it as well, much to the dragon's surprise. Emil is sure that the Valterian will be noticed instantly, and Alejandro will be suspicious of the Valterra warrior. The Sword King responds by saying they have nothing further to talk about. They won't be accepting this request. He asks Emil to find someone else. Just as he finishes sharing his opinion, Atis enunciates that he accepts the cooperation request from the Order of Light and says they should leave it to him. Hanbin is surprised to see his friend dismissing his opinion, and before he can say something, Atis reminds him that he's just his personal guard. The person who decides to accept or decline a request is the master. Since Emil is waiting for Atis's response, he is satisfied with his response. He remarks that they would be waiting at the eastern gate and will give him the documents and items he needs when he arrives. After Emil leaves, Hanbin confronts his friend demanding a logical reason for accepting a request without having any background information. He believes that cooperating with others might be good, but he can't be of any help if Atis is required to go alone. He once again suggests Atis reject the Order's offer, or else he would reject it himself. The magician has already accepted it, swearing on the name of the Banister, and can't go back anymore. Besides, this is something that can only be solved by his family. Angered by his judgments, the Valterian wonders aloud if Atis is saying that unrelated people should stay away. Furthermore, he reminds the mage that he himself is also a dragon, and the Banisters are a human family, so this technically makes them unrelated. Hanbin offends him, who demands he take back his words. However, he insists that Atis cancel the request, because he doesn't understand what's so important about the Banister name. Atis has a debt to pay to the Banister family, and wonders if Hanbin truly expects him to ignore the fact that a dragon's nest still exists after his foster sister sacrificed her life to destroy them all. Enraged, he feels otherworlders know what honor is. Hanbin thinks honor doesn't mean anything if you are dead. Atise wasn't expecting a very emotion-driven reaction from him. In response, he explains that he has gotten a little stronger after leveling up, and wants him to not worry. He then leaves without bidding his friend any goodbyes. Sometime later, in the cart, Emil gives Atis his new identification papers and a briefcase that carries his disguise. Emil reveals in his identification papers they also have added a document stating that the mage's level is lower than his actual level so that they wouldn't be on their guard around him. He then points at a page that will tell him the state of how his body should be. Atise tells Emil that he knows how to read and commands him to stop so he can concentrate. Emil apologizes and internally thinks that this appears like the mage just had a couple's fight, which gives him chills. After reading the identification document, Atis finds a mistake in the document. He clarifies that the mistake lies in the change of gender in the identity. Emil shockingly claims that this isn't a mistake, and unexpectedly asks Atis if he knows how to put makeup, leaving him astonished. Back in the refugees' village, the family man, Carlindor, and other male members of the community are preparing to leave for physical labor. The family man says goodbye to his daughter and wife, and like any other kid, his daughter doesn't want him to stay. He promises to buy her something nice when he returns home. After bidding farewell, he approaches the line of other men preparing to leave the village for work. He notices that the line is unusually long. When he suddenly spots Ellie, she wonders what brings her here. Ellie reveals she has come to escort the people going to Dragon's Nest, and was expecting him to join. Kalendor feels that doing physical labor is the only thing he knows, so he has decided to work as a construction worker. The magic swordsman reminds him that if he goes, then he won't be able to return unless the work is complete. When Ellie raises a question about Kalendor's family's safety, he says that monsters can't be avoided, but Alejandro is hiring some hunters through a strict selection process, so he feels reassured. While he is talking with Ellie, the hunter's selection process is taking place nearby. The magic swordsman noticed that the level of average participants varies from level 25 to 30, which isn't as high as she expected. Effer enlightens her that going to the dungeon is more beneficial for those of higher levels. Since Ellie can't see anything from the distance, she climbs onto the wyvern's back, and together they watch the fights from the camp rooftop. The announcer calls for contestant number 59, and to everyone's surprise, Atis, disguised as a girl, emerges from the crowd. The mage introduces himself as Ariana Stia, participant number 59. A flashback shows Emil waiting outside the carriage for Atis to change his appearance into a girl's. Emil urges him to hurry and change, but he snaps back that Emil's the one who suddenly made him cross-dress in the first place. Emil offers to help him, but he has already changed. After changing, he wants Emil to explain the reason for the Order of Light to make such a decision. And what about the other 5 religious groups? Emil reveals the other orders. Water, fire, wind, and earthly stay out of affairs that don't involve them. Besides, the heresy inquisitors who end up burning everything to the ground if the Order of Light asks them for help. Atis emerges from the carriage in a girl's attire, leaving Emil speechless. To take the magician's disguise to the next level, Emil gives him his glasses. As Atis wonders how is Emil going to see without his glasses, Emil remarks that he has seen everything, signaling that he was charmed by our beautiful magician's majestic appearance. Atis's first mission is to find out whether the dragon's nest is the real thing, so the first goal is to pass the selection round. To achieve that, he was told that he needed to use the documents that they had prepared for him. These documents are a new identity. At present, Hendy wants to check Atis's identification papers. Inside, he feels nervous, even though he is used to hiding his identity. Some hunters try to flirt with him, and one mentions that he also failed the selection. He then offers to escort Atis on the way out. Another hunter points out that there are many dangerous individuals who take on jobs outside the Hunters Guild, looking down on Atis, assuming he's an inexperienced girl. They tell him that he can die while taking the mission. The mage recalls the last moments he shared with his one and only true friend, though he is determined to prove that he can fulfill his missions alone. Effer is also annoyed seeing those hunters hitting on Atis. Atis, disguised as Ariana Stia, reveals himself to Hendy as a level 30. Since Ellie possesses an artificial guideline, she can look right through his lie and senses that something is wrong. She wonders why would a level 45 mage hide their level and come here. After taking a look at Stia's profile, Hendy approves his application without any test, which leaves Ellie baffled. The hunters that were telling Atisa how they failed the selection process speak up about how it's unfair that Ariana Stia didn't even take the test. Hendy reveals Dragon's Nest requires a mage, and since mages are used in research, their tests are different in the first place. Ellie interrupts, telling Hendy to hold on. She explains that since this situation might make others feel Alejandro is being unfair for not informing them about this special case, she, being a level 35, will test Ariana Stia. Seeing Hendy hesitating, she calls this as an order. Ellie believes that something fishy is going on, even though she doesn't know what it is. She needs to make sure Alejandro doesn't get any stronger people by his side. She rushes past Hendy, charging at the mage. However, before she can land a blow, Atis conjures an ice wall to shield himself. One of Ellie's swords gets stuck in the ice. She is awestruck seeing a mage who also excels at close quarters combat. The mage tells her that it was a lucky shot. He is being careful, as he doesn't want to expose his real identity using advanced magic. He wonders if sticking to only ice magic would be a good decision. Atis notices that the magic swordsman has abandoned one of her swords, but he is confident that a magic swordsman won't be able to do anything with just one sword. Just before they are about to close the distance between them, a tall and obese man intervenes and smashes the ground with a giant mace. His attack's impact sends people in the range flying. After wreaking havoc, he demands to know if he will qualify after killing Atis and taking his place. The refugees recognize him as the Freak Eater, the Polypork. They have heard rumors that he was recently discharged from Crater Asylum. He officially introduces himself to the people around him, revealing he is level 45. He reveals that human meat didn't taste good in Crater Asylum, so escaped to look for tasty things to eat. Polypork looks down and notices that his giant mace has been separated from the handle, and spots Atis holding a wand lit with fire magic prepared for the battle. The mage wants his test to be postponed. Ellie once again wonders aloud if the magician's shot also lucky. Atis states that the monster was using a bad weapon that relied on weight alone, and it was indeed a lucky shot. Polypork has lost interest in the lump of meat he had prepared to eat, and casually swings it, hoping to kill Atis and Ellie. Suddenly, the huge meat lump slips away from Polypork's hands and hits a nearby cart. It is then revealed that Hendy kicked Polypork. Polypork wonders how the judge still alive. Hendy announces that they would not be accepting any more applicants for the day. Polypork assumes he has passed the trial. Hendy, giving off unsettling and maniac energy, comments that he seemingly forgot to inform him beforehand. But how can a person pass if they are dead? Hendy delivers a single devastating punch to his stomach, instantly killing him. Or at least that's what he presumes. After killing Polly Pork, he creates a new record of accidental deaths and adds his name to it. Hendy wasn't impressed by Polly Pork's strength. Atise is convinced that Polly Pork isn't weak. He is sure of it because of the brutish strength Polly Pork displayed when he ambushed. He senses energy as red as blood from Hendy and realizes that Hendy is an aura user. After this, Hendy suggests they should depart for Dragon's Nest. Hanbin recalls his memories of training to awaken his aura, with Atise by his side. Aura is red color energy that is emitted when one trains their body and life force to the extreme. Once a person obtains the ability to create aura, their strength will transcend that of normal. While trying to awaken the aura stored in his body, he feels something burning, and before long he screams, feeling something hot. He looks back and discovers that Atise is casting fire magic, unintentionally aiming his wand directly at Hanbin. The Valtirian snaps at him and points out that he may have high defense, but it still burns. The dragon apologizes and reveals he was practicing some new magic spells. Hanbin spots a scroll in Atise's hands, which the mage always wanted to buy, and it is expensive enough to buy a house. Atise claims the price is worth it because this provides knowledge of mana and how to control it more efficiently. The level requirement to utilize the magic scroll is 45, and there are magic spells written on it for mages to learn. Once the otherworldly Sword King has calmed down, he remarks that Atise is lucky because he is a mage, and wonders if knows any secret tomes that can help him learn how to create aura. Atise reveals nothing like that exists. He explains whether it be aura, mana, or life force. They are all in a fixed state in the first place, and those four energies are what help to distinguish a person's special trait. They will then learn skills and become a certain job class according to those traits. Life force is something everyone is born with, and manipulating the four energies may be learned. However, unlike the other energies, aura must be learned through vigorous training, and it's been said that even one who's trained for over 40 years isn't guaranteed to acquire it. Since being able to use aura varies on individual brilliance, people aren't suspicious that Hanbin isn't able to use it despite how strong he is. The Valtirian wonders if someone will start to suspect him if he doesn't use aura for a long time. Atise nods, claiming this will most likely happen. He adds that high-level dungeons require one of the four energies, so not using aura would seem suspicious. Hanbin feels his friend is saying that there are countless monsters like the Lich lurking in dungeons. The mage is sure that they will most likely encounter problems that would be impossible to solve with physical force alone. The Sword King holds his broken guideline responsible because if it worked properly, it would be easy for him to use aura. He wonders if he will ever be able to learn it without the guideline's help. Atise reassures him that if by any chance they face any enemy that the Valtirian can't handle, then they will somehow get through it with his magic. He admits that he still has a long way to go, but he will work hard to raise his level. Shaking off the memories, Hanbin refocuses on the situation at hand. He is feeling desperation due to Atise's stubbornness. However, when he looks back, he realizes that the mage lived up until now hiding his identity as a dragon, and is now sure that he will be all right with his disguise. Moreover, he feels that no one else would have a level as high as Atise. Elsewhere, Hendy announces Stia as the last successful applicant. As he is about to welcome him, Atise ignores him and runs past him to check on Polly Pork. After confirming that Polly Pork is alive, Atise snaps at Hendy, asking why Polly Pork deserves death. Atise remarks understanding that Polly Pork may have caused a scene during the test, but demands an explanation on why is Hendy reporting it as an accident when Polly Pork is still alive. Hendy wasn't expecting Polly Pork to be alive. He remarks Polly Pork's subcutaneous fat is thicker than he had expected, but is confident that Polly Pork would soon die of natural cause. Atise gets Ellie to help him save Polly Pork. He instructs her to wide open Polly Pork's mouth so that he can feed him the potion. He thinks they can't leave Polly Pork like this, and suggests they should place him in the bag carriage and take him to Dragon's Nest. Hendy watches them with a blank face. Soon, the refugees, hunters, and the rest arrive at the Dragon's Nest. Effer, who is carrying Polly Pork, comments that she is tired. Ellie apologizes for making her carry him from the refugee village. The wyvern reveals she did it as a favor for the person who saved her older sister's life. Meanwhile, Atise's first impression of the Dragon's Nest was far beyond his expectations. He was expecting Dragon's Nest to be a naturally formed place, but that wasn't it at all. The pipes and devices show that it was built by human hands. Not only that, a real dragon's nest would be filled with life force, but he can't feel anything from this artificial dragon's nest. He wonders if they copied the ruins, and considers testing it to see if it works. Seeing Atise behaving oddly, Ellie sneaks up from behind to see what is he doing. Startled, he isn't able to give her a proper reply at first, but then reveals that he noticed there are a lot of pipes. She is thankful to him for saving her life, and then points out that he was just very reckless. He misunderstands her, thinking she is talking about Hendy, and proceeds to gossip about Hendy. Ellie clears up the misunderstanding, and then she has the mage look behind, where they spot Hendy operating as a judge. She reveals Hendy is only working as a judge for now. His real job is the head of security in Dragon's Nest. The reason she is explaining this is because she wants Atis to know what kind of person he dissed. When Atis expresses that he can't let someone die, Ellie tells him that good people don't survive here. People outside may believe that this place is a hidden castle, but this place also lacks some essential things: food, water, and space. She discloses that this place is just a secluded island, not a dragon's nest. Rules and orders are the most important things here, and the stone walls are chipped away daily. After hearing Ellie out, Atis points his wand at Polly Pork while commenting, "There's no other choice." He then charges his wand with fire magic and shoots it at Polly Pork. Fearing that Atis might do it again, the magic swordsman promptly pushes his arm down. It is later revealed that the mage was casting the fire to keep Polly Pork warm. Atis learns that people are just as important to Ellie as him, making her blush. Suddenly, Hendy shows up and remarks that the two of them seem pretty close already. The magic swordsman lies, claiming she was just explaining the rules to Atis. The mage replies that it is his first time living in a cohabitation, implying that he is seeking Ellie's help in adjusting. She wonders what seems to be the problem with Hendy because she is sure he is busy with newcomers. Hendy wants Atis to leave behind all his wands and follow him because Alejandro wishes to see him. While following Hendy's lead, Atis thinks about how he is encountering one challenge after another. He was relieved when he infiltrated this place, but to come face to face with the leader without a weapon was not what he thought would happen. Hendy is curious to hear Atis's take after seeing the real dragon's nest. Our dragon thinks it's great and magnificent, just like the rumors say. Hendy reveals he meant to ask Atis if he thinks this was a real dragon's nest. Atis isn't quite able to fathom what is Hendy trying to imply, but before he can speak a word, Hendy reminds him that Priest Emil must have told him that there were other spies here as well. He is okay with Atis calling him Hendy. When the mage asks him for proof, he points at Emil's glasses. The mage demands Hendy explain why he made him leave his wand if they are both on the same side. Hendy explains Alejandro will also be without a weapon at the moment since he is working. He is a magic swordsman without his weapons. Since Hendy is an aura user, he wants Atis to not worry. Hendy then says that he is worried about how will the mage behave. Hendy wants to finish this as soon as possible and instructs him to avoid anything useless. He reminds him that they both are hiding their levels. He also fears Ellie, who may be quick to notice when she feels that something is off, which is why Hendy wants to deal with this as quickly as possible. Atise feels that Alejandro may also be deceiving them. Hendy responds by telling him he should do his best to obtain as much information from this interview as they can. Doesn't matter if this isn't a real dragon's nest. Just as he approaches the door to Alejandro's room, a wand suddenly pierces through his eye. The Chosen One reveals himself, holding the wand, which appears to be infused with his magic. Stunned, Hendy demands an explanation for suddenly being attacked. Alejandro remarks a useful insect may be better than a harmful one, but either way, he doesn't like bugs. After this, he intensifies the magic on his wand, which ultimately kills Hendy. He says that he knew since the time a level 50 came. After fetching the Order of Light emblem from Hendy's dead body, he thanks them because he was able to advertise himself. He then turns his head and asks Atis for an introduction. Effer and Ellie are waiting outside the pipes that Atis was inspecting earlier. The wyvern mentions that her entire body is sore since it's been so long since she flew around, and she feels like she needs a break. She suggests going back to their room and even offers to fly Ellie there. Instead of responding, the magic swordsman keeps staring at her hand. Effer, confused, wonders if she has something in her hand. Ellie usually feels a kind of static in her hand that allows her to sense the person she's in contact with. But when she touched Atis, the sensation felt different. Effer thinks the reason may be because that person is high level. She explains that this sensation was familiar, yet different at the same time. She feels the same sensation when she climbs onto Effer's back. She starts to suspect that if the static resembles Effer's, then the wyvern might be a dragon. Before she can even voice the thought, Effer jumps ahead and guesses that the person might be a dragon. Ellie becomes concerned that they might already be too late. Elsewhere, Atis is already locked in battle with the Chosen One. However, he's clearly getting cornered in this mage showdown. Without magic stones, he can't use his spells efficiently. Alejandro sees logic in the Order of Light being curious about him, wondering whether Dragon's Nest is real or not. To justify any move, the Order would need a solid reason, and sending an expert to infiltrate the place seems like a calculated step. He questions the mage intentions, wondering if his theory is correct. Atis concludes things are making sense now that he has killed one of the Order's priests. Alejandro finds the absence of witnesses irrelevant and attacks him with his magic. Meanwhile, Ellie, riding on Effer's back, also arrives at the scene unnoticed by both mages. She observes that they're already in trouble now that the mage and Alejandro are fighting. The wyvern thinks the Chosen One must have figured out the mage's identity. She wonders why Ellie earlier claimed Alejandro couldn't see the dragon's core. According to the magic swordsman, there's no way the Chosen One would know for sure. But using Dragon's Nest as bait while targeting a level 45 mage like the magician narrows down his options. The only method left is to push the mage to the brink and force him to transform. Effer questions what would happen if Atis isn't a dragon. Wouldn't a normal person die? Ellie knows Alejandro wouldn't care either way. That's just who he is. She's convinced that if this continues, there's no other way. They might have to kill the mage before Alejandro can expose him. Since Atis's magic is currently weak, he focuses on neutralizing Alejandro's attacks. He seeks to understand his opponent's reasons for creating Dragon's Nest. The Chosen One mocks the idea that he would disclose anything simply because he's asked. He suggests Atis should try asking again, after defeating him. That is if he survives. More magic is launched in the mage's direction. Sensing the danger, Atis conjures an ice wall to block what seems to be a physical attack. Despite his efforts, Alejandro's magic wands start shifting in midair, showing his ability to control them remotely. Atis tries to dodge but can't escape the onslaught. With his view blocked, Alejandro casually kicks down the ice wall. The mage fires off a burst of fire magic from behind another wall, hoping to land a hit. But his opponent appears behind him and lands a brutal kick to Atis's stomach, launching him through the air. Alejandro questions the mage's humanity, suggesting that even as a fake human, he's far too fragile. Meanwhile, Effer and Ellie flee the battlefield. The magic swordsman, clearly upset, demands to know why they're flying in the opposite direction. She insists they need to head straight to Alejandro. The wyvern questions what they're even supposed to do once they get there. Ellie reasons that the Chosen One will force Atis to transform, and if that happens, she'd rather end the dragon herself. If Alejandro's plan succeeds, everyone could die. Suddenly the friendly wyvern snaps, yelling how annoying it all is, startling Ellie. Effer lashes out, criticizing her sister for always putting others first. She admits to being a coward. Even if someone like Atis dies, she'd rather look away. She doesn't even know him, and the dragon surely understood the risks. But what truly stings is seeing Ellie forced to stain her hands for others, something that leaves a lasting scar. Clenching her fists, Ellie fires back. She wants to know what Effer expects her to do. Staying locked away again, scared and useless, is not an option. This is the only thing she can do now, so she'll do it. Back at the battlefield, Alejandro now has Atis restrained with magic and chained to a wall. Alejandro has grown impatient. He demands honesty, questioning whether his opponent had any hidden reasons for coming here. Atis, barely conscious, states that this place should not exist, and Alejandro will gain nothing from it. Curious, he asks why. According to the mage, only dragons can control Dragon's Nest because a dragon's core is required to collect life force. Alejandro suspects the mage might be one and shares that suspicion. Atis gives a vague response and notes that the Dragon's Nest is still incomplete. He doesn't know what Alejandro is ultimately after. But whatever it is, it won't come easy. Frustrated, the Chosen One uses his magic to drag him to the edge of a high ledge, threatening to toss him off. He offers him two choices: snap his neck with a little extra pressure, or let go and watch him fall. He keeps pressing for the mage's trump card, calling this his final shot. And with that, the countdown begins. He ridicules Atis by asking if he is thinking of leveling up using the Dragon's Nest. He reveals there is a slight problem. The Dragon's Nest won't work, which means he won't be able to level up. He refers to the mage as Greater Dragon. The mage clarifies that he is not the one who's gathering life force right now. As he comments that the life force is gathering elsewhere, a massive surge of energy abruptly starts gathering elsewhere. Thunderstruck, he throws Atis back to the platform where he is standing and starts observing the energy burst. Atis is also surprised because he had never thought there would be another dragon beside him. Although he wasn't expecting it, he is glad that he was able to keep his identity safe. He wonders if was everything planned to bait a dragon because Alejandro is a vicious schemer to create such an elaborate plan like this. Since it's dangerous, he is planning to get out and quickly inform everyone about this. However, he can't even lift a finger. Ellie comes rushing to the Chosen One to report the strange, unprecedented phenomenon, and informs him that there was a dragon that infiltrated the place on the other side of the building. She secretly whispers in Atis's ear that she is glad that he is safe. Alejandro admits that he was wrong for thinking his opponent is a dragon. Ellie suggests they should go and check it out. The Chosen One is certain that even if he goes to investigate, the dragon would be disguised in human form, making it impossible to identify. While wearing a sadistic smile, he says the dragon won't be able to level up with a broken dragon's nest anyway. He reveals he has made it so that all the bridges connecting to the dragon's nest would explode as soon as it begins to operate, and even the dragon won't be able to escape in its human form. Ellie wonders if that's why he isolated the area. He admits he'd capture the girl if she were a dragon, but with the dragon's nest broken, it's not worth the trouble and future repair costs. Alejandro shows him mercy for now because he can obtain something good to experiment on. Atis is perplexed upon hearing the word experiment, so he repeats it hoping to get an answer from him. While wearing the same sadistic smile, he says he is sorry if he gave him some hope that he would be kept alive. He considered the living conditions poor and thought it would be a shame to waste any resources. Out of the blue, Ellie remarks, "What a shame." Alejandro, slightly confused, asks her what is she talking about. She clarifies that she had no idea this dragon's nest was broken. She further explains that she felt a sense of disharmony ever since Atis arrived, so she thought maybe he would be the one to do it, and maybe even help fix this place. Alejandro guesses Ellie is suggesting he assign a job to a spy of Light of Order. He found the idea appealing. Since the mage couldn't escape anyway, they might as well put her to use. He leaves Atis to her and then leaves. Sometime later, Atis opens his eyes to find himself on the back of Ellie. She informs him that they would be working together for a while, so he could call her Ellie. She then demands Atis, or more accurately, Ariana Stia, to tell her his real name, because he has already been discovered. Atis finally tells her his real name and is okay with her calling him Atis. Sometime later, Ellie is giving him a piggyback ride, which he is embarrassed about. She reveals swordsmen use force energy, so it doesn't take much effort to lift heavy things. She assumes he is questioning such trivial questions because he is feeling uncomfortable. He is flustered, getting a piggybacked ride from a lady confusing her. He then decides to walk because he can't bear the embarrassment. Before she goes to her room, he thanks her for the help earlier. However, she tells him that he shouldn't be thanking her because she was thinking of killing him when she found out he was a dragon. He keeps up the act of not being a dragon and points out that Ellie saw the dragon somewhere else. She tells him to stop trying to feign ignorance. She further adds that he gathered a great amount of life force. She guesses that it wasn't by normal means, which means it was gathered through the dungeons. Before he can even raise a question, Ellie reveals she can feel the subtle flow of life force, and she was able to learn more while carrying him on the way here. He is thinking that he needs to figure out who's in charge before deciding to cooperate with her. She remarks there's no one here, and the walls are thick. His level is 35 and her level is 45, and because a magic swordsman requires a magic tool to use force, she is nothing but a regular human without one. She claims she doesn't have a sword or even a piece of metal, and believes that it would be easy for a wandless mage like him to kill her. But before she can elaborate, he tells her to get a hold of herself. While holding her arms, he inquires her if Alejandro is making her extract information. Dragon's Nest is something evil created by greedy greater dragons. He assumes she is being tricked by the Chosen One. Ellie attempts to explain herself, but he doesn't even pay her any attention. He states that he was hiding his true identity by being in the human form. Instead of keeping his secret and helping him out, they should face Alejandro. Suddenly, Efer charges at Atis, flinging him a few yards away, just because he was shouting at Ellie. He is surprised to see a dragon. She immediately concludes she must be the dragon that operated Dragon's Nest earlier, but soon realizes Efer is a wyvern looking at her wings. Meanwhile, Ellie scolds her for not listening to her, as she had instructed her to hide, but she didn't. The wyvern remarks she rushed out because he was yelling at her older sister. Ellie points out that her threat implied she wouldn't mind if he exposed her identity. Since he shares their goal, they decide to let him in on it. The magic swordsman explains that Efer was responsible for operating Dragon's Nest and pretending to be a dragon in place of him. And thanks to her wyvern friend, Alejandro's suspicions of him have disappeared. The wyvern is proud of herself. Inside, she praises herself for being a genius talking wyvern that possesses a dragon core. He suddenly starts calling Efer by her given name, and then explains that he has heard so much about her from one of his acquaintances. That person was truly grateful to her because she helped him hide his identity. That isn't all. He even heard that she loaned him a whopping sum of 300x. The terrifying memories start flooding back to her. She realizes he is talking about Hanbin. Meanwhile, the Valkyrian is engaged in something very intense that is making him question why things turned out this way. He is plunging something down while enunciating it to go down. It turns out he's flushing the toilet manually since it's the high-grade automatic toilet, and flushing mechanics requires level 12. In the process, some bits of the waste splash into his eye, causing him to scream in horror. It's been 3 days since Atis left for his mission, and since then their house has turned into a place of living hell. Nothing was going his way. The waterspout wasn't working because it required someone of at least level 8. He even destroyed the fridge to get some clean water, because to use the fridge one has to be level 8. Hanbin was no different from a primitive man in that place. He couldn't even cook if he wanted to, because cooking burners were also restricted for those below level 8. Moreover, he didn't even have money to go to a restaurant, because a top-grade safe required level 33 to use, and without money, he wouldn't be able to buy anything. To make money, he went straight to the Hunters Guild to accept requests, but his application was denied because based on the Hunter Guild's rules, a personal guard cannot receive missions without the consent of their master. After rejecting his mission request, the receptionist tells him that she understands his situation, and she's looking to see if there are any jobs here for him, but their policy concerning guards is a bit strict, requiring extensive background checks and prior experience in security roles. Hanbin startles her by shaking the entire guild with his raw power and convinces her to assign him a mission. She reveals it will be a personal favor, and the reward won't be big. He claims it doesn't matter, he wants to make money. The receptionist wants this to be a secret between them and explains that this is something that happened a week ago. She reveals she bought some new clothes to wear for a party, but she couldn't find them. After shuffling through her whole room, she found something nasty, a golden, luminous hair. He claims he can't do much with the criminal's hair. While pointing at Emil's picture, she remarks there's only one person who would barge into her room and steal her clothes, her older brother. He looks at Emil's photo and realizes that the receptionist's prime suspect is the priest from Order of Light, Emil. The receptionist explains Emil was jabbering about some sort of secret undercover mission, and in the process, he also touched her makeup. The receptionist wants him to track down Emil, get her clothes back, and burn him up. He agrees to do what he can do. He feels relieved thinking he was lucky to finally get a mission. He convinces her, but remains pessimistic, wondering where in the world Emil could be. If Emil is undercover, tracking him down would be nearly impossible. He realizes he needs some sort of lead to begin the search. Suddenly, the system asks him if he would like to initiate his tracking skill using genetic information. Hanbin stumbles upon a tracking skill he's had for ages, but never bothered to check until now, though he is thankful that his guideline is working, for now at least. He is eager to use it to find Atis, and now in the wilderness, he commands the guideline to start, and it starts activating tracking skills using genetic transformation. The guideline identifies the life force as prana and scans the area, detecting 312 sources. It then filters for similar traits and narrows it down to 24 individuals. Lastly, it searches for individuals with similar genetic features and finds one individual. After the tracking process is complete, the guideline fails to give him an exact location of Atis, revealing that the mage is on the move. The wooden stick he vertically placed on the ground, hoping it would point in the right direction, ultimately fell. After failing miserably, he considers giving up. Elsewhere, in some cave, a beastman appears to be brutally assaulting Emil, demanding Emil reveal what he received from the spy. Emil, with his bruised face, claims that he doesn't know anything. The beastman wants Emil to be honest because they have already found out about Hendy being a spy. He points out that Alejandro is aware of Emil's alliance with Hendy. Emil reveals that he now knows that the artificial guideline has a serious side effect. While tightly holding Emil's jaw, the beastman threatens to rip apart his mouth if he doesn't speak. A man with misaligned eyes arrives and commands the beastman to stop. The beastman moves away, while Emil is wondering who this person is. The mysterious man admits he's sad Emil doesn't recognize him, but realizes that it makes sense. He's been hidden away at Dragon's Nest, doing research all this time. He reveals he is the creator of the artificial guideline and similar magical tools. Emil snaps at him for committing blasphemy, changing the humans that were created by Altia, the goddess of light, into foul things, and then calling them products. The man becomes enraged upon hearing Emil label his actions as foul. He gets up really close to Emil and calls him uncivilized because of his statement, and then states that the true value of humans doesn't lie in appearance. The insane man points out Emil's level 45 status, saying it's no small feat, and questions if he did it just to be acknowledged as human. As he is expressing his opinion on how a human's worth lies in their level, and a guideline helps to realize that worth, he removes the clothing that was covering his body and is revealed to be a humanoid creature with insect-like features. He calls this experimentation a blessing since it helps individuals to be transformed into a more efficient form. Emil dismisses his words as nonsense, arguing that if worthless beings like him were to grow stronger, does he even realize the big sacrifice it would require? According to the creepy man, his endeavors are not different from what the world is like now. Plus, a genuine artificial guideline is about to be completed. The madman realizes that he has said too much, and remarks he wanted to try to use a high-leveled live body that retained its consciousness. But since it won't be that easy, he is going to use his skill, Ant Eelworm. Ant Eelworm enters the body through the nose and eats up the brain. By doing that, the host's willpower decreases, making it easier to control them. Emil's life flashes before his eyes. He wonders if this is the end, and wishes he could warn the Order of Light before he dies. Suddenly, a sword drilling the cave through the wall takes the madman out of surprise, as some of the debris hits him, making him unconscious. Emil witnesses Hanbin coming out of the wall and wonders what he is doing here. The other experiments, including the Beastman, are surprised to see a Valtirian warrior. The Sword King informs Emil that he was tasked to bring him back. Emil, on the other hand, believes the Order of Light has sent the Valkyrian warrior to rescue him. Hanbin feels relieved that Emil isn't wearing his sister's clothes after all, which is what he'd expected before he got there. The Beastman abruptly charges at Hanbin, aiming to crush him in the contest of brutish strength. However, he isn't able to harm the Valkyrian warrior. Hanbin wonders what kind of creation is forcing a fight with him, and even the guideline doesn't help him. It shows the Beastman as level 56, and reveals the monster species as humans, but with 2 question marks in between the words. In the end, he concludes the Beastman is not a monster, but a human, because monsters wouldn't know what Valterra is. He's more worried about how to talk to the Beastman and the others to get information, all while keeping up the act of being a Valkyrian warrior. The level 55 Lizardman also ambushes, striking the otherworldly Sword King by wagging his tail. The Beastmen claim that even a real Valterra warrior wouldn't be able to beat them. Hanbin is now convinced that these things attacking him are humans. He then remembers learning that Latna had many intelligent subspecies. He guesses they might be beast people, though there are no beast people in Latna. Hanbin hasn't completely gotten used to living here. He tries to not show any racial discrimination but doesn't understand why are these beast people angry at him. He is still floating in the air from the Lizardman's attack. The beast people then use an attack combination of Fierce Tiger Palm and Death Serpent Palm, and fling him miles away with sheer force. The beast people explain that they are punishing him because he is prancing around pretending to be a Valterra warrior when he is only level 5. Seeing him still breathing, the Lizardman wonders if they held back their strength. The Beastman calls Hanbin the self-proclaimed Valterra and asks him if he wants to say something. They offer to let him live if he entertains them. Hanbin suddenly starts speaking, shocking Beastman. While making a sad face, he remarks that he never thought that the cave was their home, and he didn't mean to make a hole in it. He claims to understand their frustration since a stranger came and messed up their house. He then shares his memory of how a Helldog destroyed his house, feeling empathy for the beast people who are going through the same ordeal. He also admits he doesn't know what the yellow-haired man did wrong, but plans to take him back after repairing their house. Emil's jaw drops to see the Valkyrian warrior negotiate with the beast people. Seeing something so extraordinary, Emil learns that not all Valterra warriors are the same. Realizing Hanbin doesn't know the beast people's true identity, Emil suddenly shouts that they aren't human and urges him to take a closer look. As the Valkyrian warrior is trying to process what is Emil trying to say, one of the beastmen attempts to crush him with his mere strength. Emil's words continue to echo in Atis's mind, as he seemingly repeats the words Emil said. The beastmen claim that they don't know what Hanbin is, but it makes them want to eat him. Hanbin notices that the monster's level went up and the name changed because, to him, the monster now appears as a level 62 species. The lizard man jumps him from behind, before whispering in his ear that the forms aren't the only thing that changes in them. The lizard man reveals that it is feeling as if its humanity is slowly disappearing. Hanbin is still processing Emil's words about the beast people losing their humanity. The lizard man throws a punch at him, which he somehow manages to contain. He finally realizes what Emil was trying to convey. Meanwhile, Emil, spectating from some distance, blames himself because he got caught, and Hanbin had to come to rescue him. The man with insect-like features, the culprit behind the experiments, states that it's too late. He explains that once an experiment runs wild, it won't be any different from an otherworlder. A Latnian with an artificial guideline that kills another Latnian will go berserk. They are as strong as boss monsters. The beast people transform into colossal-sized threats. However, Hanbin is calm and collected despite the discovery. He slashes his longsword with such force that the ground cracks apart in 2, wiping everything in sight. Later, Hanbin places flowers and a few of his belongings at Emil's grave, believing he also got wiped caught in his attack. He regrets using too much force and thinks Emil could have lived if he had been a little weaker. When he hears the crashing sound, he looks behind, only to find Emil and the creepy madman, who has barely escaped through an ant tunnel. Emil comes rushing to his savior, thanking his savior. As he prepares to head home, Emil informs him that Alejandro found out about everything, and Atis might be in danger right now, and Emil blames himself for it. Hanbin, looking determined to rescue his friend, asks Emil where is the dragon's nest. Alejandro is testing out artificial guideline, experimenting it on a test subject. The man leading this operation, likely a mage, educates him that the only thing the artificial guideline can absorb is experience points. Since life force contains experience points and life energy, the excess life energy will kill the person without a dragon's core. To Alejandro, it doesn't matter, they are only testing to see if Dragon's Nest will operate properly. The mage serving him increases the life force after hearing his boss out. The operation fails, as the test subject starts bending out of shape. Alejandro is thinking that if they want to complete a genuine artificial guideline, they will need a humanoid guideline, a dragon core, and a working dragon's nest to infuse massive amounts of life force into the dragon's core. Rebuilding the destroyed dragon's nest has been completed, but it has started to shut down after starting up recently, and he is sure there aren't any problems with the great dragon's blueprints. The test subject, from across the room, tries to attack Alejandro, but before it can land a hit, the Chosen One swiftly uses his magic wand to control the hose and capture the test subject. Alejandro is convinced there must be another key needed to operate it. He orders the mage to call the ant, as he wants to discuss something with him. The mage informs him that the ant went to procure some testing materials a few days ago, and they haven't heard anything from him since then. He guesses the testing materials must be Priest Emile, and the mage verifies it. The mage is positive that the ant left with 2 test subjects around level 60s with tracking abilities. Inside, he thinks a level 60 testing subject is similar in power to a dungeon boss, and wonders why isn't the ant back. He guesses that someone who can face the 2 of them, referring to the beast people, must be a heresy inquisitor, though he isn't sure if that's the case. He is frustrated because things are getting complicated. He commands the mage to gather the test subjects and have them guard the deepest basement. Alejandro has left the mage stunned, because in the deepest basement lies the life force fusion. He wants all test subjects to guard the force fusion. Effa recalls it's been a week since Atis came to the dragon's nest. In that time, he and Ellie have been continuously investigating every corner of the dragon's nest. Being a dragon, he knows a lot about Dragon's Nest, and this seems to have relieved the magic swordsman somewhat. But since Effer is a wyvern with a large body, she hasn't been able to help them out at all. She has come to accept that she can't help them since she isn't even able to enter, which is why she hasn't talked much with Ellie lately. She is feeling lonely because she has been left all alone, though she isn't free all the time, as she is busy trying to complete her dragon core. She is determined to humiliate Atis once she finishes, and thinks that after she has humiliated him, Ellie will look differently at her, and she is completely going to ignore her before then. The magic swordsman surprises her younger sister when she comes out of a vent. Overjoyed to see the person she adores, she expresses that she had a good feeling about today. Perhaps it's because her dragon's core is developing a lot. The wyvern goes quiet when she finds her worried more about him, because he has sustained an injury. Ellie is tired of hearing him compare himself to hunters all the time, making him apologize. Effer is pouting seeing him, a dragon, being cared for by her sister. Ellie informs her that they didn't find anything special today either on their exploration. While wearing a smile, the wyvern ridicules him by reminding him that he claimed something like Dragon's Nest is broken. He admits saying it, but he was wrong because this Dragon's Nest isn't broken. He reveals the reason the Dragon's Nest isn't working is because Effer's dragon core is the key to operating it. He reminds her about the time when she revealed she got hit by blasts of life force when she first tried to escape. That was when her newly created dragon's core became registered as the key for the dragon's nest. But her dragon's core isn't complete, and although she can materialize life force, she still can't absorb it. That's why she wasn't able to absorb the life force here, and also the reason why it looks as if Dragon's Nest is broken. Discovering her actual worth, she comments since she is the most important key to solving all the problems, then that means it's up to her to hurry and complete her dragon core, so that she can be the life force. Ellie suddenly calls for this plan to stop, much to Effer's surprise, who is ready to play the hero. He reveals there's one more way to complete Dragon's Nest. She explains they plan to go down the life force fusion at the heart of Dragon's Nest down in the basement and directly absorb the life force. Ellie plans to go down and look for a fusion with him. Just as Effer is about to plead, the ground suddenly starts shaking. Since Atise, Ellie, and Effer are a few levels above the ground level, they try to look down to assess the gravity of the situation. They find a test subject emerging from the underground testing lab. The level 51 test subject seems to be a distorted chimera, appearing with a chaotic blend of 2 faces, massive creepy eyes, and inhumane strength, scaring everyone working on the Dragon's Nest with its gross appearance. Atise's attempt to inflict damage fails, due to the distance between them fails. Ellie guesses the test subject was trying to escape judging by how he destroyed and came out of the ground. She tells him, who's wondering if there are any hunters waiting below, that any hunters down there would be under level 40. Being level 45, he is closest to the test subject's level. He thinks there is a 6-level difference between them, and attacking from a distance doesn't work at all. He requests Effer take him up in the air, intending to use fire magic to fight the test subject. However, driven by jealousy, the wyvern takes a flight by herself, believing she could take on the test subject without needing any help from him. On the ground level, the test subject has wreaked havoc. When he is about to eat Kalendor, who is apparently stuck under a wooden dolly, Effer attacks it from the air with magic. The test subject spots Effer and calls her bird meat, which makes her angry. Effer thinks that if it's about attacking the test subject from the air, then she doesn't need Atise's fire magic, she could handle it by herself, even if it's a level 51 monster. The test subject throws a rock at her, but she barely manages to dodge it. Just when she clocks that the speed of rocks coming at her is fast, she nearly gets hit by another boulder. She appears to be confident about her flying ability. After evading several of the test subject's attempts to bring her down, she retaliates with a burst of magic. The test subject uses the metal plate on its arm to cover its body from Effer's intense magic and continues to slowly walk forward. Eventually, he grabs Effer by the neck, which even the wyvern herself is surprised about. Alejandro is planning on going outside to investigate the disappearance of the ant and the other test subjects. It appears that he had asked one of his ladies-in-waiting to bring him the dagger artifact, and she has brought it before him. The lady-in-waiting is surprised by the fact that he is thinking of taking the artifact, something he has never done before. He comments that one never knows what might happen. The lady-in-waiting is even more stunned hearing Alejandro say something like that. The Chosen One speaks up about how they have become entangled with either the Heresy Inquisitors or some other annoying group. He plans on taking care of them, so they won't bother him from completing their work. She demands to know what should they do when the dragon appears while he is gone. He doesn't want her to worry, because he has already taken care of that. Breathing heavily, the mage from earlier storms into Alejandro's room to inform him that a test subject has appeared outside. Alejandro casually flings the dagger in the mage's stomach without even looking at him. Once the mage is down, he commands the lady-in-waiting to go down to the basement and check the test subjects. The lady-in-waiting suggests it would be better if he went down to see for himself. He wishes that he had one more body since the situation here requires his attention as well. Meanwhile, Effer breaks free from the test subject's grasp and captures him with her claws. Ellie shouts at her to calm her down. Seeing her flying straight towards the horizon, Attis realizes that she is thinking of using Dragon's Nest. Effer soars higher, striving to alter her fate and hopefully defeat the test subject. When she reaches the Dragon's Nest's upper layer, the test subject explodes inside out, and the atmosphere turns into dust. Worried about Effer, Ellie calls her several times. The wyvern spreads her wings, revealing herself as she sweeps away the dust and smoke with a burst of wind. Overjoyed, she goes to her sister to inform her about her victory. However, out of nowhere, Ellie slaps her in the face and then instructs her to leave. The wyvern is shocked. Getting slapped by her big sister was something she had never expected. She witnesses even more surprises when they are ambushed by the Chosen One. He reveals that though they were planning on running away since she begged him to not kill the wyvern. He admits that he had never expected a wyvern that has a dragon core. He wants to know if they were thinking of absorbing the life force within the dragon's nest using Effer's core. Following this question, he reminds Ellie that he mentioned there will be no second chances. Soon after, Atisa also joins the battle. He covers Effer with his fire magic while she attempts to evade the danger. Alejandro effortlessly blocks his attack with his dagger artifacts. He wonders if his opponent has already won Ellie over to his side as well. The magic swordsman attempts to jump him from behind. However, he is still able to see through her attack and blocks it without even moving or turning his body, though he compliments her for her speed. Ellie also shouts at Effer as she wants to see her leave. It would be over if she gets caught. Seeing that there's no other option, initially reluctant Effer finally decides to go with what her friends are saying. Once she is practically out of sight, Attis and Ellie charge at Alejandro, intending to finish him once and for all. However, the Chosen One vanishes into the thin air and teleports before the wyvern. Elsewhere, Hanbin is fighting monsters in a rocky mountain terrain and is accompanied by Emil. They came all the way here because they heard Dragon's Nest was in the Rocky Mountains. The problem is, all the mountains look the same to our Valtirian warrior. Emil wants him to look carefully, because this place similar to Hanbin's hometown. The Sword King ridicules him, because this is all because of a spy who doesn't even know the location of the enemy. Emil reminds him of his status as a high-ranking priest. If he goes into enemy territory, then who's supposed to make the report? Besides, it couldn't be helped since he is the secret contact on the outside. Hanbin asks the ant if they are on the correct way. The ant has transformed into a complete giant ant, and isn't able to understand human speech anymore. Emil feels that it would be impossible to find the dragon's nest like this. He suggests they should go back to the Order of Light and get some soldiers. Emil starts freaking out when he notices the Valtirian warrior isn't listening to him and is relaxing, feeding the ant. Hanbin believes that if it's something that reminds the ant of its home, then it might take them there. Emil reminds him that this thing was originally a human. Why the hell would eating grass remind him of his home? Emil assumes it may be true that the ant didn't get any report of Atis's death, but wants him to think about what the mage could be going through while he is fooling around like this. Although he tried to knock some sense into Hanbin, Emil is aware that this isn't something he should be saying since he isn't responsible for it. After reflecting on his time with Atis, he reveals he isn't mad at Emil. He says that he warned the mage that he could die if he went. He treated him like he was weak, though he wasn't entirely wrong. In the end, he was right. Looking back, he realizes he was making excuses since he would be the one who would be having a hard time if Atis wasn't here. When Emil giggles, Hanbin asks him what's so funny. Emil explains that he thought Valteras were barbarians who loved blood and guts. He never expected that the Valtera warriors could worry about their companions. This makes the Valterian quite different from what the rumors say. Heavily panicking, he remarks on what Emil means by worry because to him blood and guts are best. Out of the blue, they hear a loud lightning sound from a distance. Startled by the noise, Emil deduces that it must be a swordsman. He explains that if a magic swordsman's skill is visible from such a distance, it must be Alejandro. Emil thinks they can finally go back to the order and bring back troops. When he looks behind, he finds Hanbin in a crouching position. He is attempting to gain the momentum to jump to the battlefield as quickly as possible. When Alejandro abruptly disappears, Atis understands there's no turning back once the Chosen One finds out Efer has a dragon core. Right now, only a dragon could stand a chance against him. Eventually, the evil man takes the dragon's core from her. Seeing her straining in pain, he tells her to just act like she never had a core in the first place. Atisi tries to transform into a dragon, but no matter how hard he tries, he fails. Ellie believes the evil man must have prepared countermeasures for a dragon. She speculates he likely did all this after learning who Atis truly is. She explains that Alejandro's necklace is a rare artifact that lets dragons take on a human form. The item is a polymorph necklace, and with it, Alejandro has made it so any dragon nearby can't morph into their true form. He thinks to himself that they have no choice but to fight him. Ellie calls out to Alejandro to get his attention. When he turns her way, she tells him the final component needed to complete the artificial guideline is her own guideline. She demands that he release everyone trapped in the dragon's nest, or else she will ensure that his plans go nowhere. He believed that Ellie would know him better by now, especially after spending so much time together. He reveals that he gathered a large number of Latnians here for a very specific reason. He claims that it wasn't simply about remodeling the place. He wonders if she doesn't find it strange that all this life force is being collected, and yet she doesn't sense anything odd. He questions whether life can be contained inside a living object. That's when Atis realizes the dragon's nest isn't meant for storing items. It's used to extract life force from humans and other creatures. Alejandro appears behind Ellie without warning and snatches away her sword. He shoves the mage aside, then tells them both that regardless of whether their plans had worked, the Latnians would have met their end anyway. Fueled by anger, Ellie asks him how he could do this to other humans. He snaps at her, calling her a background character. Without hesitation, he uses her own sword to stab her right in the chest. As Efer rushes to intervene, Alejandro also impales her from behind with a blade. As she falls, she begins blaming herself. The Chosen One then pulls out a recovery device and says he didn't expect to ever use it on an artificial guideline test subject. He thinks Ellie should be thankful. After all, he is helping her reunite with her dead mother. He injects the recovery device into her neck and explains that to reduce the side effects of the artificial guideline, it requires genetic material similar to one's own. He wonders if it's too difficult for a Latnian to grasp that before attempting to stab her. Just before the dagger pierces Ellie, Atis casts a burst of fire magic to distract Alejandro. He then yells for her to take this chance and run. She listens to him and immediately jumps into the deep pit. Even though she's been impaled, Efer manages to escape and dives after her friend, trying to save her as she falls. In doing so, most of her wing is torn apart. Atis wonders if they'll survive, but with Alejandro standing right in front of him, he tells himself now isn't the time to worry. He believes they'll make it through and decides to do what he can on his end. Atis grabs several wands and channels intense fire magic. He goes all out, aiming to finish Alejandro, but the attack backfires. The magic stones embedded in his wands begin to fade away. Alejandro, on the defensive, reveals he kept Atis alive only because he seemed like a strong side character. But now he's messed with the wrong person. He shouts at him, saying if he's so eager to die, then he'll roast him with high voltage. Part of his face looks burned from the mage's earlier attack. Angry, he retaliates by unleashing his own magic. His attack shatters the stones in Atis's wands, rendering them useless. Seeing the enemy's overwhelming power, the magician starts to wonder if this is where it all ends. Still, he's confident that if Ellie and Efer are alive, they'll find and destroy the fusion chamber located underground. As Atis gets closer to death, his memories of his late older sister come rushing back. He asks her if he did well as head of the Bannister family. Still, he believes that without him, Hanbin would struggle. Out of nowhere, the Valterian warrior crashes from the sky, creating a massive shockwave. Alejandro, startled, says it felt like a bomb just dropped. He guesses something must have broken because of Efer. The mage has a similar reaction. He can't believe his eyes. Hanbin says he's glad Atis is still alive and adds that it seems Emil was worrying for nothing. He apologizes for showing up uninvited during work. When Atis falls to his knees, he is caught off guard. Surprised, he wonders what happened that left him devastated. The mage replies that he wasn't able to do anything on his own. He tried his best, But in the end, he was useless. Alejandro scoffs and calls Hanbin a meathead. He assumes he is a construction worker working in the facility. He is sure that no one at level 5 could survive falling from that height, and assumes the man that has just arrived must have been hiding underground. He gives him 3 seconds to leave. But before he even begins, the countdown begins. Hanbin smacks him straight in the face with a punch. Atise realizes that his friend still doesn't know he disguised himself as a girl to sneak in, and up until now the big man mistook him for some girl. Hanbin's punch sends Alejandro flying through the air. The mage tries to clear up the misunderstanding but first asks the Valkyrian if their enemy is dead. Meanwhile, the Sword King is wondering why Alejandro's level is so high, and now figures he must be the leader. Hanbin admits he's not confident in his own strength. He says that someone at the Chosen One's level might get his bones crushed, but that wouldn't be enough to kill him. Atise is sure that crushing bones lead to death. He confesses that he would have died if Hanbin hadn't shown up. He remarks he has nothing to say even if the Sword King thinks he's useless. As Hanbin gets ready to give his friend a pep talk, Alejandro channels his magical energy, radiating a blinding aura. Hanbin now realizes that one punch isn't enough. Atise says it gets worse. Alejandro is absorbing life force. The enemy reemerges, glowing with immense power, the life force surging around him. Alejandro's sword that impaled Ellie's chest has stopped her heartbeat. Effer calls her hoping to wake her up, but learns that her heart isn't beating. She starts freaking out, blaming herself for everything. Just as the wyvern begins crying, Ellie surprisingly starts coughing. Meanwhile, Atise is wondering if Alejandro injected the dragon core into himself. Hearing the mage talk about dragon core, Hanbin assumes the enemy has his friend's core and asks him. Atise reassures him to not worry, because the enemy doesn't know that he is a dragon. When asked, he explains to Hanbin that when you hunt one, the amount of life force that remains in the dragon's core is low, so it would be nearly impossible, though if it's at a dragon's nest, it can be done, since there will be plenty of life force left to absorb. Alejandro wonders what he just witnessed. The guy who attacked him doesn't even have any items on. Besides, his guideline showed him Hanbin was a level 5. He is not sure where his opponent's strength comes from and just who is he in general. Hanbin gets into his Valterra persona and formally introduces himself to Alejandro. He states that he will forgive his enemy for his perverted actions, only if he receives a truthful apology. He wants Atise to not butt into this business, and they need to hold out until Priest Emil returns with reinforcements from Order of Light. Annoyed, the mage shouts at him, telling him that the guy before them is part of the Great Earth. Alejandro feels that it doesn't matter if his opponent refuses to reveal his identity, because if he is an outside variable to his plans, he will find out everything about him. When a magic swordsman covers his body with force, the surrounding energy rises from the ground into the air. Alejandro unleashes Path of Lightning, one of his special skills, to fight his opponents. Enemies facing this skill can see the caster leave a trail of sparks behind as they rush toward them, earning it the nickname Footsteps of Lightning. Hanbin attempts to stop him by punching his sword. However, Alejandro appears from behind using his skill Footsteps of Lightning and calls him level 5 fake Valterra and wants to expose his real level. The magician clocks that the enemy isn't fighting at his full strength, seeing how he has increased his speed. It's so fast that his eyes aren't able to follow him. Alejandro's lightning-fast speed makes Hanbin wonder aloud if he's not even trying to conceal the fact that he's an otherworlder. He reveals that even if the Valkyrian was level 50, with this attack his neck would have lopped. He further concludes that since his opponent remains unfazed after discovering he's an otherworlder, it must mean Hanbin is over level 60. Hanbin finds people with regenerative abilities annoying, but since he wants to get information about Great Earth, he needs to fight the enemy at arm's length. Alejandro threatens to shred the mage to pieces just because Hanbin is evading his attack. He gets ready to unleash the attack he mentioned a moment ago. He explains the movements of his weapons will cause his force to spin, which will cause the attack power of his skill to be increased beyond his control. This attack is Lightning Slash. Hanbin gets a little serious. He unleashes some of his strength and strikes Alejandro with his longsword, while the enemy escapes cleverly. Although the Chosen One blocks it with his dagger artifact, he isn't able to fully withstand the Valkyrian's attack. Alejandro appears to be in a position where it seems as if he is submitting to Hanbin. Clinging to life, he hears the Valkyrian throw his own words back at him, pointing out that maybe dodging his attacks might not be a good idea after all. He can't do anything other than acknowledge Hanbin's incredible strength. The Sword King suddenly hears his best friend's voice, asking him to stop. He looks back and finds out that Atise didn't enunciate anything, instead it is some sort of telepathic skill. Through the telepathic skill, Artis reveals he wants to tell him something. He explains that Alejandro is the one operating Dragon's Nest at the moment, which means he is using the facility to absorb the life force of the people here to heal himself, so if the Valkyrian kills him, It will cause this place to spin out of control, causing the lower-leveled humans to lose their life force and die. Destroying the life force fusion is the only way to prevent it. Hanbin comes to understand that if he doesn't control his strength, they will be in big trouble. However, the mage wants the enemy dead, and they have to do something about it. He remarks that if his friend hadn't come here to save him, he would have died. But even so, he claims that he would have done everything in his power to kill that man. That's why if Hanbin ends up killing Alejandro, the blame won't fall on him. Atise is sure that even if he goes underground, he can't guarantee that he will succeed in finding the fusion. He blames himself, thinking that it was his stubbornness that got Hanbin into this mess. Hanbin flicks him on the head with his finger. Teary-eyed, he wonders what is Hanbin doing. The Valtirian questions why is Atise giving such lengthy explanations. He then reveals his plan to him. First, the mage will go to destroy force fusion. Second, he will do his best to not injure the enemy while stopping him from getting in their way until the mage finishes. Atise, concerned about Hanbin, feels that it's still dangerous receiving enemy attacks, even though Hanbin is strong. Since the magician started this, he can't ask his friend to clean up the mess. The Sword King trusts his friend. He enunciates it out loud and then asks him to make it quick so they can go home. The mage finally leaves with a smile of satisfaction, making Hanbin wonder how a dragon could be so delicate. The Valtirian wonders why Alejandro isn't attempting to chase after Atisa. The Chosen One claims that it's not as if he hasn't planned for a situation where a weak mob would try to go after it. His plan may have been interrupted somewhat, but something like this is fine since Hanbin won't be able to kill him, and he is confident. The Valtirian plans to beat the enemy without killing him. Ellie is mounted on Ephor and is guiding her to where the force fusion is. As they approach the force fusion, the magic swordsman informs her that they're getting closer. The Wyvern is convinced that her sister is pushing herself too much without a guideline. The older sister responds that just because it disappeared doesn't mean her ability has. She reveals that Alejandro may have placed his subordinates around here, but they wouldn't know about her betraying him. Ellie is aware that even if they successfully disrupt his plans, it doesn't guarantee that they will get out of there safely. She apologizes to her for dragging her into this mess. The Wyvern tells Ellie not to feel sorry. She wants to see the sad look on Alejandro's face when they tear this place apart just as much. Besides, she never thought of ending it here like this and is going to do whatever it takes to survive, so she can explore the world. When Ellie points out that Ephor has become a wanted person after getting caught and used by the Chosen One, the wanted Wyvern says that she can ask Atise to explain her situation. She then remarks that they are all going on a trip. Suddenly the ground trembles, and the pain in her shoulder wound worsens. Thinking that this is caused by Atise, who must be fighting Alejandro, Ellie tells Ephor that they should hurry. She can feel the life force slowly being released from some time ago, though she can't tell if it's truly that, or just the pain from her injury. At some point, the Wyvern stops walking and asks the magic swordsman if they are headed the right way. Ellie can feel a strong life force in the direction they are headed for. The Wyvern notices a mutated human murmuring something. The mutated human is revealed to be the priest Hendy, who has undergone a transformation and has become a test subject. The moment he notices the girls, he jumps. However, Atise arrives on time and uses fire magic to keep the situation under control. Out of his mind, Hendy tells him that he has also interfered with his mission. Atise is shaken at the fact that Hendy, who originally was over level 50, became a test subject. He attempts to tell him that they are not his enemy. They have come to destroy this place. However, Hendy doesn't relent and jumps him again. On the surface, Alejandro is overpowering the Valtirian in the fight of close-quarters combat, all because his opponent is trying not to kill him. He is sure that his fighting has a great many openings, but it is his speed and strength that's covering for them. He admits Hanbin would be dangerous for him, that is if he could cut off his head. The Valtirian attempts to throw a soft punch at him, though it is blocked. The Chosen One says that he won't let himself get hit by a punch that refuses to kill him. He reveals he already has figured out Hanbin's fighting style, guessing that he has never faced an opponent that wields lightning. He manipulates his lightning and lifts him in the air. He is sure that a refined skill would most likely work against the Sword King rather than a large one. He claims to be an expert at PvP. Using the flash of lightning, Alejandro yeets him into the air, because it will be easy to deal with him after he crashes into the ground. He unleashes Solar Lightning Flash and casts it on Hanbin, which the Valtirian counters, deflecting the blazing strike with a slash of his sword. Alejandro follows him into the air, intending to strike when he is defenseless. He attacks him with Lightning Spear and remarks game over. Before the unleashed attack intensifies to its full force, he feels that Hanbin should worry about his friend, since the level 68 monster underground would have taken care of him. After a dramatic buildup, Hanbin breaks his Lightning Spear with his hand, leaving him stunned to the point where he guesses the Valtirian must be heavily injured and is trying to remain calm. The Sword King speaks up about wondering what was Alejandro's level since he was bragging so much, But a level 68 monster isn't a challenge for level 67 dragon Atisa. Hearing the word dragon from the otherworldly hunter's mouth, he starts laughing hysterically. He expresses that he feels bad because his opponent's trump card is a dragon companion, who can't transform into his dragon form. Alejandro reveals that the mage won't be able to transform into a dragon, as long as he has the unique item that restricts dragons from transforming into their original forms. When he looks into his upper pocket for the unique items, he doesn't find them. He realizes that Ellie must have taken it before he threw her into the pit. Elsewhere, Ellie is revealed holding the unique item, and Atis has transformed into his true appearance. Engaged in combat, Atis tells Hendy to get himself together. Despite being at a 1-level disadvantage, he appears to dominate this fight, attacking him relentlessly with his claws and fangs. Ellie is curious about what is happening on the surface, wondering who's the one fighting up above the ground. The kind mage informs her that his friend is doing his best to hold the enemy off. They have to cut off his connection to this life force fusion. He believes there should be something to stop this facility from exploding. Atis tells the girls that he will be dealing with Hendy, so at that time, they should hurry and find something. Efer wants only destruction, wishing to see the force fusion destroyed. Ellie knocks this information into them that if they destroy the facility itself, then the explosion will kill all of them. She is trying to find a channel that allows the life force to pass through somewhere. Once they discover the pipe that lets the life force pass through, she tells Efer that they have to cut it. However, Hendy slips out of Atis's grasp and charges up his energy-based beam attack to throw at Ellie and her companion. The friendly wyvern quickly rolls forward to dodge the attack, while covering her sister with her body. According to her, something like this is worth taking as long as they can get back to the enemy. Ellie immediately jumps out from Efer's cover and cuts the pipe with her blade, while Atis continues to fight Hendy. He eventually breathes fire and completely evaporates Hendy's distorted face. Hanbin is overpowering Alejandro, and they are fighting so intensely that the eye can't track them. While fighting him, the Chosen One thinks that the dragon they were after has finally appeared, and he is wondering if this level 67 dragon can grind up a lich into dust. Moreover, he is also curious about how Hanbin knows the dragon's level. Since these questions are constantly lingering in his head, he guesses that Hanbin might be Earthling just like him. He tells him that one can't get experience from killing an Earthling, and everyone knows it. Following this reveal, he wonders if Hanbin killed the lich. Hanbin admits to killing his enemy and isn't scared of anyone. Alejandro shows a smile of annoyance and replies that he is actually thankful because he never liked the lich in the first place. But they wish to deal with the person who got rid of the skeleton. Hanbin wonders who are they that he is talking about, and guesses it may be the demon god Ormflaus. Alejandro clarifies that he isn't talking about demon god, but someone who has a lot more influence than the unseen demon god. He claims there isn't a place they haven't touched in Latna, and by making them his enemies, Hanbin would be making the entire continent of Latna his enemies. The Chosen One reveals there's a way out. He explains that everyone besides him thinks a dragon was responsible for the death of the lich. Since he already possesses a dragon core, he will be going to report that he has killed the dragon. He wants him and his pet dragon to leave quietly and thinks that there is no reason for them to continue this fight. Since the enemy can't heal anymore, he is brutally kicked into the leg and gets it broken. Hanbin calls this deal great but is sure Atis wouldn't take it. He further adds that his friend may be a mob, but he hates bad guys. Alejandro attempts to attack him and calls him a moron for relying on the fact that he is an otherworlder because compared to those people, he and Hanbin are nothing. The Valkyrian notices him with an artificial guideline injection. The Chosen One reveals that he was originally supposed to present this power to them, but if it helps to get rid of him, he is sure they will forgive him. When he injects the artificial guideline into his own neck, several quills appear around his entire body, which the Valkyrian cuts with his longsword. His body then begins undergoing the transformation process. The smoke around his body begins to form. Looking at his transformation, Hanbin wonders if it is a side effect of artificial guideline, but then feels that something is odd. He feels that this sinister feeling is similar to when he disappeared from Earth. Before long, the transformation is complete, yet it seems there's still more to come. Alejandro transforms into an unknown level 72 creature. His transformation is named Ormflaus Blessing and is revealed to be at only 9% completed. He wonders if an incomplete Ormflaus Blessing means he is lacking life force. While remarking that he would need to head over to the fusion force to acquire the remaining life force, he leaves a scratch on his cheek in a blink of an eye, leaving him stunned. Back at the fusion force chamber, Atis has defeated Hendy, and the girls also have successfully prevented the catastrophe by stopping the life force. Just as they thought it was over, the lady-in-waiting serving Alejandro arrives. Assuming that the lady-in-waiting doesn't know anything about their betrayal, Ellie tells her to hurry and go to the surface because it's dangerous. The lady-in-waiting calls her out for not being grateful to Alejandro, She comments that Ellie doesn't understand how much he has sacrificed for them. The lady-in-waiting catches her off guard and stabs a knife in her stomach. She then places both her arms to replace the pipe Ellie cut off, reigniting the fusion force, and manages to reignite the force but at the cost of her own life and a dozen others. As his life force is depleting, Kalendor is looking at the locket with his family photo, recalling the precious moments of his life. Efer and Atis are also experiencing the effects of life force depletion. Atis wonders if the life force fusion is starting to explode. He thinks that trying to suppress it will only buy a little bit of time. His body starts glowing because of the fusion force. The Wyvern, who is kind of doing okay in this situation, checks on him. He reveals his dragon core is stabilizing the fusion, but it's only a temporary solution. The only way to return the life force to the people is to destroy that huge mass of life force. Physical attacks won't work, but if it's hit with the other remaining offensive attack types, then it should explode, and Ellie's magic swordsmanship is the only way to do that. Efer remarks that not only are her sister's injuries bad, but she lost her consciousness because her life force is leaving her. The situation could escalate if they stay any longer. Meanwhile, Alejandro claims that he now understands why they wanted Ormflaus's blessing, and is sure that Hanbin knows the benefits since he is an Earthling with a guideline. He can see enemies' levels, detect what type of species they are, and even gain experience from hunting them down. Besides, those who possess a guideline, these things can measure life force. However, he realized there was an incompatibility with Ormflaus's blessing and the guideline. Not only that, but an endless supply of life force will also constantly help him regenerate his body. And just like a lich, he can't be destroyed with the 4 powers. In simple words, he reveals he is immortal. Inside, Alejandro thinks that he can't tell what's going on around him by reading the life force. He was worried that the remaining life force would be destroyed, but is glad now that Ellie is on the death's door and Efer has no way out. He tells Hanbin that the only thing left for him to do is absorb the remaining life force. He states that the Valkyrian buying time now will only kill Atis, resulting in his win. The mage collapses, believing he can't go any further, but he still hopes the mage can at least get away from this place. She looks at Ellie and thinks that everyone will die if she doesn't do anything. She attempts to stop the fusion force from sucking their life force by directly attacking it. Ellie, with barely some life left, wakes up and tells Atis she has one final request. Efer is frustrated that she can't do anything. She pushes herself beyond her limits and starts coughing up blood. When she comments that she doesn't want to be alone any longer, her tears start dropping. Seeing her crying, Ellie hugs her and tells her that she also doesn't want to be alone. Since the magic swordsman hasn't completely recovered and is still weakened, she falls to her knees, though she continues to express her emotions to the Wyvern. She tells her that she is always alone in this place. The reason she forbade the Wyvern to do dangerous tasks was because she didn't want to lose her. But the Wyvern has always been courageous. In response, Efer points out that she can't fight like her and can't be of any help to her. Ellie tries to console her by saying that she is a genius Wyvern. Atise explains that the unique item the magic swordsman stole from Alejandro can help a dragon imitate another species. He tells Efer that she is a very intelligent Wyvern, and though that item may be geared towards dragons, and there never once has been a Wyvern taking a humanoid form, it may be possible for her to do it. Ellie believes the Wyvern can do it. She apologizes to her, uttering that there's nothing she can do but believe in her. The Wyvern also wants her to trust in her. The older sister uses the unique item on Efer, triggering a transformation. Back to Hanbin's fight. The Valkyrian has left a big cut on the enemy's body. Alejandro wonders how many times he has to tell him that he can't die. He feels he can't be killed. Hanbin is excluding the fact that Alejandro is currently immortal because he can feel pain, and fighting on that basis. He remarks that he is going to keep ripping Alejandro into pieces until he suffers so much that he would want to die. The Chosen One looks back and realizes that there never has been a sane Earthling who has lived for a long time. He thinks the Valkyrian is a beast, a hunting expert, but that only means Hanbin is used to attack the pattern of monsters. He decides to wrap his entire body with armor that has the strength of a dinosaur. However, when Hanbin swings his longsword with full force, Alejandro's body explodes. Although the Chosen One lost consciousness the moment his body exploded, the life force gained through Ormflaus's blessing caused his body to regenerate again. Every part was restored in less than half a second, causing Alejandro's consciousness to return once more. However, the pain that coursed through his body as it exploded was still signaled to his brain. If it were any other person, they would have gone into complete shock from the pain, but that was impossible for Alejandro due to Ormflaus's blessing. He wonders whether his fading consciousness is due to his incomplete Ormflaus blessing. Hanbin continues to attack him relentlessly, not even letting his super regenerative body regenerate. Alejandro thinks that if this continues, he will end up having to absorb and use all the remaining life force. Just as he wonders if the dragon near the fusion is still alive, He senses the wyvern transforming into a human from a distance. Ephor ultimately transforms into a normal girl and asks Ellie if she looks weird. The magic swordsman is sure that anyone would be able to tell by the looks that they both are sisters. In her human form, the wyvern is a level 5 magic swordsman. Ephor is learning to walk. She believes she can do it because she has seen many people walk on 2 feet up until now. She wonders where to start. Does she have to move her arms first? But then realizes that humans can walk without their arms. Since a human's center of gravity is high and they don't have a tail to balance their body, they can fall very easily. However, Ephor knows that falling isn't the problem. In reality, one has to tip their bodies first, and before they actually fall, they catch themselves by placing the other foot. She soon starts getting used to walking on her feet. Atisse finds her astonishing for having talent in moving force, but seeing her walk on her first transformation is even more impressive. For him, it's hard to believe it even if he is seeing it with his own 2 eyes. Even a dragon who uses magic on instinct takes days to learn to walk. Ellie also cheers for her little sister. All of a sudden, they see Hanbin and Alejandro crashing down from the roof of the fusion force chamber. As they are falling, the Chosen One implies not wanting him to get in his way and calls him a monster. The Valkyrian finds it funny coming from someone who is a monster himself. Atisse informs him that the roof is going to collapse over Ephor. Hanbin uses Alejandro's face to hurl himself toward her to protect her from the debris and giant chunks. He manages to save her in the nick of time. Seeing how easy and quick it was for Hanbin to cover that distance in seconds, she bit him in his arm. Confused, he wonders if this girl is also suffering from the side effects of the artificial guideline. The reason she is freaking out is because she has recognized him. Ephor calls him the caveman for walking around half-naked after taking her clothes and money. He lifts her from her forehead and tells her that he also doesn't want to walk around this. He wants the mage to explain what's going on here. However, Atisse is focused on dealing with the threat and wants to explain later. Ellie knew Hanbin was Atisse's friend, but was still worried because he was an otherworlder. But she was relieved because he was a good guy. Alejandro brings about chaos once again. He tells him to shut up because he is going to make decisions. Ormflau's blessing starts to reject him. His guideline notifies him that the current body is not suitable to hold the power of the blessing. To survive, it advises to be transferred to a new body. However, Alejandro isn't ready to accept it, believing that he will continue to unleash the power of Ormflaus's blessing if he absorbs all the life force. When he attempts to dive into the nexus of life force, Hanbin's longsword knocks him out mid-air. The Sword King understood the assignment. He knew that all he had to do was stop the enemy from absorbing the life force. Atisse informs him that it's over if Alejandro absorbs the life force. He prefers Hanbin keep him away from it. As he begins running toward the Chosen One, he tells Ephor that he will be too busy to give her a piggyback ride, and asks her if will she be able to take care of it on her own. The wyvern also fancies walking on her own, even though walking right after transforming is challenging for her. She supports her body by using a walking stick. Seeing her older sister worried, the friendly wyvern tells her not to stress, assuring her that she'll complete this. Ellie wants her to know that she will be here for her before Ephor proceeds to run towards the life force. Atisse is astonished to see him running right after learning how to walk. Ellie is proud like a sister. He believes that Ephor might even know how to use his magic swordsman skills, because she has great observational skills and is quick-witted. That is the reason Ellie was so nervous in the first place. Hanbin continues to inflict unbearable pain on Alejandro. However, he is left stunned when the enemy dodges his attack by manipulating his body to create a hole in it. Alejandro gets back on his feet and claims to feel like a god, implying that he knows all of his moves. However, the otherworldly Sword King knee-kicks him, sending him into the air like a projectile, and then goes in the air for a follow-up attack. Alejandro is convinced that fighting him will be never-ending, so he decides to pull something new, dropping quills from the top. Since Ephor is chasing after him on foot, she is most likely the only person who is going to get hit by it. With the quills only meters from striking her, she recalls her past and wonders if she can withstand Alejandro's attacks. Before running wild, she catches a glimpse of her reflection. This reflection motivates her to fight. She believes she can do it. She starts imitating Ellie's dancing form, including the timing of her steps. She feels so motivated and believes she can do it, and everything just flows naturally within her. Seeing Ephor dodging the quills he threw at her, Alejandro calls it impossible. Hanbin finds his remarks insulting because he knows how scary mobs can be, since there were countless times he almost died from Helldogs as a level 5. Both Hanbin and Ephor charge towards him and the fusion force, respectively, and when the Wise lashes the fusion force in 2 halves, he unleashes a finisher move, killing Ormflaus's blessing Alejandro. Following the defeat of Alejandro and the failure of his plans, Ellie is revealed to have lost excessive blood, and the unique item she was holding onto tightly drops from her hands. When Priest Emil arrived with the troops of the Order of Light, they discovered that the enemy had already been defeated. The victory that day can be seen as a miracle. The human experiments planned out by Great Earth weren't a success, and people lower than level 10 were able to wake up after having their life force sucked out. Their life force had miraculously returned to their bodies, and once they rested, they had no other problems returning to their everyday lives. There were 36 casualties, which were mostly from those who were injected with the artificial guideline. This event distributed the plans of Great Earth, and the ones who dealt with Alejandro were considered heroes. However, their victory wasn't celebrated with a single shout for joy. It had fallen silent because they lost one of the heroes. Afterward, Hanbin, Atisa, and Efer were brought in under the protection of the Order of Light. Now after 3 days, at the Order of Light Crater Temple, Emil reveals the cause of this incident will be announced to be an unknown magical disturbance. He apologizes to Atis and Hanbin for the fact that the Order of Light won't be able to give them any official contributions following this incident. However, the secret contributions distributed to them won't be low. The mage claims to understand that this incident involves Great Earth and other worlds. Hanbin wonders, shouldn't something this big be announced to the world, because those sources of evil could become a bigger threat at any moment. Emil believes that even if this guy before him is a Valterian, he must be aware of the attack on the goddess that happened 20 years ago. One where Great Earth tried to kill the goddess, and how the 4 great heroes had defended goddess. Hanbin indeed is aware of it. Emil further explains that after that incident, the hunts for other worlds had become prevalent. While forcing a laugh, the dynamic duo cursed the otherworlders. Emil reveals among those hunted, only 30% were real otherworlders. The other 70% were imposters. They were ordinary Latinians. Nobles used the hunt for otherworlders as an excuse to murder countless people, all in the name of cleansing the world of the evil demon god. That was when the Order realized its mistake, and did its best to stop such a judgment which had no evidence. However, 20 years isn't a long time, and the animosity that the Order feels against otherworlders is still there. Following Emil's lead, they arrive at a room where Efer is being held captive, which leaves the hunters stunned. Emil reveals the Wyvern will go to trial in 10 days and then will be sent to Crater Camp. He explains there's a lot of evidence against her showing that she worked with Ellie, a direct subordinate of Alejandro. But if she is twin sister Ellie, the Order might also suspect her of having Demon God's blessing. Hanbin looks around the room and finds Heresy Inquisitors wearing a mask that hides their level. He was wondering why they were guarding Crater Temple, but he realized that it was an order from higher-ups. The Heresy Inquisitors aren't protecting her but treating her like a complete criminal. When Emil tries to explain that the trial is only a formality, Atis cuts in and tells him that if it weren't for those girls, then all those people who were there would have died. And not to mention, Efer is important to them. It hasn't even been long since she lost her family. Abruptly, she asks him what is he talking about, and goes on to say that she doesn't have a family. She speaks up about how Ellie was someone who looked like her, but they weren't even close. Bewildered, he questions what is she talking about. Emil responds to her instead, revealing he has already talked with that child, even though it's a shame to do this. But this is the only way. He explains if Efer doesn't have anything to do with Ellie, then the judges will determine that Ellie was the only subordinate of Alejandro. He is well aware that letting a subordinate of an otherworlder live is something they cannot allow. Concerned, Atis gets a little closer to the cage and asks her if she's okay with this. The guard from the Heresy Inquisitors guarding the cell tells the mage that's as far as he will go. He reminds Atis that he was allowed down here through the favor of Priest Emil, and demands that Atis doesn't cross the line. Hanbin orchestrates a plan to do something mischievous and decides to include Priest Emil in it too. He crashes into the cell door, forcing it open as Atis is being confronted by the guard. To kill any suspicions, he pretends that it was an accident, and then screams that he has broken his bones. Emil plays along by slapping him multiple times on his face to keep him conscious. He comments out loud that his body is now feeling the effects of the earlier battle. The member of the Heresy Inquisitors points out that Hanbin was doing okay for the 3 days, so why is he feeling pain now? Emil informs him that Valterians were resilient, so he was confident the Valterian warrior was holding in the pain and said he couldn't heal him right then. Emil asks the guard for help carrying Hanbin outside. The guard is reluctant since he is already on duty, looking over Efer. Emil reassures him that Atis will be here, so there's nothing he has to worry about. Emil tells the mage they will be back in 5 minutes. Since this was all unexpected, the Wyvern and Atis are baffled. The dragon lets out a sigh and comments that Hanbin is too reckless. Efer thinks both Atis and him are good people, because they are helping her despite not knowing her for long. She claims to understand how they feel but says that she is okay. She further adds that even though they are worried about her, she is not as sad as they might think. Looking back, she realizes that it hasn't been very long since she met Ellie. Together, they had to experience some of the tough situations and had to be careful every day, hoping that no one would find out that she had a dragon's core. She never understood why they should care about the lives of others when they fought. However, she heard from Alejandro that Ellie tried to save the life of a wyvern she had only just met. Devastated, she calls her late sister an idiot, because there are so many ways to live happily if you just run away. Atis hugs Ephor to console her. He enlightens her that a dragon who transforms cannot transform back into another form after that. It may feel like a curse, however. He knows that the state she is in is what she desires and the one she loves the most. In the end, Ephor imagines Ellie combing and tying her hair, and bursts out crying, while Atis hugs her. Meanwhile, Hanbin and Emil have taken care of the guard from heresy inquisitors, and are resting outdoors. Hanbin expresses how an old man like Emil is useless in situations like this, and Emil agrees with him. The Sword King wonders if there is anything he can do being a top-ranking priest. Emil reveals the trial is conducted by the Order of Light, so he is not allowed to help her directly. Emil further reveals that the following day is the last day of interrogation by order. Since there are 10 days left until the trial, he is going to leave Ephor in the care of him and Atis. Inside, Hanbin is orchestrating a plan to break her free during the protection period. But in the nick of time, Emil discloses that if the wyvern escapes, then it will be the Valtirian and his friend who will go under trial. Since Emil has assigned them to protect the wyvern, he informs him that they need a pardon. Seeing the Valtirian confused, he explains that even though Hanbin may not have a relationship with Ephor, since he just received a massive amount of contributions, if he just completes a simple mission, he will be able to receive a pardon. Hanbin asks Emil if he has a mission that will reward him with a lot of contributions. Emil reveals that originally a spiritualist like him should be joining him, but at the moment he can't go anywhere, though he is sure it would be fine with just him and Atis to subjugate some ghosts. Elsewhere, in an abandoned house, a mysterious entity is waiting for humans. Richard and Leslie have learned about Alejandro's death, but aren't bothered that much because they have successfully acquired Ormflaus's blessing. He notices that even if it is Ormflaus' blessing, it is very unstable, and it is also easily absorbed by a level 70. She tells him to stop blaming a dead person when he declares Alejandro greedy. She asks him if he doesn't have anything to say to her. He is sure that the Order of Light must have thoroughly investigated the dragon's nest, but she did amazing by procuring the item, and praises her for this feat. Leslie thinks Ormflaus's blessing looked like a regular modified crystal ball to the Latnians, so they had just left it alone. He reveals the Demon Lord's blessing is very valuable to them since it's something they have been waiting for 10 years, and he is convinced that with Ormflaus's blessing, they will be able to please them for losing the dragon's nest. She believes the problem is they don't know if the Order will suspect anything, and it seems the Order has a pretty useful dog as well. The Order has started actively looking into the Great Earth. Richard feels relieved that it was Order who were the ones to take initiative. If it were the Heresy Inquisitors instead, then they would have already been cut off. Leslie states a fact that in the past Latnians would be scared if they just heard the name Great Earth, but now they are like an ungrateful lizard's tail. She wonders if he's implying they should still be tail, despite already having Ormflaus's blessing. He informs her that countless other worlders can replace them, and she shouldn't misunderstand this. He explains the only reason why they are chosen is because those people want their urge to go on a killing spree to be controlled. He believes it would be best to clean up here quickly before the Order suspects anything else. She wonders if he's planning to run just to avoid bumping into the enemy and insists on an answer about whether that's really necessary. She expresses her thoughts, suggesting killing those who are against them. Besides, if they have to clean up here, then she thinks they should submit a mission. That will gather parties so they can easily deal with them at one time. Abruptly, a level 35 ghost named Maiden appears through the wall when Leslie calls her and tells her that she will leave the guests to her. A rundown villa that was sold to a ruined family. It was famous for being haunted and was located near the village. However, the truth was that it was a site where Great Earth ran experiments, which was why it was a place with many secrets. And to keep those secrets hidden, the place was riddled with traps. These traps were hidden in every corner of the mansion like hidden masterpieces of art. The only thing that the Maiden, the ghost, regrets is that most of those masterpieces will never be revealed to the outside world, since no one will be able to come out alive once they witness them. She believed that fighting enemies face-to-face was not for an artist like her. This is why she is aware that Leslie knows her the best. Terror is an art and despair is what moves her. She can't even sleep thinking about how her victims will be shaking in fear. After waiting 4 days for her targets, she is disappointed over the fact that her targets haven't come. She wonders was the submission done wrong and thinks she should check the address again. She is frustrated because she can't even tell which part of her art is blood and which part is the wallpaper anymore because they are so late. She decides to repaint everything once again because it is hurting her pride. She suddenly realizes that this place is hard to find since it's located in a deserted area, which is why her targets still haven't arrived. There are a lot of trees surrounding the mansion. It can't be seen from afar. As she is deciphering what is preventing the enemies from approaching, She decides that she should get the main gate ready, because the exterior is as important as the interior of the mansion. 2 days later, the people Maiden was waiting for finally arrive: Hanbin, Atis, Efer. Initially sleeping, she wakes up when she hears the mage holding the Valkyrian responsible for their delayed arrival, because he insisted on hunting all the monsters on the way. Hanbin argues that it helped the friendly wyvern level up, and she was able to have her dragon core recreated, so it's all good. Efer believes having a high level won't matter if she ends up in jail again. Hanbin reminds her that she was going crazy buying clothes and equipment on the first day. The wyvern also blames him for being late again on the second day because he had to take such a long dump. Hanbin admits that she is right but tells her that she wasn't even done wearing her clothes when he was done. Moreover, she had Atis, a guy, help her. Angered, she replies that the girl's clothes are hard to wear, and he wouldn't know since he walks around butt naked. Meanwhile, Maiden is overjoyed to see her guests and is preparing to devise her evil plans. Atis spots the sign outside of the mansion that allegedly kept people away from approaching the mansion due to fear. While he thinks it's cute, Efer calls it dumb. She wonders what was on the creator's mind when he was creating this sign, as it looks so amateurish. Maiden, secretly eavesdropping from inside the mansion, calls Efer mean, believing the artist put a lot of effort into making the sign. The wyvern then says they should go inside. The ghost girl is determined to kill all of them, and she already has a target that she wants to take special care of. She is aiming to kill Efer first. Sometime later, inside the mansion, Atis is explaining to the wyvern how having a spiritualist at the party is best when it comes to facing ghosts. They have a skill that attracts immaterial monsters. Since they don't have a spiritualist, they have to find a ghost themselves and deal with it. She suggests they should split and look for the ghosts since they don't have much time left. Frightened, Hanbin calls her plan a cliché move, pointing out that they wouldn't know since they've never seen movies. The ones who separate from the group are always the first to die. She remembers that physical attacks are useless against ghosts, but Atis reassures her, telling her that since it's only a ghost, Hanbin will take care of it. Exasperated, the Valkyrian wants them to take a look around and express their thoughts on whether they think this is normal. Hanbin asks them why are they both so calm about this. He thinks that if there's a hidden camera somewhere, then this won't be a hit at all, because he is, for one, not surprised at all by this scary house. He tries to convince them to let him wait outside, remarking that he can't utilize any of the 4 energies and has to wait and guess what happens next. Efer sneaks up from behind and touches him, causing him to jump in fright and scream. Surprised to see his friend not acting like his usual self, Atis wonders if the concept of ghosts is different in Hanbin's original world. She doesn't hold back from trolling him for being scared of ghosts. Fuming over her, he lifts her, causing her to scream. Atis plans to head over to the end and wants them both to go the other way. He informs Hanbin that she should be able to tell him about ghosts. Maiden is also awaiting them. After parting ways with Atis, they walk in opposite directions, with Efer singing a tune to lift their spirits. Hanbin asks her to stop and wonders if she feels better after singing that song. She reveals she saw plenty of ghosts when she was in her wyvern form, and singing is her way of lightening up the mood in this eerie atmosphere. He asks her to inform him when she sees a ghost instead of singing a stupid song. Efer educates him about the ghost, a low-ranking monster that absolves its victim's health, but since it can fly around, it's pretty annoying. They usually inhabit monster corpses and humid places. They are most active during the summer. That's why people who can't utilize the 4 energies usually buy the holy water sold at the Order of Light, since it has properties that can exorcise ghosts. Hanbin asks her if ghosts in Latna can be described as mosquitoes because of their sheer number. He then reveals that back home, he would use a whole can of F-Killer, a popular brand of insecticide and mosquito repellent in South Korea, in the early morning to kill the buggers every summer. He describes F-Killer as a chemical version of holy water. As he is about to tell her to not be surprised seeing they are in the middle of the fight, a level 7 ghost suddenly appears before them. At the end of the hallway, Maiden is overjoyed watching them getting frightened by some low-level ghosts. This is where a ton of ghosts are waiting for Hanbin and Efer. However, these ghosts are just bait to lure them deeper inside the mansion. The moment they step forward to exterminate the ghosts, they will die from all the traps that Maiden have lying in wait within this place. Scared, he attempts to evade the ghosts and inadvertently enables a trap by stepping foot on a random trigger. Due to the adrenaline rush, he ends up knocking out all the ghosts, with Efer taking care of the remaining. After running off, he ultimately stops at a certain point. The wyvern warns him that if he runs forward like that, he will end up tripping all the traps. He claims he doesn't freak out at all. When she points out that he is sweating, he tells her that this is from him dealing with those ghosts. He is worried about Atis and suggests they should look for him. She is sure he would be fine with ghosts of this level. Despite that, he has a hunch that the mage might get hurt because of all the traps. Efer believes he won't get caught up in any of the traps, because these traps are easily spottable. Plus, once they are activated, the place gets cleared out pretty well since they are only used once. That means Hanbin is the only one that ever got caught in traps. He shouts at her to shut up and orders her to apologize to the trapper because she is responsible for destroying them. The maiden finally reveals herself, asking if they had destroyed her masterpieces. He goes blank when he sees her for a second and then freaks out intensely like earlier. In the heat of the moment, he jumps from the window by the end of the hallway, and when his sword gets stuck, he realizes that they are stuck inside this mansion. This time, Effer is also scared, because the gravity of this situation is far bigger than she had anticipated. She wrongly guesses it must be Atis and wants him to not mess around. There are 4 days left until the Wyvern's trial, and they are stuck in the mansion. Hanbin and Effer are walking down the hallway, hoping they will eventually escape from this trap. They notice that the hallway, ceiling, and floor go on forever, convincing them that they are trapped in this mansion with the maiden, who they believe is a fake ghost. Effer asks her if the mage in their party is okay. She responds by saying she doesn't think there was someone like that here while looking suspicious. The Wyvern is quick to realize that Maiden might be stuck here with them and asks her. The ghost girl claims she can leave whenever she wants to, but since they don't have a way out, there's nothing else for them to do but do what she says. Hanbin is relieved to learn that Atisi is okay. Effer whispers in his ear that it's her first time hearing about a house becoming a dungeon. She reveals this is what he will be able to see when a dungeon is created. He wonders if that means that even without a designated entrance, there must still be an exit somewhere. Maiden explains that as long as they find the dungeon source, the artifact, then they will be able to clear the dungeon, and the people that were inside will all be instantly transported out, so funding an exit will be unnecessary. These rules are simple. She has prepared tests in each room. All they have to do is clear every room. Hanbin opens a door to one of the rooms, hoping to find the key to open the door on the other side of the room. There are also hints hidden in little spaces around the room as well. Maiden wishes them good luck in finding those. Effer is excited about this. She calls it a treasure hunt, and it makes her feel like a real hunter. The Valtirian reacts to her enthusiasm by commenting that this is just an escape room. He wonders what is so exciting about this because back in his world, something like this is done on a normal date. Hearing the date word coming from him, the Wyvern giggles, ridiculing him. Enraged, he tells her that she is dead if he finds the ghost first. Maiden has planned to not make this any easier for the invaders. She is thinking that if they assume finding the key is all it takes, they're in serious trouble, since every wrong place they search will activate a trap that will kill them. She finds it very exciting because she will be able to see them struggle as they go through all the twists and turns of the tricks she spent time working on. Just as she wonders if it will be too difficult for hunters to figure out since they have to use their heads, Effer shouts that she found it. She reveals that she can sense metal using her force. When Maiden calls it cheating, she reminds her that she never said anything in the first place. The ghost girl says that if she flags it as cheating, then it's cheating. There's no debate over it, and she won't let them leave. She then reveals the next tests won't be as easy. As she's about to give them a hint, Hanbin cuts in by breaking the door and commenting that he won. This time, Effer temporarily sides with Maiden to call out the unfairness. When he remarks that this is how adults fight, they tell him that he is not allowed to break doors. After this, the three speedruns through various traps, which leads to a few hilarious moments where they show their genuine smiles, and even Maiden bursts out laughing. They also come across a giant snake monster, but the three of them jump at it to kill it. Mages make up less than 10% of hunters, and those who exceed level 40 make up less than 2%. Another fun fact, most mages work as hunters to make enough money to join the most prestigious mage guild Thinkers, a top-level magic research institute that has recruited talented wizards with a focus on magicology, regardless of their combat ability and level. If one becomes a part of the guild, they can move to the Mage Kingdom, and they will have all the rights to access all the latest magical stories. That was the reason why Atis was sure. The mage is surprised after discovering some dimensional sealing magic documents, a type of magic that he had never seen when he was in the Thinkers. He wonders who in the world created this magic, and why would they place this magic on a rundown mansion like this. The description of the dimensional sealing magic says it separates spaces and places them in different dimensions. It's perfect as long as the operating tool is present. The magic will keep working even if the caster isn't around, kind of like what happens in the dungeon. He assumes if that's the case, then nothing can get out as long as the magic keeps running. He notices that it is unstable, and deduces that the caster made this mistake. However, he soon understands that it wasn't a mistake. Rather, it was intentional. It will activate once a trespasser tries to leave the mansion. Seeing the mansion vibrating tremendously, he becomes more aware of the fact that he has triggered the magic by attempting to leave, and the mansion will soon cease to exist. Hanbin, Effer, and Maiden. The three are having a banter about eating the giant snake they had just slain earlier. The ghost girl tells them more about her life when she was alive. She was an orphan that no one wanted to adopt because of her face. Those people were the only ones who took her in when she was being chased out of places, starving to death. They were the only ones who needed her, so she didn't care if they were evil or murderers. Living like a human after giving up being one, she finds it funny. Teared up by her story, the wyvern tells her that she doesn't need to be human to live like one. When she is about to thank Effer, she realizes that this isn't what she is supposed to do. Exasperated, she asks Hanbin what is up with the sudden camping atmosphere. He thought they were almost done. Plus, he was getting a little hungry. Maiden reminds him that he has yet to face the boss. She asks them who are they, and how are they so calm even though she is trying to kill them. According to Hanbin, those were some weak traps for someone trying to kill them. She threatens him by pointing her sharp nails at his neck. She makes it clear that she wants him to stop fooling around because she is level 35. She remarks even if Hanbin is strangely strong, he is only a level 5. The only reason why she is keeping them alive is because she wants to have some fun. He taunts her by questioning whether she plans to keep them alive just until she stops feeling lonely. He attempts to lift her spirits, reminding her that she is not a ghost yet, but a normal person. She gets lonely when she is alone and wants others to acknowledge her when she works hard. With the guideline in place, if she had killed someone before, she wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to attack them so openly. Effer adds that those evil people of the Great Earth are different. They think people's lives are like mere flies and encourage Maiden that it's not too late right now. She tells her that they should leave this place together. Abruptly, the whole mansion starts vibrating, and Maiden is the first one to notice it, as she feels intense pain in her head. Soon after, the entire mansion starts collapsing. Startled, the wyvern asks him if this is how a dungeon closes. He feels this is completely different and assumes something is wrong. Atis leaps in through the window to check on his friends. He informs them that this entire place is a trap. The casters were expecting them and prepared this entire space. To stop this place from ceasing to exist, the mage reveals they need to find the operating tool they need to find and destroy the source. Baffled, Hanbin wonders if that's the case, then why did he come inside? Atis explains he was frustrated watching them from outside, so he came in. He questions why the two of them are not able to find the source in just 2 spaces. Since Hanbin has no idea what these 2 spaces Atis is talking about are, he questions him. Furthermore, he informs the mage that they passed through so many rooms. The dragon reveals that Hanbin and Effer have been moving in and out of just 2 rooms with the source this whole time. Confused, the Valtirian wants an explanation and remarks that if there was an artifact here, then they would have already closed the dungeon. Atisi reveals he has been getting the signal this whole time. Effer deciphers the puzzle and says he is right. The source that was moving with them this entire time was one person, its Maiden. While they were busy trying to find a solution, the ghost girl was going through an existential crisis. She recalls how some people were going to get rid of her, but Richard and Leslie saved her. She never believed that those 2 would abandon her. After processing everything, Maiden attempts to attack the 3 of them by throwing some giant rocks, but Hanbin grabs his friends and yeets them out of range to save them, only to get crushed by the rocks himself. Before he gets buried under the rock pit, he enunciates sorry. Effer is left stunned by what just happened, and when she asks Atis what should they do, he wants her to not worry about Hanbin because something like this wouldn't even scratch him. He wants her to focus on destroying the source. While trying to look for Maiden, Effer spots the Valtirian. When she rushes over to check on him, she realizes it's not the usual caring and helpful Hanbin she knows. He has been possessed by Maiden. Hanbin attempts to attack his friend with a vertical slash. Atis had a hunch that this magic belonged to the Great Earth. Since Great Earth can create something like a guideline, it isn't beyond belief for them to make an artificial guideline testee into an operating tool. They need to quickly find Maiden and stop this place from getting destroyed. He wonders if she is trying to waste time by hiding in a safe place. And just when he thinks about it, he realizes that this safe place might be Hanbin. Before the possessed Valtirian lands the vertical slash, he rushes over to save Effer and retrieves her. When he asks her if she is all right, she reveals getting blown away by the shockwave. She wonders what's going on. Atis explains he tweaked an artifact Hanbin had with him in the past and saved her while equipping it. It only has a few uses, but it's better than nothing. When Effer hears him talk about how he had never expected the Valtirian to get possessed, she remarks that only kids get possessed. Since children are the only ones who have yet to awaken with any of the 4 energies, they easily get possessed. However, the enemy they are up against isn't an average ghost, but an intelligent experimental testee. Moreover, this may not be her average possession, but she may be trying to take over his body by completely possessing Hanbin's psyche. Effer attempts to communicate with Maiden asking her why is she doing this because if this continues, everyone in the mansion will end up dead. She wants to help, so they can get out of here together and alive. The ghost girl speaks through Hanbin's body, stating that if the wyvern wants to live, she will have to kill her and his friend. However, the Sword King abruptly punches himself in the face, signaling that he still can suppress Maiden's magic and won't allow her to terrorize his friends. Before falling belly face first, he gives them a thumbs up, implying they should leave this to him. Atis is quite surprised to discover that a highly trained body can suppress magic. The Wyvern wonders if he's sure his brain isn't just being overpowered by his muscle strength instead. He can't give up when his friend is fighting, but to Effer it appears that he is dying. In the Library of Memories, the world in Hanbin's mind, he is getting beaten to a pulp by Maiden. A battle is in progress in his mind. They were sharing each other's memories in this Library of Memories. While referring to him as redder than blood and a demon of the darkness, she commands him to vow to her in blood. Suffering from the surge of memories flowing in his brain, he demands she stop. She continues to overwhelm him in this fabricated world, aiming to make him fall into a deep sleep. Even Hanbin himself had a dark history in there, his own death. This past was what hurt him. The damage was furthering her possession of his body. Not only that, but the time that he had spent alone in the Rock Mountain was 22 years. So it goes without saying that there was bound to be some dark history within that time frame. She assumes she has possessed him, only to hear him say, "Where is she looking?" Hanbin wasn't the only one suffering in the Library of Memories. She was going through the same pain. Given her dark personality, being trapped in the mansion was a shadowy part of her past. As soon as he regains consciousness, he rushes toward her. While singing a love song, he lands several punches on her face, and then he throws the ultimate finisher on her stomach. He also receives some damage from his last punch, because a highly damaged attack will have a high recoil. After this, they both attack each other with their memories. She uses his weapon set, while he uses her Four Great Heroes BL fanfic. Effer watches as Hanbin's index fingers from both the right and left hand strike swiftly against each other. She then watches Atis making a device from all the scrap and wonders him if it will even work. The magician explains since they were used by Great Earth to create this place, it should be working, but the problem is since magic from an otherworlder mage is used with the assistance of their guideline, the fundamentals are unknown. So it is almost impossible to independently create this. He is sure there's a spy from Great Earth in the Thinkers. Elsewhere, Leslie is checking out Mirror of Entanglement, a magic tool that comes in pairs. If one breaks, then the other will as well. She believes they can finish up since the other side of the mirror has received its bait. Richard guesses they won't have any evidence of this. She explains there were a lot of useful magic tools, so, sadly, they will be losing them. He tells her that there's no need to feel that when it comes to using them for their missions. She admits that's true since this place is the Holy Land of magic tools. This kingdom is Rune the Magic Kingdom. Since they are already there, she wants to go shopping, because they haven't done it in a while. He tells her that they will go after completing their mission, which comes first. After this, Richard and Leslie attempt to secretly infiltrate the Mage Guild Thinkers' first branch. She asks him, do they really have to go like this when they are only going to report to them about the creation of Ormflaus' blessing? He tells her that it can't be helped since the Mage Symposium is about to start, so there will be a lot of eyes, and that person won't want them to be noticed. The Mage Symposium began as a simple lecture but gained noble interest once magic tools made by thinkers became luxury items. Thus, the Mage Symposium ended up being a place where new magic tools were revealed, and where nobles went to socialize and show off their possessions. They stealthily infiltrate inside the Mage Guild Thinkers' first branch without making any noise or raising any suspicions. When they secretly go past some guards surveillancing the guild, she says she prefers killing those guards. He states that there is no reason to leave behind any evidence of a murder. Just as they attempt to hurry, they come across a giant golem. The giant golem immediately starts shouting to eliminate the intruder. Richard isn't sure if what they are facing is a golem, but regardless of that, he attacks it with his sword. He uses special attacks like Aura Blade and Diagonal Slash to break the golem into pieces, though he also sacrifices his sword hitting its metal body. Leslie remarks there's no way a monster like a golem would be here. She deduces that this is an artificial golem. As she tries to figure out why he destroyed his own sword, some unknown person arrives and asks him if he really dared to ruin the product they were going to reveal at the symposium. The unknown person remembers the two of them destroying her lab in the past. They both get on their knees and apologize to her. This unknown person is revealed to be the archmage of the four heroes named Zenobia. She demands they present their report if it's relevant. Elsewhere, Maiden finds herself in the middle of nowhere. She remembers she was fighting a second ago, and wonders if she is dead. She finds this place a little strange for hell. She feels that in the end, she was used like a tool and lived a useless life. She believes that since she is dead, this probably means Hanbin and the rest were able to get out safely from the mansion. She admits she would have felt bad if they had died, and believes she would have been hunted down if she lived longer. Despite that, she feels happy because she had fun in the end, and she didn't die a painful death. Feeling emotional, she sits and reflects on her life. She is surprised when a dog approaches her and bluntly tells her to stop whining. The dog remarks that it's all over if she doesn't keep moving. When she senses the sinister feeling of several monsters, she realizes that she isn't in hell. Rather, she is in the consciousness of the Valterian, but she is not ready to accept it. She dispossesses his body before almost getting sucked in. She isn't able to fathom him because of all his trauma, despair, and anger, and labels him dangerous. She is amused at how he can live through all this. As soon as she is out, Atis activates the operation, and the process of the mansion's tearing down begins. The next morning, after the mansion has been destroyed, Hanbin wakes up and finds out that he has crushed Atis and Efer with his body. He quickly apologizes. He wonders what happened to the mansion. His friends presume the magic worked, but since it's already morning, the mage wonders if a whole day has passed. He is worried because they don't have much time left for Efer's trial. The wyvern guesses the last step is up to her. Maiden suddenly appears, not as a ghost, but as a human, and questions Atis, who then explains he was able to nullify her role as the operating tool from the space trap, and all her skills and abilities have disappeared, so she is now a normal human. She wasn't expecting anything less than her annihilation. She suspects Atis might hand her over to the Order of Light. He responds by saying that he would have killed her if she had taken over his friend's body, and just the fact that she tried to do that really makes him want to hand her over to the Order of Light. Not to mention, because of her, Efer won't even be able to make it to her trial on time because Crater Prison Camp is a long journey. Despite that, the wyvern wanted to save her and kept asking him to wait for her to come out. Maiden calls them crazy for thinking someone like her would be thankful to them for saving her. She feels that's just useless pity from them. Hanbin finds her unappreciative behavior a bit harsh. Efer points out that her sister Ellie was also used by Great Earth, and because of that, she's now facing a trial. She further tells her this is her way of fighting against them. She says that even if she goes to prison, she will make sure to survive, since being alive will help her win her battles. Maiden appears to be a little moved by the wyvern's remarks, while Atis says that if she ends up in jail, he and Hanbin will just break her out. The ghost girl decides to return the favor and brings out a multi-legged golem carriage transport Tarpon Cavalis F800 that moves with a magic engine. Due to the lack of mechanical efficiency and power, the engine utilizes magic power through the help of mana stones, though the transport works without the use mechanical horse. Being a mage, Atis is stunned by this carriage. He notices that the creator has a great interest in the beauty of aesthetics. This type of carriage is something he had only seen in books because it was something over-specified. As he hugs the carriage and says that he never thought he would be able to see the actual thing, Hanbin and Maiden just glare at him. She reveals the carriage was used by the mansion owner a long time ago and was just stored here. Efer rushes to Maiden and holds her hand while questioning her if they can make it in time if they ride this carriage. Surprised, the ghost girl informs her that they indeed can. When the Sword King notices the mage's mood has suddenly shifted, he checks in to see what's bothering him. Atis admits it's true that nothing is faster than a Tarpy, and for that reason, they need a high-ranked monostone to power this, but he can't do it. He had a hunch that Great Earth would not leave such a great item like this without a reason. Hanbin isn't sure if he gets it, but knows all they need is a strong monostone. He takes out a fragment of an incomplete Ormflaus blessing, claiming that this isn't a monostone, and asks Atis would this works, and it indeed works. As sometime later the carriage appears to be covering distance rapidly. Maiden is also riding with them, but she doesn't know why. When she asks them why are they also taking her, Hanbin clarifies that it's not like she has anywhere else to go, implying that it is better if she rides with them. Atis is overjoyed seeing how fast this carriage is and feels this carriage can leave magic cars in the dust. He wasn't expecting the fragment of an incomplete Ormflaus blessing to be this powerful. He feels that if it is related to thinkers, then it's not something that can be left aside. Hanbin remembers his friend was also a part of their group, and wonders if he can't just make a report to the leader of the group. The mage calls it impossible. The leader of thinkers is one of the 4 heroes, Zenobia, the Archmage. She is the strongest Latinian mage who saved the world by stopping the attack on the goddesses, and is also the current queen of the mage kingdom of Rune. He reveals that since all the noblemen want to wed her due to her beauty, someone like him would never be able to get close to her. The Valterian wonders aloud that it was 20 years ago when she was level 100 and dealt with the other worlders, and wants to know how old is she anyway. Atisa guesses his friend doesn't know the 4 heroes were acknowledged by the goddesses for their deeds, and they blessed those heroes with bodies that would never grow old, which is why they are known as the Blessed. Hanbin reveals he learned about the heroes from Efer in the past. Atis remarks it is common knowledge, so he will tell him more about them because as a Valterian, this is something he needs to know. He explains the continent's strongest swordsman, Barolt. The Sword King is the strongest of the 4 heroes and is a Valterian warrior. It was because of him that the current image of Valterra remains. However, no one has seen him in recent years. Hanbin assumes Barolt is a mystery because he is one of the 4, and Atis adds that the Sword King is especially unusual. There is also the ultimate spiritualist Halian, the transcendentalist of life and death. She is a beauty of the spirit species, and was the strongest nymph, but now is the Queen Elendia of the spirit kingdom, and her current actions are to support her role. But there is still one who is active in service. The top magic swordsman Garhan the Terrible. He is the one who has hunted more otherworlders than anyone, the regent and real monarch of Kalduri, the kingdom of 1,000 years. The Sword King is surprised to learn that all those incredible people were at a party and thinks it would be awesome if they started an alumni club. While giggling, Atisi says he is not sure about the Sword King, but if the other three were to gather together as the representatives of each kingdom, he is sure there wouldn't be a single person who could utter a sound. So it's either a place where war is taking place or a place of that importance. Elsewhere, Zenobia is hanging out with the other two heroes, Garhan and Halian. She speaks up about how those nobles who usually tried to take a glance at her couldn't even do a single thing now. She is grateful to him because her new creation was sold out. He believes that because of their weak military power, these nobles are trying to borrow power from the foreign aristocracy. Zenobia wasn't expecting authority through military force, but isn't a surprise that it's from the regent of Kalduri. Garhan gazes at Halian and realizes it's actually Leslie beneath the disguise. He asks her if, despite knowing that, she didn't really summon him just to sell her golems. She informs them that Halian agrees with both their advice and agrees with whatever decision comes about. Garhan remarks aloud that Halian has become lazy with her long lifespan. Zenobia, currently holding on to the Ormflau's blessing, remarks since they don't have much time left, why don't they get started? A divine entity appears to be undergoing the process of resurrection, as the new skin and cells appear to be connecting to shape the complete image. This creation is the embodiment of Kivriel, the goddess of darkness, and is named Kivier by the goddess herself. Kivriel asks Kivier if she knew that darkness is emptiness, and that emptiness signifies the end, and yet the end is also the beginning. Kivier gives her a positive, agreeable response. Kivriel then remarks she should also know that out of the 6 goddesses of this world, she is the one who controls the darkness. Kivier once again responds by just saying yes. In the name of Kivriel, the goddess of darkness, Kivriel questions her about her true identity. Kivier responds by paying respect to the goddess Kivriel and then introduces herself as Kivier. Kivriel then asks her to fulfill her promise with the blessing of Kivriel in her name, and commands her to gather the children who may have heard her calling to come and meet her at the altar to carry her command. Kivier casts a spell to summon Zenobia and Garhan, asking if they, as Garhan the Terrible and Zenobia the Archmage, are truly blessed by the goddesses. She who speaks for Kivriel, goddess of darkness. Garhan, who initially was on his knees, stands up and surprisingly calls blessing trash. Kivier realizes that both heroes are there for answers and wonders what are they here for. Garhan explains they fought against the other worlders who were on the side of the demon god 20 years ago. At that time, the heroes were old and they survived their weary bodies to fight for the sake of goddesses. It may have been for a short while, but they were victorious over them, and truly believed they gave everything in their final stand to protect the world. After this, they received the blessings of the goddesses, gained their youth back, and built their impoverished hometowns. This wasn't all. They gained the wisdom of truth and were even allowed to gain another level of strength and a position where they were able to end the war. However, despite giving them their youth back, Kivier informed them of the limited span they had left in their lifespan. He questions her if she even knows what it feels like when every second of your life reminds you how close you are to your death. Kivier remarks they believe that Garhan, who was given the highest position possible, wouldn't be greedy for immortality. However, it now appears that they have been too good to him. Kivier adds that mistakes and despair are reserved for those who enjoy life, so if Garhan and Zenobia have received the answer to their question, then they can leave. Garhan charges towards her and other embodiments of the goddess Kivriel that look exactly like Kivier, while stating that his despair isn't having a limited lifespan. As he is engaged in the fight, he asks the goddess if they did anything after that incident, even though their sons and daughters sacrificed themselves to fight against the demon of this world. He feels they are dying unfairly despite having the goddesses' names on their breath when all the goddesses have done is give out their blessings and observe as the world went into chaos. In the end, he reveals his despair as them, the goddesses. Kivier thinks what Garhan, who lives for a fraction of time, understands. She mentions that chaos may indeed be in front of his eyes, and wonders if can he not see the whole truth. Garhan shares his opinion, saying the world does not need a god that just spectates, but a hero who punishes evil and sustains justice. That is why they have no choice but to become the pillar of immortality that sustains the world. He demands that Kivriel grant them heroes' immortality because that way they may protect this world. Just after finishing demanding eternal life, Garhan hears Zenobia calling his name. When he turns his face to check on her, he discovers she is slowly flaking away into fine dust. Kivriel transforms into her second original form and tells Garhan that seeking eternal life is not his sin. The death she gives him now isn't a punishment either. It's simply the only way to free him from the torment of fearing it. She plans on granting him a painless rest while his glory as a hero remains. Garhan snaps at Kivriel, telling her that this was the opportunity they granted to the goddesses. In the end, it was the goddesses that betrayed them. While shouting Kivriel, Garhan also flakes away into the dust. Hanbin and the rest have finally arrived at the crater courthouse after a long journey, though they barely made it on time. He and Atis are wondering what will happen, and the mage feels they have done everything they could for her to be exonerated. Hanbin then asks him if he told him about Great Earth to Emil. Atise reveals Emil has decided to protect Maiden since she was a victim of one who turned into a ghost. He believes if he told Emil that they got mixed into the Great Earth business again, then it would only make them more suspicious of not only Ephor, but also of them and their connection with the Great Earth. The Valterian agrees and feels that even though the skeleton accident may have been an accident if they knew about Alejandro and the mansion incident, then it would be hard for the Order of Light to believe them. Atis believes that judging by how they destroyed one of their bases, it seems they've written them off as troublemakers and are more focused on staying alive. Hanbin assumes that they are still unaware of their identities. The dragon says if it becomes known that they possess a fragment of Ormflaus' blessing, then those people will come for them for sure. He suggests they shouldn't report this to Order of Light for now and keep it between them. Looking at the Ormflaus' blessing embedded into a bracelet, the Valterian wonders what this thing he is looking at. Atis explains that this is only a speculation, but he suspects it's a guideline that Latnians can use. Since his friend can use it, Hanbin learns that if his guideline was normal, he could have been at least helpful. The magician is sure that is probably not the case because this demon god's blessing is most likely different from a guideline. He informs him that this is a bit more specialized than a normal guideline. They can input new magic spells or skills inside it. Wondering if one can use the spells or skills they are not compatible with, he asks these questions to Atis. The magician reveals the problem is one can even use those that they are not compatible with. The Sword King, a swordsman, and a high-leveled mage will both be able to use magic that could read an opponent's level. It's similar to how a dragon absorbs experience. With this tool, a person can go beyond the capabilities of their limits. Hanbin understood Atis's words as comparing humans to outdated computers struggling to run advanced magic like high-performance software. The only way a computer can use the program is either to have a guideline or Ormflaus' blessing. Atis feels lucky to have escaped from the mansion. They were able to stop the magic because Maiden was stuck inside with them. And the fact that this was only a fragment of Ormflaus' blessing, that the magic wasn't complete. He reveals if this was a more complete blessing, then both he and the ghost girl would probably never have been able to get out of that magic trap. Hanbin suddenly takes a big bite from Atis's burrito, which makes him a little upset, as this is his first real food that they had in a while. Hanbin blames him for not focusing on the food that is in front of him. He comments if this was the Rock Mountain, then the food would have been the mage himself. He wonders how he would have been living if he never come here, and is contemplating what would it have been like if his guidelines had never been messed up. He discloses before Atis that he probably lived about 5 years in fear every day in the Rock Mountains. He feels that thinking about it now is useless. Since time allows no do-overs, what matters is that his presence back then is what kept them alive to this day. When Ephor and Maiden come from behind the door, they misunderstand the situation, thinking Hanbin and Atis are getting all lovey-dovey because of the angle they are sitting at. Ephor says that it didn't take her long to be exonerated thanks to Maiden's evidence, and as she is blushing, she asks the Valterian what is he doing to Atis. The mage further exacerbates the misunderstanding by saying Hanbin ate his burrito without asking. Ephor drops and kicks Hanbin while telling him to die, and then argues with him for a good while. Garhan and Zenobia are alive, living inside the low-dimensional space. He explains to Zenobia that the goddesses are beings of a higher dimension than humans. Just as that implies, the dimension that they exist in is completely different. He feels there is no way they will be able to understand those who live in a four-dimensional world. But they can also think in reverse, just as the humans are shapes drawn on a plane from their point of view. The eternity that the humans long for is simply another dimension for them. It was believed that the humans couldn't attack goddesses, but that was the rule up until now because Garhan has acquired dimensional sealing magic and Kivriel is trapped in it. He wasn't expecting that such a high-dimensional being would be trapped in a low-dimensional field. It seems their roles have switched. Until Garhan can understand Kivier's divinity, Kivriel's future will continuously repeat itself in this space. He questions what Zenobia thinks about Kivriel figuring out their plans in this low-dimensional realm. Zenobia isn't sure but still adds that maybe it's possible if they forced themselves into that space. The goddess of that time and space was the one who called them there. It was then that their magic began to erode her, and when Garhan severed her head, that's when she was fully entrapped by their magic. Plus, if Kivriel figures it out now, it's too late, since they absorbed half of her power of darkness. Garhan admits that was true. He remembers how Kivriel was unable to recognize Ormflaus's blessing after that. But with just half the power, they won't be able to attain immortality. He wonders if it is because Ormflaus' blessing is incomplete, and wonders if will they be able to absorb all the goddesses once they create a complete one. Zenobia questions him. How is he planning on creating one? Because they can't step 1 foot outside this neutral space. Moreover, since there's no time in this space, their lifespan won't decrease, so they can take their time absorbing her power. Suddenly, Zenobia hears Kivriel calling her by her given name. Surprised, Zenobia states that should be impossible in a low-dimensional field. Garhan remarks if it is something that will surprise even the Archmage, then it's truly worth it. She realizes that Garhan used some of Kivriel's power that he had absorbed. Garhan reveals they will be able to communicate with the outside world using this skill. Zenobia asks him even if he wants to make use of Great Earth. The Order of Light is keeping a close eye on them at the moment. Garhan comments they will face religion with religion, an answer Zenobia wasn't expecting. He explains all they have to do is give command to the Dark Brotherhood under Kivriel's name. Elsewhere, Hanbin and Atis are getting Ephir registered as a hunter. The receptionist they are consulting with says that she is surprised, as she had never thought the mage would have interest in forming a party. What she found even more surprising is that he included a level 15 newbie in his party. Atis remarks that there were some reasons, and he is going to pay for Ephir's registration fees. This receptionist is Emil's sister, and since she and her brother are indebted to Hanbin, or more accurately the Valtyrian warrior, she decides to pay for them. Though Hanbin informs her that he forgot to bring back her clothes and also forgot to burn down Emil's temple. Since Atis wasn't there when his dear friend accepted this mission, he appears to be bewildered by what he just heard. Emil's sister reveals that she will make sure to suck every penny out of her dumb brother as payment for saving his life. The receptionist demands to know if the mage would like to register for a new guild card. She reveals it's free for those who cooperate with the Order of Light. He accepts her offer and thanks her. Hanbin notices a hunter consulting with the other receptionist, overhearing him mention that he's heard it's possible to become a hunter by coming here. He wonders if this hunter is from the countryside. He remembers being as awkward as this hunter when he first came. He also notices how clean the hunter's equipment is, and assumes it must be freshly purchased. When the receptionist asks the hunter if has he come to register as a hunter, he responds by saying yes. The Sword King's guideline shows him this newbie hunter's level is 20, leaving him stunned. He wonders if isn't it a bit too late for a level 20 to register now as a hunter? To register him as a hunter, the receptionist asks him for his name and his place of birth. The newbie hunter remembers he hasn't introduced himself yet. He shocks Hanbin by bluntly revealing he has come from Shanghai, and his name is Sana the Warrior. At the northeast of Kalduri, the kingdom of 1,000 years, snowy mountains of 1,000 years, the heresy inquisitors are wreaking havoc at a dragon's nest, just to acquire a fragment of Ormflaus' blessing. The man leading the inquisitors in this operation complains about how much they hate the cold. They wonder why dragons have to build a nest there. The workers and the locals are screaming in fear, questioning why the inquisitors have to be here. While the heresy inquisitors are tearing things apart on the surface level of the dragon's nest, one of the refugees appears to be possessing the thing the inquisitors are looking for, a fragment of Ormflaus' blessing. This refugee is standing on a big steeple structure, aiming to escape without being noticed. He wonders why this organization have to show up when the experiment is a success. He is more stunned by the fact that they were able to locate it. Normally it would be challenging to find this place. Knowing that running is the only feasible option, he attempts to evade the threat, only to be stopped by one of the heresy inquisitors. The member of heresy inquisitors interrogates him about where is he trying to escape. He pretends to be innocent and claims he is one of those wandering folks who have nowhere else to go. He tries to find a logical solution to this, as he can't see the opponent's level due to the mask. Noticing the gold color on the heresy inquisitor's clothes, the refugee presumes he is being confronted by a general. He begs for forgiveness, promising to leave right away with other refugees. The general admits the heresy inquisitors don't have a good reputation, but reminds him that they don't go out to pick on refugees. Just as he declares that any refugee tied to Great Earth would face punishment, the refugee suddenly shoots him with a double-barrel handgun. With cold defiance, the refugee remarks that if he already knew that, then he should have killed him on the spot. The general responds with a punch to his face, slamming him into the far wall, indicating that a mere gun can't do him any damage. He judges him by how he uses a gun and assumes he must be an other-worlder who has recently crossed over to this world. He reminds the refugee that there is a reason for everything, and further asks him the reason his seniors never used guns and why they just left him to live. Just as the general demands the refugee hand over the fragment, the refugee equips it himself, transforming into a giant, unidentifiable creature. He holds the general up in a dominant, almost crushing grip, and tells him that he should be educated. Not only the refugee's level, but every skill of his has increased, and he claims to be over level 80. The refugee then wonders how Alejandro lost despite having this tremendous power. He thinks it's a pity that his first opponent with such immense power is just a lowly spiritualist, a mere healer. Though he's certain the general won't go down without a fight. Afterward, the refugee starts the quiz time, intending to ask the general a few questions. While asking the general how he knows Ormflau's blessing was here, he extends his arm to take off his mask. The general warns him to not touch the mask, but despite the warnings, the refugee shatters his mask with a simple flick. Since the mask has been removed, the general's level gets exposed. The refugee gets frightened when he notices the general's level. He wonders how can someone be at that level, believing reaching that level is almost impossible. The general gets a little serious, remarking that there was a reason for everything, while casually amputating his arm with force. At the Crater Valley, a party of hunters is fighting some monsters near a dungeon entrance. As they are struggling to stop the monsters from escaping from the dungeon, Effer also appears to be spectating the fight from a distance. The party's captain, a level 50 warrior, tries to block the way outside in an attempt to stop the giant millipede. However, the giant millipede still penetrates through his defense and heads straight toward the town, leaving the party worried. However, they are surprised when they notice a human falling from the sky, and this human is Effer. She seems to be equipping dual swords, which resembles Ellie's swordsmanship, and upon getting closer to the giant millipede, she impales it with her sword. When her face becomes visible, the hunters recognize Effer, a new hunter who appeared 2 months ago and has been leveling up at a frightened speed. The hunters are aware that she may be a new magic swordsman, but she's a genius that could single-handedly defeat most monsters. One hunter reveals that according to the rumors, Effer's sister died in a dragon's nest incident, and the circumstances led her to become a hunter to help people. The hunter's other party member tells him that it's kind of creepy that he knows so much. The captain shouts at them that this isn't the time to be thankful to another party. He thinks the monster won't be defeated by such a weak attack. However, Atis is standing on the surface of the ravine, waiting for the monster to get in his attacking range so he can kill it. When the party of hunters notices the monster freezing, they realize this is Atis's magic. The #1 sought-after mage for any part, since he is good at attack and support. The mage even uses his own magical inventions to use spells beyond his level. Earlier, when fighting the giant millipede, his magic stone shattered into pieces. He has now learned that a magic stone can't keep up with a spell of this level. The captain notices Atis getting prettier day by day. Creeped out, his other party members remind him that Atis is a dude. The captain thinks it doesn't matter because he is just watching. The female hunter of the party remembers seeing the mage in the papers, but in the photo she saw, there was a family member of the Sword King, the Valtirian warrior. The party that has been just saved by our heroes is curious to see what the Valtirian looks like. However, instead of Hanbin, Brad and Martin appear before them. The latter tells Atis and Effer that they will take care of the rest because he feels a little bad that they did all the work. The female hunter leans in and whispers to her teammate, expressing her surprise at how small the Valtirian warrior actually is. However, Brad overhears her and points it out. The teammate she whispered to guesses she must not have heard about it since she's new. But there was an accident 2 months ago at the Hunters Guild, and because of that, the Valtirian warrior is now confined. Hanbin, being held captive inside a dungeon room, receives a message from the guideline asking if will he end his own life. After Hanbin's encounter with the Otherworlder, we rewind to see what unfolded during that moment. Emil and a judge are paying a visit to the Hunters Guild. The judge complains about how Hunters Guild has no values of aesthetics. To him, the buildings look like places where otherworld criminals live. Emil reminds the judge that the Otherworlders were the ones who influenced the architecture of this world as they crossed over. When Emil questions him about what brings him to the Hunters Guild, the judge explains that he is visiting because of the white-haired girl who was recently on trial. Emil enlightens him that the girl's name is Effer. The judge reveals that girl has been on his mind lately, and remarks she is quite pretty. He feels that it's a shame such a pretty girl is doing dirty jobs as a hunter. He wonders what is her party like. Emil is annoyed hearing the aristocrat say some disgusting things, though he is aware that being patient is the only viable option since the judge is a small-time noble who gives large donations to the order. When they step foot inside the guild, Emil and the judge find the Hunters Guild to be crowded. The judge asks Emil if the atmosphere of Hunters Guild is usually this noisy. Due to the nature of the job, friction between hunters is always high. In addition, they carry weapons which can result in one losing their life in a private fight. To prevent this, fights between hunters using weapons are strictly prohibited within the guild, and those who break the rules will lose their hunter's license. However, there is one exception to the rule. When a new hunter registers with a level of 20 or above, everyone presses that specific hunter. Hanbin has knocked over the newbie adventurer named Zhang by sheer force. The newbie adventurer can't make sense of the situation and wonders why he was shoved in the first place. When Atisa asks Hanbin if he's certain the person he's confronting is an otherworlder, he responds by asking both him and Effer if they've ever heard of places like Shanghai or Zhangluxin. The mage wonders if those were the names of some places. He realizes that those terms must be words used by otherworlders on Earth, and that is why Hanbin is sure of his identity and no one else has any idea. Since a Valtirian warrior is standing his ground, other hunters aren't making a move right now. He calls Hanbin awesome for being able to do something that incredible. Meanwhile, the Valtirian's memory of the things related to Shanghai is hazy. He only remembers Shanghai spicy cuisines. The 22 years he spent living on Rock Mountain was too long for him to accurately remember the countries of Earth. He is sure that the newbie adventure is an Earthling that had just recently crossed over, but wonders why didn't the guideline warn him to hide his identity. He thinks it would be best to scare him a little and chase him out. After being knocked over by Hanbin, the newbie adventurer assumes that to become a warrior, he has to show his skills. He believes this must be a test from God to him, who has decided to walk the path of Sura. He remarks if this is his destiny, he will neither run nor hide from it. However, if being a warrior means taking another life, he refuses to do it and asks the Valtirian to move aside, and casually calls him a level 5 muscle-headed warrior. It takes Hanbin a few seconds to realize what Zhang just remarked, and then slaps him in the face, sending him flying out of range from the force. Hanbin slapped him as if to ask whether he intended to broadcast his level to everyone. He had no alter motives, he just wanted to slap the newbie. The local hunters are babbling after learning that the Valtirian is a level 5. The level 5 Valtirian tries to signal Atis to do something, but he is just as surprised as him and pretends to not have heard anything. As Hanbin and Atis panic, Effer ridicules Zhang, shouting that he must know what it's like to be punched by a Valtirian warrior. The hunters nearby are surprised, wondering what's going on. The Valtirian warrior being a level 5 is news to them. However, they still aren't fully convinced because most of them have seen Hanbin fighting. Brad and Martin are there too. The rude hunter, now a friendly block, chuckles and says, "How is a level 5 supposed to take on a level 70 monster?" Some hunters guess Zhang must be a crazy dude, not an otherworlder, because if he knew Valtirian warrior's true level, he wouldn't be standing there. Hanbin doesn't recognize the hunters he rescued, but despite that he thanks them. He suddenly finds himself in a tight spot, surrounded by guards ordering him to surrender. The Valtirian requests him to do something about the guards. Emil informs him that these people aren't from Order of Light. They are the judge's soldiers. The Crater prison camp was built to confine otherworlders. All the otherworlders that are captured are confined in this hellish place. This huge coffin-like building was designed by Garhan the Terrible. Using the naturally formed dungeons that are on both sides of this steep valley, this prison was built with 26 floors to house those otherworlders. Now inside the prison security guard warns Hanbin that if he attempts to break out, he will just fall over a cliff. Even if he tries to fly out, the walls are 15 meters thick. That isn't all. At certain places, the walls are at least 48 meters thick. The security officer reveals even Berylt the Sword King couldn't penetrate a 48-meter thick steel wall during a test. Therefore, even a Valtirian like him won't be able to escape from this prison. In the end, the officer asks him if he understands this. He declares that from this point on, he's no longer a Valtirian for the next 100 years of his punishment. Since the Sword King wasn't expecting a 100-year sentence for an accident, he demanded an explanation on why is he sentenced to 100 years. He pleads before the security officer and the judge, who is watching him from a distance, that it was an accident, and it was the other guy's fault in the first place. Atis and Effer have also come to see their friend. The mage believes there's no point in asking for an appeal since all the other judges are also nobles. He reveals he asked Priest Emil for help, but Emil claimed they won't even give him a chance to be exonerated, and it appears that the judge is in charge of Crater Prison. Even if outsiders make a fuss, it won't matter. Hanbin wonders what should they do then. Effer lays out their plan to bribe the judge, counting on his greed, so they intend to pay him off. Atise wants him to sit tight while they work on saving as much cash as possible. The Valtirian is aware of the fact that he will only be hunted down for the rest of his life if he escapes from this prison. What he will lose even more is the chance to receive the goddess's blessing through the order. This means he won't be able to ask the goddesses to return them home. He guesses he has to believe in Atis and Effer's plan and wait. Hanbin notices Zhang getting beaten up in the same cell block as him, just a few yards away. He's being brutally beaten by a group of inmates who are trying to force him to confess to crimes. He pleads that he didn't do anything that can be described as shameful. Zhang's crime is headbutting a noble, and was charged with an attempted assassination of an aristocrat. He has been imprisoned without trial due to unidentification, and his sentence is also 100 years. The otherworldly Sword King's crime was throwing an unidentified person towards a noble. Like Zhang, he is also charged with an attempted assassination of the aristocrat. Notably, he served as a bodyguard for the Order of Light for a week. When Jang spots the Valterian, he remarks it's funny meeting him here. Han Bin is exasperated as he doesn't want to get involved with him. He feels that he should have punched him in head instead of slapping him. When the punks beating Jang spot the Valterian, they immediately start calling him out too. Han Bin, facing the opposite direction, denies knowing him. The punks assume they are being looked down upon, which they believe is their territory. They wonder if the man before then is a newbie, but Jang cuts in, saying they can't recognize an expert, just like he didn't before Han Bin slapped him. Just as he finishes talking, the Valterian flicks both of the punks' ears with his fingers, knocking them unconscious. He is irritated, as he has to deal with Zhang when his plan is screwed. He fears his identity might be revealed by this other worlder if he keeps blabbing away. If his identity is revealed, then Atis and Effer both would suffer the consequences. He considers killing him. He stretches his arm to grab Zhang's neck, intending to finish him once and for all. However, he hesitates when he hears him mention how happy he is to see a familiar face. He sees his past self in him, which makes him drop his plan of killing him. He introduces himself and asks to just call him Filad. Zhang also introduces himself as Zhang Luxin. After this, the Valterian asks him how has he survived until now, because he is pretty much advertising that he is an otherworlder. Zhang responds that everyone basically decided he was insane the moment he mentioned Han Bin's level. Even though he previously hinted at being from another world, he's now denying it. Han Bin is glad that Zhang at least knows that he needs to keep that a secret, though he doesn't know what exactly he needs to hide. The Valterian feels obliged to tell him the difference between otherworlders and Latnians. Zhang offers him some magic stones as a token of thanks. When asked if he brought those stones from outside, Zhang reveals they are from the monsters that he hunted down in the crater prison. Han Bin is shocked to learn that one can hunt monsters in prison. He wonders if it is some form of labor. Zhang reveals that those guys were trying to take the magic stones from him just now. Since the prison is in the middle of a dungeon, the Sword King wonders if they can go inside those dungeons. He is also curious about why the other inmates tried to steal the magic stones from Zhang. Since there's no point in that, they can't sell them for money inside the prison. Han Bin learns that if he gives these magic stones to the guards, his sentence will be reduced. The judge is speaking to someone he calls an otherworlder, who is being held inside a rectangular containment capsule. The judge mentions he has heard that the otherworlders can't forget the taste of killing a Latnian once they start. Because the otherworlder he's talking to can earn more experience the stronger a Latnian is, he sometimes finds himself feeling envious of them. On top of that, things have been pretty dull for him lately. When the judge notices that the otherworlder is eager to fight and gain experience, he informs the otherworlder that his next target is a Valterian. Inside the rectangular containment capsule is someone who knows Han Bin and even enunciates Eric Garoon. Humans from Earth have small and weak bodies. The advancement of civilization led to a decrease in physical activities, which resulted in the loss of muscles. But Latnians aren't so different from the people of Earth. Though they do have to hunt giant monsters, their natural bodies are the same. It's just that the Latnians use their bodies more because of their environment. To hunt monsters, the Latnians learn to fight and increase their body strength through leveling up. Even so, a human's body limit is level 15. However, there are many different types of monsters, and your level can increase exponentially based on which monsters you hunt. This is why Latnians have powers that are called the Four Energies. These four energies are Aura Strong Physique and Destructive Energy, Mana Magical Energy, Force Lightning and Internal Energy, and Prana Regenerative and Protection Energy. Hunters train these energies to increase their levels and hunt huge monsters. However, if one is not able to use one of those four energies, they rely on a magic tool called Handcuffs of Sealing. When Handcuffs of Sealing are worn, they block the four energies. The color in these cuffs changes when they are in use. Although Hunter's level may be high, a human without the ability to use the four energies is nothing but monster food, and there's no exception to that fact. When some hunters find themselves in a critical situation, Han Bin saves them using a kitchen knife, which surprises them, because they believe he shouldn't have been able to use aura because of the handcuffs. They admit knowing that Han Bin is a Valterian, but what they never knew was that it's possible. It is already the Valterian's 5th week of imprisonment. Han Bin resorted to using a knife because his longsword was taken into custody. He feels unbothered since he is used to throwing knives when he is stuck in the rock mountain. He thinks that if he adjusts his strength, the monsters he attacks won't die. He believes that the increase in Zhang's level will also help him. He has accumulated 1,000 plus already, and is a level 35 warrior. After this, he and Han Bin get the magic stones exchanged for sentence depreciation. After checking out the number of their magic stones, a guard informs Han Bin that with this much, he will be able to have their sentence decreased by 2 months. When he mentions that half of the magic stones belong to the person next to him, Zhang, the guard tells them that each of them will receive a 1-month reduction. The other inmates are surprised to see the Valterians and Zhang's incredible teamwork, as it would practically be impossible for them to decrease a single day. Hanbin asks the guard for a loaf of bread and 8 kitchen knives for his magic stones. The newbie suggests an actual weapon would be much better than kitchen knives. The Valterian explains it will break if he just swings it once, and for that reason, the cheaper, the better. Zhang feels ashamed carrying a good weapon while Hanbin is doing all the work. For the past 5 weeks, Hanbin and Zhang have been slowly descending floor by floor collecting magic stones. It would be faster if the Otherworlder Sword King headed down to the deepest levels alone, but he can't leave someone alone who knows his real level. Plus, Zhang needs to level up too. In addition to this, the newbie has a working guideline. There may be important information in there that would be useful for when he negotiates with the goddesses once he meets them. This means they both need to be released at the same time. Zhang surprisingly demands the guard give him 100 loaves of bread instead of reducing his sentence. He distributes these loaves among the other 100 inmates who can't hunt for various reasons. They are grateful to him since he used his hard-earned magic stones on them. Zhang points out that monsters will show up in the dungeon again, so there's nothing to fear. Hanbin snaps at him asking him if is he thinking of rotting in jail forever and if is this his home. He responds by saying that anyone who wants to be a hero can't ignore people in pain, even if those people happen to be criminals. Suddenly, the judge arrives to check on the prisoners, and when he looks at the inmates, he comments it's a total cesspool here. One inmate rushes to the judge requesting they let his family come visit him once. However, he is stopped by the guards. Looking at the miserable state of the prisoner, the judge asks the guards to explain this. One guard points out that the prisoner in the judge's presence was sentenced to 15 years in prison for not being able to repay his debt 5 years ago. He is not a hunter, and his family is currently paying for his bail. In simple words, he is a farmer. The judge wants the prisoner to hunt in the dungeons, otherwise he would not be given any visiting rights. The guard informs the judge that the last time this prisoner headed into a dungeon was 3 months ago, and lost his leg in an accident. The judge wonders if they should give him an opportunity. Once he finishes pondering, he tells his guards to throw the prisoner in the dungeon. The judge then reminds the head warden that he already told them to get rid of trash that no longer makes a profit. After apologizing to the judge for taking his order for granted, the warden then asks him what brings him to this shabby place. The judge reveals he is looking for a certain prisoner. As the guards drag the prisoner, who has a severed leg, toward the dungeon, he begs those familiar to him for help. The guards warn him to stop squirming, and they are glad that at least they don't have to kill him themselves. The guard soon finds Hanbin and Zhang blocking the entrance to the dungeon and assumes the Valterian warrior is looking for a fight. They order them to step aside. The Valterian informs them that they are just about to head into the dungeon themselves. Zhang adds they just completely wiped out all the monsters in the other dungeon just now. Hanbin suggests they should go inside the dungeon together. However, despite him trying to convince them, the guards remain unconvinced and appear to hold their ground in a defensive stance. At the northeast of Kalduri, the Kingdom of 1,000 Years, the snowy mountains of the Dragon's Nest, the Heresy Inquisitors are done fetching the Ormflaus blessing. They have confirmed the levels of all the citizens that were evacuated, and none were suspected of being Otherworlders. This will make this 6th Dragon's Nest that they have brought into their control. Noticing that his ally has gone silent, the Heresy Inquisitor 1 asks the Heresy Inquisitor 2, "What's the matter?" The Heresy Inquisitor 2 replies that he heard the captain decided to stay behind because he smelled something fishy, but what he is concerned about is if the site they are investigating is ruined. The Heresy Inquisitor 1 comments that it seems like the Heresy Inquisitor 2 is quite displeased with this, and when he asks him where is the captain, he learns that they went to the head temple to make a report. At the head temple of the Dark Brotherhood, the Saints' Chapel, the captain of the Inquisitor unit that was at Kalduri Kingdom's snowy mountains of the Dragon's Nest is reporting the information they have obtained. The person he is reporting to seems to be a saint hidden behind a cloth, only a faint shadowy silhouette is visible. She asks the captain how was this expedition. The captain explains just as how the saintess foretold. They were able to discover that it was a research facility for Otherworlders, and they were also able to collect an Ormflaus blessing. She remarks that it is astonishing to see that such a small thing could exert such an ominous feeling. If this wasn't for the goddess's oracle, this world would have fallen into great chaos. She tells the captain, who is revealed as Leonhardt, that Kivriel, the goddess of darkness, will look favorably upon him. When Leonhardt goes silent, the saintess asks him what's the matter. He wonders if isn't it strange that in the past, goddesses would send prophets to observe their world and then give them enlightenment. They never directly influenced their behaviors. The saintess responds that it would suggest just how disrespectful the Otherworlders have become. Leonhardt contends that by the time they arrive at the scene after receiving the oracle, the casualties already exceed 100 people. Since the goddesses know the location, he hopes to receive oracles from them quickly. Enraged by Leonhardt's blasphemous questions, the saintess shoves the curtains revealing herself to confront him. She reveals she has been a saintess for over 70 years, and true to what Leonhardt just said, she has never received this many oracles at a given time. She asks him how dare he question the goddess's judgment when the goddess's only concern is for the safety of this world. She tells him that he may be one who's blessed, but questioning so is unforgivable. The saint calms down when he apologizes. However, she reminds him that he is no longer a child to cause trouble and gives him a piece of advice to be careful with his words and actions. She asks him to remove his mask the next time he visits because it's a shame to cover it when the goddesses have given him such a handsome face. He removes the face mask, only to make the ladies serving the saintess blush. He states that he'll remain on standby until the next oracle is revealed. The saintess begins offering Ormflaus' blessing to Kivriel. Leonhardt thinks that because of the oracles with such detailed information that has never been given before, they were able to take Ormflaus' blessing from Great Earth's hands. However, no matter how many times they question the goddesses what they are, they only tell them that their existence shouldn't be revealed to others' orders. He wonders if is something going on. Meanwhile, Garhan received the Ormflaus' blessing, which is the secret to his level and incredible strength, and he knew the Dark Brotherhood would be reliable. Zenovia asks Garhan how much has the demon god's blessing that was left at the dragon's nest progressed. He reveals it was only 3% this time, and it seems that there weren't that many refugees there. Zenovia believes that even if they were to get Richard to help them deliver the fragments from the dragon's nest, they would be able to get rid of the useless Great Earth since they are also using the Dark Brotherhood. Zenovia tells Garhan that it was a good thing he played with politics while acting as a regent. Garhan's body doesn't age, but that's not all because he feels that his mind has gotten sharp. Zenovia feels disappointed seeing the other group they made together, the Great Earth, be easily crushed. Garhan is convinced that the new Great Earth isn't weak, but the Dark Brotherhood's heresy inquisitors aren't exactly strong either. Zenovia wonders if that indicates the Great Earth is being easily crushed, since they have been giving the Inquisitor so much information on them. Garhan adds another reason. The Dark Brotherhood has Leonhardt, blessed by the goddesses. She feels that it's a good thing, because they can bring Leonhardt over to their side since he should also know his lifespan. Garhan tells her to give up on that dream, because he may have gotten the goddess's blessing, but he refused to have a successful life and therefore joined the Dark Brotherhood. His devotion is different from theirs, and he will come after them if he finds out about their plans. Zenovia opts to get rid of Leonhardt. However, Garhan is sure that an Inquisitor like him is quite useful. Moreover, the Great Earth won't be able to face him since his level is so high. Garhan agrees and further adds that since the goal of Heresy Inquisitors is to capture Otherworlders to obtain information, Leonhardt is quite an expert in facing the Otherworlders, especially since he is a spiritualist who specializes in close combat and healing techniques. Zenovia drops another question. What if Great Earth spills about them? Garhan believes those weak minds will try to use this chance to blame them to save themselves. However, even if they wanted to, they wouldn't be able to, and this is something they probably didn't know. The moment they reveal any information about the four heroes, the taboo magic that was placed on them will trigger at that moment. Their brains will experience excruciating pain and will die shortly after. He guesses that works, since healing magic won't work in that case, and after the Otherworlders' bodies will become dust and disappear upon death. Garhan shows Zenovia some magic through the dimensional sealing magic and asks her if she remembers this. Zenovia remarks she is an archmage, but that doesn't mean she would remember every single magic that she creates. Plus, she was busy trying to understand the power of the goddesses. Garhan reveals all they have to do now is wait until the Ormflaus' blessing is complete. That way they will be able to absorb the goddesses' holy powers. Zenovia remembers that they have one more fragment left, but is sure they have already taken care of all dragon's nests. Garhan informs her that dragon's nests managed by Otherworlders aren't the only place it could be at. He heard there was an Otherworlder imprisoned in the Crater Prison Camp, his creation, and he had already delivered someone to fetch that person's information. All they have left to do is wait for Leslie, who has infiltrated the camp. At the Crater Prison Camp, Leslie has heard that Great Earth members have been killed left and right all of a sudden by the Heresy Inquisitors. She is convinced that it's the doing of Garhan and Zenovia. They are cutting their tail off. She is aware that if she doesn't find the Earthling that is in here, then she will be the next target on the list. She is thinking of grabbing the fragment real quick and then escaping. However, the problem is she has arrived at the wrong time. She is witnessing a little quarrel between Hanbin and the judge's guards. Hearing people chant the name Valtirian Warrior, someone she was certain had died in the mansion, leaves her utterly confused. She overhears two prisoners talking. One of them says that he heard the person next to the Valtirian Warrior was the one who tried to assassinate the judge. The other person comments that he heard that person came in here on purpose, after hearing all the wicked things that have been happening in here. Leslie dismisses what she just heard and thinks the kid besides the Valtirian doesn't seem to be the one Garhan was talking about. She came to that conclusion because Zhang's level is low, and the timing of his imprisonment doesn't match. The bigger problem is that the Valtirian warrior, whom they already reported as dead to Garhan, is still alive. When Leslie looks at Hanbin's level, she assumes he must be pretending to be a Valtirian. Since the guards aren't relenting down, Zhang suggests they should take of these guards and save everyone. The Valtirian asks him who are they supposed to protect and who needs saving, and then bluntly asks him if he is thinking of committing suicide here. Hanbin adds that he already has 2 dragons to take care of. He is well aware that if they head butts with the judge, then the situation would become more annoying. He just wanted to go and spend time in the dungeon. Inside, he curses the judge for not leaving and staying here for too long. When he asks the guards what are they standing around for, they are taken aback by his tremendous murderous intent. Zhang is eager to fight the guards and thinks that he can't stay silent because staying quiet won't help a single person. He suddenly calls out all the prisoners who feel their sentence is unjust to stand against this. However, before he can utter a word against the judge or the guards, Hanbin grabs him by the neck and begins choking him. The amputated man listens to Zhang's calls and yells out that they may have committed a crime, but it isn't worthy of the death sentence. He says they have families waiting for them. Soon after, everyone starts rebelling against the current world order, speaking about how they have been done dirty. They start chanting "Release us," leaving Leslie to wonder if these people are crazy. The guards notify the judge to escape since it's a riot. Displeased by what's happening, the judge orders his guard to bring him out of the coffin talking about the otherworlder he was chatting with earlier. Hanbin is surprised, wondering what's happening here. Zhang tells him that this is the warrior's way to save those who are weak, so they must have been struck by the motivation. A true hero empowers others to stand on their own. He reveals that he never realized Hanbin had such an amazing character, along with his incredible martial arts skills. He declares that he will be serving him forever. He then shouts that everyone should follow the Valtirian hero. People follow his lead and begin chanting Valtirian. Everyone goes quiet when they spot someone shackled at both wrists and ankles, unable to take more than just a few steps. The prisoners immediately realize that this person is an otherworlder. Both Hanbin and Zhang are surprised by this discovery, while Leslie realizes that's the otherworlder Garhan was talking about. Her guideline tells her that the otherworlder is a level 61 magic swordsman. After revealing the otherworlder, the judge attempts to torment the prisoners. He thinks showing this much fear to the prisoners is just about right. The judge further threatens them that as soon as he releases the otherworlder, he will get rid of all of them in less than 5 minutes. Leslie knows that she clears him when it comes to level, but it would be difficult since she is handcuffed with sealing handcuffs. She even thinks of making a run. The judge declares himself as merciful, and in his merciful judgment he adds 50 years to their sentence for the act of rebellion, and the madman who led the rebellion would get 100 years additional sentence. Zhang snitches on Hanbin and tells the aristocrat that the rebellion wasn't his idea, but the Valtirian warriors, and the judge adds another 100 years to Hanbin's sentence. The judge directly tells him and Hanbin that he is aware the two of them are different from the people here because not only did they dare to attack him, but they also caused a riot in his prison camp. He decides to offer them a deal with every prisoner's sentence on the line. He wants them both to fight against the otherworlder, and by fighting he means he wants them to rip each other apart. If Valtirian warrior's side wins this fight, then he is going to reduce everyone's sentence. Hanbin immediately refuses this offer. It is revealed that he is trying to hide his face from the otherworlder, because if they come face to face, then the otherworlder would see his level. Plus, he believes if they hunt monsters on the deepest floor for about 2 or 3 months, then he and Zhang will easily cut 200 years off their sentence. As Hanbin lifts him and begins taking steps forward to the dungeon, the otherworlder finally speaks, asking Hanbin if he really thinks hunting monsters would help him reduce his sentence. The otherworlder refers to Hanbin as Eric Garoon, leaving him stunned. The otherworlder reveals that his injuries still twitch from their last fight, and then asks for a round 2. The Valtirian warrior tries to guess who this otherworlder might be, but is interrupted by Zhang. The judge is surprised by the otherworlder and Hanbin's history. He believes this will be more fun now. However, since 2 against 1 isn't exciting at all, he asks if there is any criminal who is willing to fight with the otherworlder against the Valtirian and his friend. He promises to release the participant no matter the outcome of the fight. One criminal is captivated by this offer, and as he tries to step forward, a fellow criminal stops him, telling him that there's no way the judge will let him go, and no one is crazy enough to face the Valtirian warrior, so getting released is meaningless if he ends up dead. Leslie shouts that she will do it, as she thinks things might work out like this. She was surprised this whole time seeing the otherworlder that is normally imprisoned on the lowest floor out here on his own. She is sure that the Ormflau's blessing should be implanted in him. Moreover, by fighting alongside the otherworlder, she can ensure the fake Valtirian warrior dies here, so that the report she made to Garhan remains valid. The judge grins, as he mentions it's been a while since he had looked forward to something so entertaining. Atis and Effer have cleared a dungeon, and he congratulates her for her first dungeon closing. She asks him how he managed to withstand the essence share method that Hanbin derived to increase his level. First, Hanbin fights the high-leveled monsters but doesn't finish them off. Then the low-leveled Shi turns into a dragon and kills the weakened monsters and absorbs the large amounts of essence using the dragon core to level up. This time, Atis played the role of higher-leveled and had the wyvern absorb the large amounts of essence. Ephra mentions how she loves leveling up faster, but absorbing so much essence makes her stomach hurt. Atis laughs hysterically, saying it was also hard for her at first. He is overjoyed to inform her that she stabilized her dragon core and absorbed essence in record time, which is impossible for a normal wyvern. He explains that even a dragon like him isn't this fast. He labels her as an amazing genius wyvern. She is delighted by all the compliments, but she is at her limit. Atis tells her to digest as much essence as she absorbs to level up. He suggests they should rest for now and figure out a way to digest all of it, which makes her all excited. Since they got an artifact from clearing a dungeon, he thinks of getting it appraised. The artifact reminds the mage of Hanbin. If he had been here, he would have used his guideline to tell them the usage and features of the artifact. She tries to uplift his spirits by reminding him that Hanbin just went to prison, so if someone heard them, they would misunderstand and assume the Valkyrian is dead. After contemplating, Atis wonders if he will be okay in prison, having heard about the shady characters there. He hopes his friend can just take the beating because if he decides to fight back, he might just become a real murderer. As he worries about that, she shifts the focus, asking how they'll get back home to the Crater Valley still a mile or so away. In the end, Ephra transformed and flew back. 20 years ago, due to Great Earth's attack on the goddesses, the people of Latna regarded the Otherworlders as enemies. One of those four heroes, Garhan, also believed this and built a prison in an undeveloped crater dungeon, and gained insight into the traits of many Otherworlders by capturing and studying them. Their studies show a few interesting facts, such as the Otherworlders cannot tell if other people are Otherworlders, and they don't earn any experience from killing each other, only from killing the people of Latna. However, the people of Latna gain nothing from killing the Otherworlders. The Otherworlders gain skills automatically as they level up, and if the Otherworlders are experiencing excruciating pain, they can enable the suicide skill to end their journey. Dungeon monsters are unable to differentiate Otherworlders and the people of Latna. Lastly, Otherworlders disappear from the world when they die. This is all the data obtained with the death of countless Otherworlders. Due to the Otherworlders' violent tendencies and the constant monster experiments that kept boosting their average level, they eventually became uncontrollable, turning Crater Prison into a regular prison filled mostly with Latnian inmates. However, the facility, which was used to experiment on the Otherworlders, remained, and is now secretly operated as an arena. This is the arena, where Hanbin and Zhang are set to fight the Otherworlder and Leslie. The announcer announces that they will operate today's match with simple rules like they always do. The monsters would be poured across the arena, the contestants' goal would be to take them down, and whoever takes down the most monsters and then gathers the most magic stones would win. There is no time limit, and stealing each other's magic stone is allowed, and the judge would overlook any accidents that happen during the match. After explaining the rules, the announcer calls out the Otherworlder that the Demon King Ormflaus has sent to this world. The Otherworlder appears to be in extreme pain, especially in his left arm where lies the dormant power of darkness, though he has control over it. The audience starts cussing him, some telling him to die, while others wish he go to hell. However, he believes no one can understand his darkness. Meanwhile, Leslie is irritated, as she is forced to wear an outfit that is too embarrassing for her. She's being patient, because she will no longer have any business with the Otherworlder after she plants the Ormflaus blessing in him. It is revealed that she offered the Ormflaus blessing to the Otherworlder earlier, and now wants an answer if he had thought about the power she wanted to lend him. He remarks he appreciates the gesture, but just her bright smile makes his heart content, leaving Leslie exasperated even more. It is revealed that the Otherworlder is Lauda Raud, who was previously mistaken for an Otherworlder, thrown into prison, and erased from records. He is furious over the pain Hanbin caused, especially the hits to his sensitive areas. The announcer then announces the Valkyrian as the fearless barbarian and the Valkyrian warrior from the strongest warrior tribe of Latna. Hanbin wonders who the Otherworlder is, but since the Otherworlder knows his name, he guesses that it would be someone from the Great Earth. He concludes that if the Great Earth is involved, then his identity and background must have been exposed. He assumes that if the Otherworlder knows his name, then there's no need for him to fight to corner him. Hanbin has no clue what the Otherworlder is scheming, but if he knows his identity, then there is a chance he might target Atis and Ephra. With no choice, he decides to kill the Otherworlder and get out of this place. Zhang suddenly calls him to grab his attention, and respectfully requests can they just not kill the Otherworlder and talk this out. The Sword King thinks that it can't be helped because Zhang doesn't know very much about Great Earth. The announcer gets ready to commence, as the monsters start appearing from every side of the arena. To protect the special seats in the arena, about 20 spiritualists block the ceiling by casting a powerful barrier. Hanbin urges Zhang that he should save that conversation for later, and should now focus on the immediate danger they're facing. Seeing the Valtirian warrior in action, a baroness takes interest in his chiseled, art-like muscles. She calls out to the goddesses, demanding to know why those savage barbarians were blessed with such beautiful bodies. When asked if the Valtirian warrior has caught her interest, she remarks that she is just pointing out that he is just a bit of an eye-candy viscountess. The woman standing beside the baroness informs her that she has heard if the Valtirian warrior wins, he will be freed, and then asks her if she is considering having him as a servant afterward. The baroness considers the suggestion showing interest in having the Valtirian as a servant. A merchant named Felix Fraelsis, who runs a company called Fraelsis, cuts in and informs the ladies that the Valtirian warrior doesn't use any magic tools, so it may be hard for him to work in the mansion. The ladies recognize him and he says it's an honor to be acknowledged by them. Holding a camera, Felix asks Baroness and the women beside her if he can take a picture of their unmatched beauties. Seeing their confusion, Felix explains it's the company's newest magic item called the Portrait Recorder. The Baroness is surprised to see Felix using a magic item without any strain, leading her to assume he must be a high-level individual. Felix reveals he had done some hunting work with his older brother, but it's nothing to boast about. After this, he attempts to check if the magic item is functioning properly by pointing his camera at Lauda. He remembers that his older brother warned him about that other worlder. Since Lauda is wearing a unique mask, it's hard for Felix to see his face. His photo shoot is interrupted by Baron Elhauer, the judge, who can't tolerate Felix doing his business around here. He asks Felix if the ticket cost him a fortune since he's not a noble. The Baron isn't thrilled about Felix's visit. He sees him as a lowly merchant and only lets him in because the Marquis offered him the ticket. But deep down, Felix responds that this is no business and thanks him for being concerned with his financial well-being. Felix casually says the Marquis sold him the tickets dirt cheap so he was able to afford it. Baron isn't happy with how he phrased it, especially the juxtaposition of the words dirt cheap and tickets. Baron angrily remarks that if Felix is claiming that, then his pockets must be very deep, and then suggests they make a little bet for fun, asking him who he thinks will come on top, the Otherworlder or the Valtirian. Baron reveals he is going to bet on the Otherworlder, so this leaves Felix to support the Valtirian warriors team. Felix is stunned over the fact that Baron is betting on an Otherworlder. Out of nowhere, the Baroness points out that the monsters that were coming from all sides of the arena are decreasing in number. Everyone is shocked after discovering that these tiny insect monsters are nowhere near the level of the Valtirian. Hanbin advances, cutting down each monster with just one swing, showcasing incredible movement. The audience is witnessing him playing with these monsters like they are mere bugs. Even though the magic item prevents him from using the 4 powers, he still has unbelievable strength. He is sure that every monster he has fought so far is nothing special, though their numbers just don't seem to be shrinking. The announcer is left speechless when he witnesses every monster from the dungeon charging toward Hanbin, while the Otherworlder and Leslie are spectating the Valtirian's brilliant show. In this critical moment, he uses a horizontal slash, killing every monster in one blow. He reveals he even controlled his strength, but things still went overboard. He is baffled when he notices the tiny monsters working together to help one of their own put on prosthetics, and once the prosthetics are on, this new, better version of the ant-like monster charges toward him. The monster walks past Leslie, leaving her stunned, as such low intellectual creatures never ignore prime targets. She is taken aback by another surprise. The Otherworlder's left arm transforms into the incomplete embodiment of the tentacle beholder and stretches toward the mutated insect monster. Leslie wonders just who this guy is. Normally, there's no way to stop monsterization once it begins. However, this wasn't the case for Laude, formerly monsterized by the boss monster, Tentacle Beholder. Due to his malnutrition and dehydrated state, the monster's cell's growth was halted, and his left arm was fused with Tentacle Beholder to gain a new skill, Overmind, which allows the user to control monsters that have a lower level than the caster. Laude doesn't remember what happened in the dungeon back then, but because of this cursed ability, he was framed as an Otherworlder. He has been locked up in this prison and forced to fight monsters and other inmates. He thinks that his fight with Hanbin is going to be ironic, because this fight with the man who took everything away from him will also be his last fight to gain his liberty back. The last time they fought, Hanbin was only level 5. He believes his opponent will be only around level 20, even if he is training hard. Loud offers to not take his life and forgive him if he confesses his mistakes and asks for forgiveness. When the dust clears, the prideful hunter discovers that Hanbin has already taken care of every monster, making him wonder if he got the wrong person. The Sword King rushes to check on Zhang while also taking care of the monsters, but his friend reassures him that he is okay. He wonders if his friend is doing okay, because the monsters don't seem to be coming to him, and their target has been the Valtirian only. Hanbin enlightens him that the otherworlder is only targeting him. When he is asked why is he being targeted only, he comments that he has some crazy theories, but a crazy hound like that otherworlder needs to be leashed. Artifacts are powerful tools that power the dungeons that can be acquired when a hunter closes a dungeon. Artifacts are a symbol of honor for hunters whose mission is to achieve a dungeon close. However, if a hunter does not know the level restrictions, latent powers, and activation method, it only serves as a decorative piece. Therefore, hunters visit appraisal shops to learn about the artifact's power and price. Atis and Epher are getting their recently acquired artifact appraised at Appraisal Street, next to the Hunter Guild. Maiden has been using her knowledge of magic tools that she has gained at the Great Earth Base to work as an appraiser at the Appraisal Street. She reveals the artifact has a level 30 restriction, meaning it can't be used by those below level 30. It can be used 10 times a day, and fortunately, the total uses are unlimited. The artifact saves time dressing or undressing when the user says dress or undress. Since it has unlimited use, it will sell for 3 times more than one of the same level, and it goes for about 3,000 EX. A euphoric Epher hugs Maiden for giving her the good news. Atis remarks that he feels bad about getting appraisals for free every time. Maiden tells them to not feel bad since they need bail money to bail Hanbin. Epher admits the magician had to sell all of his treasured spellbooks too, but he responds that he doesn't need those spellbooks because he put all his magic energy into his artifact. The ghost girl seems to be interested in his artifact. She reveals that the artifact he has will go for 10 times as much as most artifacts. As he attempts to explain that his weapon is not an artifact, she remarks knowing that it is a demon's blessing, and she also knows that it is a secret. She reveals she never mentioned it before the Order of Light either. She suggests they shouldn't sell this artifact because it would be better if they keep it. It is perfect for Atis, since his clothes always get shredded to pieces when he transforms. Epher adds that even though they are both dragons, they find it a bit embarrassing when they see each other naked in human form. Atis and Epher are slow to catch on, but eventually, they figure out that Maiden is aware of their real identity. The ghost girl responds by saying that when she was in Hanbin's consciousness, she saw his memories. Atis assumes she must also be aware of Hanbin's identity since she looked into his memories. She reveals she knew about it, but she wasn't trying to hide it. She was just thinking about how is she going to inform them about it. While smiling, the wyvern tells her that she doesn't need to worry, because when she found out about Hanbin's real identity, he didn't harm her. Atis adds that he will vouch for his friend as the descendant of the fire dragon. Maiden also thinks of Hanbin as a good individual, but is aware that Atis and Epher don't know what is inside him. She reveals she saw him living in a place similar to hell for 22 years straight. She believes he is pretending to be normal on the outside, but is a dangerous man. Back to Hanbin, he is effortlessly killing the monsters without moving a muscle. He is fighting using just one arm, which proves Maiden's point of him being dangerous. He defeats the army of the monsters without even breaking a sweat. Laude, who was summoning the monsters, is left speechless, seeing how easily his archenemies is dealing with his monster army. Leslie is also stunned because the monsters he defeated were not weak. The average level of those monsters was 30, and there were even some boss-level monsters in there too. After slaying an entire army of monsters, Hanbin asks him if he has more monsters. Baron can't believe what just happened and wishes Laude bring in more powerful monsters. Felix is sure that the monsters Hanbin defeated were enough to take down a city, but still, that wasn't enough to bring out his potential. It's already been some time since the inmates stopped cheering. They know what's going on since they have experienced firsthand. The inmates' fear of the Valtirian warrior is suppressing the entire arena. Hanbin thinks there must be something else Laude must be hiding, believing there's more to come. The prideful hunter enables his special skill Impudence, which not only attracts those insect monsters from earlier, but a deepest level dungeon boss also emerges from underneath. The monster is a level 80 boss named Queen Antonia. The queen, her head aching, wonders who dared to use such an indecent skill on her. She starts freaking out when she sees her children's small monsters ripped into pieces, and with her sharp-smelling senses, she learns that this all was the Valtirians' doing. Hanbin admits killing the monsters, and then casually adds that his sword got shattered because of this massacre, blaming himself for expecting too much. The queen attacks him the instant he reveals that he killed her children, and her strike is so powerful that it causes the whole arena to tremble. Felix is the first one to shout at the guards, telling them to evacuate the inmates. The judge laughs as he remarks that even though Felix is good-looking, he is still a coward. The judge is thinking that if the inmates see this, they won't even think about rebelling. To protect the VIP seating arrangements, about 20 level 60 spiritualists are holding a barrier, and with this party, those spiritualists could hold 5 dungeon bosses. The judge only wants to watch the Valtirian warrior getting torn to shreds. Unexpectedly, Felix grabs the judge from the collar and tells him that it's not the dungeon boss he is scared of, it's the Valtirian warrior. Since Han Bin lost his sword fighting the monster's queen's children, he demands a hand and casually slices off the queen's arm to use it as one. Han Bin uses the queen's arm to throw a vertical slash, causing the monster's blood to erupt from the inside out, killing it in an instant and gaining more than 100 million experience. But it's nowhere near the experience needed to increase to the next level. At Appraisal Street, Maiden explains to Atisi and Effer that the main reason the Otherworlders have come to be feared is for their murderous impulses, and the reason for their murderous impulses is none other than the original guideline that is integrated with their existence. Hidden in the guideline is a secret quest and a reward system. When an Otherworlder arrives in Latna, their guideline tells them to murder a Latnian, calling this a secret quest sacrifice for the cause. The description of this secret quest says the Latnians are being tricked by the evil goddesses, and killing them is a small sacrifice to save Latna. Killing a Latnian triggers a dopamine rush for them, and if they murder even one Latnian, they may not be able to escape that impulsive feeling. Maiden reminds them that she was in Great Earth. What she told them isn't very well known, but it still is a fact. Effer smiles and confidently remarks that Han Bin has never done something like that. Atis adds that his friend never had any condition like that before. She replies that they are right because the otherworldly Sword King has never killed a Latnian. Everyone Han Bin has killed so far was an Otherworlder, so he never got afflicted with the murderous addiction, and killing Otherworlders doesn't give him any rewards. Maiden wonders how long will Han Bin's luck last. At the Crater Prison Arena, Han Bin has slain the monster. He is used to living in an environment where predators chased him every day for almost 22 years. In absolute solitude, it was either kill or be killed, and the fact that he is normal is not normal at all. He came to Latna physically, but his mind is still lost in those mountains. If there is an enemy that chases after him, his repressed instincts can kick in at any time. For someone like him, becoming addicted to murder wouldn't be difficult even compared to the other Otherworlders. Maiden is sure that Atis must have felt Han Bin's murderous intent at least once. The mage remarks that there was a small misunderstanding between them, but that was cleared up soon after. After this, they fought against the Lich together. He is convinced that Han Bin doesn't murder without discretion. Back to the arena, the judge is left speechless by the Valtirian warrior's strength. To make matters worse for the judge, the protection barrier constructed by the spiritualists gets knocked out by the sudden blast. Felix is surprised to discover that there were no casualties and guesses that either they are lucky, or maybe the Valtirian warrior held his strength back. Effer, who is practically on the other side of the globe, asks Atis and Maiden to stop talking about stuff like this, because what would Han Bin gain from meaningless killing? Leslie falls to her knees, while Lauda attempts to summon more monsters, but none appear. Meanwhile, Maiden finds herself deep in thought wondering what would happen if his identity is revealed, and it endangers his friends after 22 years of solitude. She believes Han Bin won't hesitate to murder and will grow addicted to it. As the Valtirian swings at Lauda, Jang leaps in to shield him and loses his hand in the process. He reveals that he thought he could block it. He then justifies that people should settle things with just words, implying that one shouldn't always be violent. Han Bin quickly catches him before he falls face first. 2 weeks later, Atis, Effer, Brad, and Martin have found a huge magic stone. However, instead of keeping it for himself, Brad decides to give the magic stone to his new companions. Looking at the size of the magic stone, Atis reveals that this size magic stone can be sold for at least 500 EX. The Wyvern asks him and Martin if they are sure about giving this magic stone to them. The former believes they deserve it since he and his friend owe their lives to the Valtirian warrior. Brad adds that this is nowhere near enough, because he received his artifact from the Valtirian warrior. He has a little crush on Effer and is willing to do anything for her, but wouldn't say it out loud. When she wholeheartedly thanks him and Martin, he finds her smile and especially her behavior speech extremely cute. As Brad is about to ask her out, the two spiritualists from his party cut in and inform Atis about a bigger problem. Since they aren't able to communicate due to them being on different levels, Effer leaps into the air to reach the healer unit. The mage is grateful to Brad and Martin because, with their help, they have gathered a lot of money. He believes if they don't do anything, they will just end up being a burden to Han Bin. Effer's expression suddenly changes when she spots something surprising. Atis, who can't see anything from where he is, guesses something must have happened to Han Bin, judging by her reaction. Elsewhere, Felix is reporting some information on the Otherworlders from Crater Prison to Leonhardt. He tells Leonhardt he nearly died for him and deserves at least a tea while they are having a conversation. Leonhardt points at the water and then asks him to be quiet for a bit, since he is reading. Felix wonders why Leonhardt makes him do dirty work when there is the Dark Order, who could do this kind of research and are several times more time efficient. Leonhardt just says that he has some personal things to look into. Felix has also included Lauda's photo in the report because he is the prime suspect of being an otherworlder. He reveals this report was created on the judge's account. Leonhardt takes a quick look at Lauda's photo and bluntly says that the person in the photo is not an otherworlder. The reason he is so sure is because he has looked into this guy before. Confused, Felix reveals that when he looked into this otherworlder, he had no family registry or anything. Leonhardt guesses that the judge must have wanted him as the show horse of his arena, so he got rid of his records and framed him as an otherworlder. Leonhardt realizes that the Krita prison was a failure. Leonhardt was premature in trying to control the situation before it got out of hand. He realizes that there must be a reason since it is Goddess's work. Leonhardt looks at Hanbin's photos that were included in Felix's report and asks him who this person is. Felix reveals the opposing inmate against the otherworlder in that arena was a Valtirian warrior. According to the rumors, he took out the leader of the Dragon's Nest when the Order of Light ambushed them. He further explains that the Valtirian was taking out boss monsters with just a swing of his sword. Since Valtirians don't measure levels, he doesn't know his level. Leonhardt suddenly brings up how he had to borrow some money from Felix on short notice. Felix recalls that Leonhardt once arrested the wrong person and had to borrow money from him to pay compensation. Assuming that Leonhardt must be bringing up the money because he wants to pay, he asks him if he is about to settle the debt right now. Leonhardt refuses to repay the debt and commands Felix to capture level 5. A flashback shows Zenobia and Holian inspecting otherworlders that are out of their minds. Zenobia asks her if she is disappointed that the otherworlder's condition is less extreme than they expected. Holian demands that Zenobia stop making fun of her, insisting she's witnessed even more disturbing things since becoming Elendia's queen. She thinks these otherworlders look like they are seeking something. Following her comment, Zenobia asks her if that's the case, then what she thinks about Leslie, the girl sitting quietly inside the container. Holian explains that there are some cases where the otherworlders self-harm as a result of the murder withdrawal. At this time, their guideline option, commit suicide, can come in handy. Leslie is subconsciously murmuring that she doesn't want to die, and she doesn't want to kill repeatedly. Holian unexpectedly appears in front of her and invites her to become her new subordinate, as her last one had recently died. Leslie hated the 4 heroes who locked her up in this filthy cell. She wants to rip apart Zenobia, who is just a yard or two away from her, but she is somehow unable to resist Holian's offer. She understood everything from Holian's elegant tone and soothing voice. She is aware that to those 4 heroes, she is just a toy that could be killed at any time. Restrain was the condition for her freedom from the cell. With the help of Restrain, they could suppress their murder urges. Leslie and the otherworlders like Richard and Alejandro did the dirty work of the 4 heroes and became the fake Great Earth. The Restrain was born from her fear of the 4 heroes. Facing Hanbin, she never expected to feel that same fear again. She realizes that rebelling would be meaningless, and is convinced that the levels are meaningless. Seeing how he is stretching his arm, believing he is going to attack her, Leslie starts screaming. She is surprised when he breaks her handcuffs instead of harming her. He asks if she's spiritual and requests a favor to help save Zhang. When he once again enunciates please, she gets to work. She promptly begins treating gravely injured Zhang, and Lauda also joins to help her, because he is indebted to him for saving him from the Valtirian. She tells Hanbin to put pressure on Zhang's arm and asks Lauda to hand over the wrapping that he was wearing on his arm. The judge suddenly shouts at Hanbin, calling him a savage. Angry because his game was ruined, he declares that all of them will be executed instantly. The Valtirian is irritated because even when a person is dying, the judge isn't relenting. Leslie shouts at Hanbin to focus, telling him that they are not even done with first aid, and that if he stops, Zhang will bleed to death. The judge calls his army of guards to deal with everyone in the arena. Treating the Valtirian warrior as a monster, the guards even fire the ballista. Lauda impressively catches the arrow, and without killing its momentum, he throws it back towards the guards. Hanbin doesn't understand why the prideful hunter is helping them. When he is about to ask the reason, Lauda tells him to stop lazing around. Otherwise, he is going to let the guy who he owes his life die. He commands them to jump into the hole in the floor and asks Hanbin to not die before he gets the chance to kill him. The Valtirian entrusts him to deal with the army of guards, while he, carrying Zhang, jumps into the hole with Leslie. Lauda assumes that since he is a noble's secret weapon, they probably wouldn't kill him, only to realize that more than 100 spears are headed toward him. Leslie stops Zhang's bleeding but says that all she can do from here is to boost his normal healing factor a bit, though he is more worried about his arm that was sliced off. She reveals she is surprised Zhang's body didn't split in half by the impact, and admits that fixing a severed arm is too much for just her alone. Disappointed and helpless, Hanbin decides to be alone for some time. Seeing him rise to his feet, she assumes it's because he doesn't believe her. He is grateful to Leslie and tells her to rest now. When she asks him where is he headed, he reveals he plans to find the boss room to seal the dungeon and escape after healing Zhang, since Lauda already forced the boss out. He is going to scout the area to make sure it's safe and asks her to wait until he's done. To blow off some stress, Hanbin punches the rock wall. He is aware that Zhang's fatal injury is subject to his carelessness. As soon as he leaves, Leslie decides to make a run for her life. She fails to plant Ormfloss's blessing, but knows that her life is more important right now. She fears if the Valtirian changes his mind, she will be as good as dead. While running, she runs into a level 70 monster called Eggplanter. Meanwhile, Atis and Effer see a wanted Hanbin poster, which reveals that their friend escaped. They are stacked with magic stones they acquired after closing numerous dungeons and hunting monsters. Their original plan was to bribe the judge, hoping he would let Hanbin leave, but now things have gotten worse. Atise comes up with a plan while saying that he is sure that with all this money and magic stones, they should be able to survive for a while. When asked what's his plan, he explains that they have to rescue the Valtirian and run for it. Atise reveals he has gathered some information on Hanbin's situation and shares that he supposedly ran into a dungeon that inmates weren't supposed to enter. He believes they can find Hanbin first if they move immediately. Moreover, the more monsters there are, the better it is for them. Effer wonders if the Valtirian still being free means he hasn't been caught. She then points out that the dungeons are complicated, and with just the two of them, it'll take a while to find him. Abruptly, Brad and his friend cut in and say that if it's a search, they can help as well. Atis and Effer are grateful to them. Martin tells them that he and his friend will prepare and meet them at the 24th lift later. The Wyvern decides to sell the magic stones, while her friend decides to purchase 2 dungeon maps, which might come in handy. He feels that if they wait any longer, external organizations might start looking into this matter, and when that happens, even Hanbin won't be able to escape without killing someone. He wants to get there before this turns into a mess. Just when the mage pushes open the guild's door, he comes face to face with Leonhard, who is about to grab the handle himself. Otherworlders can't have allies because, to someone who hides their identities, an ally is far more dangerous than an enemy. Since they stay hidden their whole life, they eventually are killed by stronger monsters. Just as Leslie is about to be ambushed by level 70 Eggplanter, Zhang jumps in and saves her from the monster's attack. He commands her to run because it's not a monster they can handle. However, she returns the favor by saving him from the enemy this time, though her attack doesn't quite hit the monster. In this critical moment, Hanbin jumps in and uses Stab's skill to eradicate the monster. He appears to be frustrated because every monster he faced has been weak, and he can't even use Leslie and Zhang as bait to escape. Furious, he threatens to kill them if they don't return to prison and plead before the judge that they were threatened by the Valtirian. That way they might avoid execution. Zhang states that he can't leave because he aims to be a warrior, only to make Hanbin even more angry. The Valtirian asks him if wasn't it enough that he lost his arm. The newbie believes that the price wasn't enough to the amount of times he was saved from being exposed as an otherworlder. Leslie is stunned to learn about Zhang being an otherworlder. He credits Hanbin, who taught him everything about Lautna. Hanbin reminds him that announcing himself as an otherworlder is the same as inviting death. The newbie reveals that he is thinking the contrary. He wants to help the people of Lautna as much as they are hurt by people of Earth. He wants to show Latnians that not all the otherworlders are evil, and is aware that he might need to fight those evil otherworlders to bring peace. He bows down to Hanbin, asking him to become an ally. Leslie thinks he's lost his mind because what he imagined couldn't possibly be real. When Hanbin asks him if he is prepared to kill humans, he responds that if it's a beast who lost his mind for bloodlust, then he is more than ready. However, he will prioritize negotiating by words first. Moved by his motivation, Hanbin shakes hands with him, a gesture of mutual respect. Meanwhile, Leslie feels that it's a dream of a naive human who is new to Lautna. When Hanbin questions if Zhang has a plan, he remarks that he will come up with details later. They both agree on sneaking out during the night, the best time possible. Having worked for 10 years for Great Earth, Leslie understood her reality, but Hanbin sparked a new sense of hope in her. Sometime later, Zhang has fallen asleep and she is treating Hanbin's wound that he got from fighting the Eggplanter. She informs him about his wound, revealing that it originated from within his hand. She reveals that his residual aura was guarding his body so it didn't get bad. When he questions what is the residual aura, she first reveals that this is the common knowledge in spiritualists, and explains it's the aura that strengthens the body. Spiritualists specialize in defense, and those who use residual aura also do the same, and it's not surprising. Hanbin realizes that he isn't getting stronger by leveling up, but by the dense aura accumulating in his body. However, he wonders why can he only use physical attacks. As Leslie is about to ask Hanbin if she can become a part of their plan, he reminds her that she can be in danger if she is suspected of healing an otherworlder. He asks her to forget about them, and if she's ever caught, she should say she was threatened. He also apologizes. While lying flat on the ground resting, she asks him not to get caught. He decides to close the dungeon once she and Zhang have rested and recuperated. Sleeping on her side, she appears to be staring at the Ormflau's blessing. Meanwhile, at the Crater prison, the judge seems to be frustrated because he is informed that the Hunters Guild isn't accepting the sum he offered them for raiding the dungeon and capturing Valtirian and the rest. However, his frustration is rooted in the fear of getting exposed for bringing out a fake Otherworlder. Lauda could go over to the Order's trial instead of the State's, which is what he fears the most. Suddenly, a guard informs the judge that some guests are requesting to meet him, the Baron, immediately. He orders the guard to make them leave. However, when the guard reveals the guests aren't leaving, he even gives him the authority to throw the guests into the cell. Just when he finishes, Leonhardt with Atis and Effer barges into the room, demanding he comply with the investigation. He reveals he was short on time and doesn't have a warrant, but is sure it wouldn't matter. Earlier, when Leonhardt bumped into Atisa, he confirmed that the runaway inmate is certainly Hanbin. Atis assumed he had come to find Falad. He stated that it doesn't matter whether the inmate's name is Falad or Valtirian warrior. The only thing that matters to him is his relationship with the Otherworlder. He believed that there was an otherworldly in this city. When asked if he has any evidence, Leonhardt claims that it is an instinct of a heresy inquisitor. He revealed his plan to find the evidence and wanted to start by meeting Hanbin first. Since they share the same goal, he asks Atis and Effer to follow him. Back to the present, the judge attempts to escape from the grasp of Leonhardt and the mage by jumping through the window using a rope. While descending, he mutters about dealing with the fake Otherworlder himself, but Effer, descending nearby, overhears and asks who could that Otherworlder be. After landing roughly, he continues his run and orders the guards to lock down all sections because intruders are here. Just as he wonders why a hunter is with a heresy inquisitor, Atis appears, melting the upper levels of the prison to confront the judge. He demands the judge explain what has he done to Hanbin, and where is he now. However, instead of responding, the judge jumps into a working minecart, attempting to escape once again. As the guards advance to fight the mage, Effer also steps forward and throws her swords before the guards, letting her friend channel his magic through the metal blades. She tells the guards they should be grateful that Atis didn't burn them. When asked where the heresy inquisitors go, Effer reveals she didn't see any signs of him following. He wonders if they separated paths, but thinks it's better for both parties since the guards are scattered. They also hop onto the magic stone transport cart to pursue the judge. They believe the judge might know which direction Hanbin fled, and interrogating him would allow them to get one step quicker than Leonhardt. Soon after, another unit of guards ambush them. The Wyvern questions him about what are they going to do if the heresy inquisitor finds Hanbin first. He reveals they won't be able to avoid a fight in that case scenario. Inside, he wants to make sure to prevent Hanbin from killing no matter the cost. If that happens, he plans on killing him with his own life on the line. Elsewhere, Leonhardt is slowly descending from the prison camp to the bottom floor. The Baron running off promptly before hearing him out has surprised him a little. Leonhardt had been to Onpros City before when he was looking for the Lich, a known member of Great Earth, but it disappeared without a trace. The evil skeleton then died at some point. Alejandro's nest was destroyed shortly after. However, all the demon gods were at the dragon's nest, which means he is the one who most likely made Ormflus's blessing, and the person who was involved in all those events has a power greater than a normal level 5. He believes that the person's teammates Atis and Effer are also not normal. Suddenly, the guards fire their ballistas at airborne Leonhardt. Meanwhile, Leonhardt is thinking about how there have been no oracles from the goddess. This all is his own decision. Regardless, the Otherworlders are Ormflus's spies. Believing there's no need for mercy or forgiveness, he destroys all the ballistas along the ravine with a single gesture. Atisi and Effer break into a room which turns out to be the stadium where Hanbin and Lauda fought. She assumes some insane monster caused the destruction, leading her to suspect Hanbin might have been there. Abruptly, the judge shouts from the stadium suite, furious that they brought a heresy inquisitor. He informs them that he has the man they are looking for, mistakenly thinking they're after Lauda. Atis wonders why would the prideful hunter be here. The judge shouts at them to be quiet. He states that he is the law and order, and king and god here. This time he plans to kill them with monsters stronger than the queen that the Valtirian killed, and he makes it clear that to reach him, they first need to deal with the king of the Crater Dungeon. Atise reveals having heard rumors about Queen Antonia of the East Valley, but stronger than her is King Antonio of the West Valley. Just when the monster reveals itself, Leonhardt stealthily arrives with a flamboyant entry and lands a strong punch on its face while stating that the monster can't run away. The next generation's hero, chosen by the goddess herself, is the Blessed One of the Goddesses. After witnessing the weight of that name for himself, Atis understood that even if he put his life on the line, it wouldn't mean anything. After Leonhardt has dealt with the enemy, a guard hurriedly arrives and informs Leonhardt, Atis, and Effer that there's an escaped prisoner in the East Valley Boss Hall. The two bullies who bullied Jang on his arrival at the Crater Prison are inside the Crater Prison dungeon on a mission to find the escaped convicts. They are surrounded by monsters, despite thinking there wouldn't be any at first. It's been 2 weeks since the arena incident, and the monsters that were wiped out by Hanbin have started to reappear. The yellow-haired dude suspects the monsters are coming their way because of the artifact sword they have got. Knowing something like this would happen, he brought the Valkyrian sword along. However, after swinging it for a moment, he realizes that this sword is dull and just a heavy chunk of metal. Soon after, they are completely overwhelmed by the sheer number of the monsters. In this critical moment, the yellow-haired man thinks of using his ring artifact, thinking there is a chance it could have offensive magic in it. When nothing comes out of the artifact, despite him chanting different spell names, he asks his blue-haired friend for help, but he's just as clueless. In the end, he gets ready to brace himself for the enemy's attack. Suddenly, Hanbin arrives, snatches his sword from the dude, and then instantly takes down the threat, and this happens very quickly. Instead of being angry at the bullies, Hanbin admits to knowing that they were forced by the judge just like the prisoners who are currently following his lead. It is revealed that he and Zhang rescued several other prisoners and are leading them to safety. The newbie explains these prisoners were sent after him, Hanbin and Leslie, with the condition that they would be released, but he was able to win over them in an instant. He informs the prisoners that only the boss room is left, and after clearing it the next day, they will clear the dungeon. He tells the prisoners they won't be running. Instead, they will expose the noble's injustice and the prison's horrors. The plan is to take the noble to court for his crimes and win their freedom. He knows some feel there's a higher chance of survival working with Valkyrian, not going against him. Hanbin is quite happy with how Zhang is solving everything peacefully. The yellow-haired man calls Zhang insane for thinking of opposing the judge because they are escapees, who no one would listen to. He thinks it would be better if they break free from here and everyone goes their separate ways once they are outside the city. The newbie warns him that he could die on the streets after escaping from there, and fighting against each other is what the nobles want. If they were to get blood on their hands, then no one would acknowledge the unfairness they have experienced. And if that happens, none of them will ever be able to live normal lives. The other prisoners start siding with Zhang, as they don't want to rot in the prison anymore, and shout at the yellow-haired man to go back to the prison himself. Angered, he pulls out a knife, aiming to wreak havoc only for Hanbin to hurl a small stone and destroy it. Zhang convinces the prisoners to get back at the noble because they have got the Valkyrian warrior by their side. Everyone starts chanting Zhang's name to show him support. Hanbin is happy for him. The newbie was nervous a moment ago, but now is more confident. When the Sword King notices Leslie behaving strangely, he asks if she's all right. She initially dismisses him with an improper reply, but then reveals the smell of sweat is making her nauseous. She plans to rest nearby and doesn't want to be disturbed. Sometime later, when everyone has slept, Hanbin and Zhang are awake. When asked why isn't he sleeping, the Valkyrian reveals he can't sleep thinking about the nagging he will get from his friends who are waiting for him outside. Zhang praises him for having 2 attractive companions despite his stoic appearance. When Hanbin reveals that one is a guy, he says that this is the most shocking thing he has heard. He tells him a little about his life on Earth. He was always alone, and no one listened to him. In the end, he turned to books rather than people. He felt as if those heroes from books were speaking to him rather than people themselves. Ironically, that's how he lost his life. Hanbin is shocked to learn that Zhang died and then came to this world. At first, he thought about dying, but when he reached level 5, he met some people like him in the tutorial, who died in their previous lives too. The harsh reality they had to face made them become friends very quickly. He smiles, talking about how they were his first real friends. He treasured the time he spent with his new friends, but he was alone once again when he was sent to Latna. The reason he isn't hiding is because he wants to become a famous warrior and reach his lost friends. He admits his noble goals were driven by selfish motives. Hanbin tells him that there's nothing wrong with it. Money, honor, or peace of mind, these are all dreams of every person. People who don't give their all for their goals are either fools or backstabbing liars. It's a matter of whether he is the only one benefiting or others are also gaining something from it. He tells him that his selfish motive is what's keeping everyone here alive. The world he is imagining is quite honorable itself. The Valkyrian realizes that his pep talk is quite serious, though he reminds himself that he is now over 40 years old, and his speech is justified. Despite all of that, he fears Zhang might be uncomfortable after his speech. However, the newbie instead declares that Hanbin is his role model, someone he'll forever bow to and even write a book about his heroic deeds. Hanbin stops him and regrets speaking on this topic. He thinks he should have just told him to leave everything behind and survive on his own. Elsewhere in the dungeon, Leslie is struggling to walk. It is revealed that Zenobia weakened her seal, which kept her killing impulse in control because she was running late with her mission. Since she has foreseen her death, she plans to commit homicide to satisfy her impulse. Just in time, the yellow-haired man shows up looking for her. She demands he stay away from her, but the man tells her there's no need to be afraid. He reveals he is supposed to meet some guards here, and if she gives them a report, she will also be awarded. She catches him off guard and finally stabs him with her knife. She appears to be having a sadistic smile, but is fully aware that whatever she does, she can't get away from this. She is fully aware that she's nothing more than a pawn to those heroes. She receives 54 mg of the Joy of Ormfloss for killing the yellow-haired man. Soon the guards also arrive at the scene and she can't help but wish to eliminate them all. People usually start doing bad deeds when no one is looking, and when he and Jang go to look for Leslie, it is already too late. A prisoner and a soldier of the judge are already dead. However, the problem was the soldier died at the hands of a prisoner. It appeared that she attempted to commit suicide, but when they found her, she was still breathing. Hanbin inspects the dead soldier and, based on their levels, deduces that Leslie might be the one who killed him. As he wonders why would a guard be alone, he realizes something and proceeds to walk toward the direction where the guards came from. He commands Jang to wake up all the prisoners, because they are going to the boss room to close the dungeon, leaving him surprised. He knows that Leslie's body needs is heal itself through prana, but a permanent solution is a potion. Not only that, it appears that the injured guards survived and escaped, so there will be more coming. Hanbin aims to stop them and uses his tracking skills to take initiative. Through his tracking skill, he locates the guard, who's moving away from the boss's room, and feels sure he can intercept them. Before rushing off, he tells Jung to meet him at the end of the Eastern Valley. He felt uneasy and regrets not turning back, but if he had, maybe the worst could have been avoided. Suddenly, a dark silhouette impales him with an almost invisible object, leaving him stunned and speechless. This dark silhouette turns out to be Leonhardt, who reveals he was on his way to find him Eric Garoon, only to realize that the man he's facing is also Falad Bene, the Valtirian warrior. Hanbin questions whether this is just a coincidence, but Leonhardt explains that he's here because it's part of his job. Meanwhile, Jung, leading the prisoners to the boss room, is being interrogated by the prisoners, who have no sight of Hanbin. He reassures them that the Valtirian is fine. He is buying them time to run, all while taking on the monsters himself. The prisoners cheer for the Valtirian, while Jang has a bad feeling about the guards, though he deduces Leslie must have her reasons. He is trying to stay focused because responsibilities would come after they have finished here. No matter what era it is, heroic tales always move people. That's probably because heroic stories aren't realistic. After making it to the boss's room, they witness a ballista unit of guards, all prepared to strike. Since the world isn't kind enough for a hero to be able to survive in it, Jang made such a fuss when he arrived in this world. He believed it would work out well somehow, and would meet his friends and big brother. Suddenly he calls for everyone to run. But it's too late. Everyone gets slaughtered. Jang blames himself for being weak in the idea of justice. But regardless, his story ends here. It was a moderately stimulating story with a rough, cheap script. The ending had no meaning or moral to it. It's an obvious outcome. Before closing his eyes forever, he has a final vision where Leslie tells him that there's still more left in the end, but it won't end the way he hoped. He will never become a hero and will end up giving up on justice. As she forces a fragment of Ormfloss's blessing into his mouth, Leslie knows he'll resent and blame her. But she does it anyway, believing it's still for his good. The guards start searching for the Valtirian in the pile of dead and gravely injured bodies. Just when they start searching, they discover the blue-haired man alive. He miraculously survived because of the ring artifact that he had been wearing the entire time. The man asks for help, but the guards tell him that they are supposed to kill everyone unless he reveals the Valtirian warrior's location, in which case they'll save him without the judge knowing. After being forced to consume the Ormfloss blessing, Jung now gets up on his feet. Back to Hanbin, he never expected that a heresy inquisitor would visit him for work. He tells Leonhardt that if they are talking about work, the judge could give him plenty, seeing how he unfairly treated countless prisoners. Leonhardt reveals that the Dark Brotherhood will give him his rightful judgment for labeling a Latnian as an otherworlder. The other crimes he committed aren't in their jurisdiction. He further claims that Heresy Inquisitor's job isn't finding naughty sheep, but the wolves draped in sheep's clothing. Smiling, he asks Leonhardt if it would really matter if he lied about being a Valtirian because he must have found out his real level, so there's no way he can be an otherworlder. Hanbin dismisses their conversation and continues to walk forward, but Leonhardt threatens him that if he is planning to run away, he will just ask Atis and Epher about Ormfloss's blessing. Hanbin's hunter's instincts kick in, and he points his longsword at Leonhardt. To him, it now makes sense that Leonhardt knows about Atis, but knowing about the Wyvern and Ormfloss blessing is concerning for him. When he is asked what is he going to do with Atis and Epher, Leonhardt reveals he hasn't done anything yet, and since his friends are also looking for him, he thinks it would be better if he finds him first. In the end, he says that since Hanbin won't tell the truth and he doesn't believe anything he says anyway, there's no point in continuing the conversation. Both fighters immediately engage in close-quarters combat, and Leonhardt has no choice but to acknowledge Hanbin's destructive power, though he wonders if that's all his opponent has got. Hanbin reminds him that he picked the fight, but he is taking it too easy. Leonhardt tells him that he is giving it all he has got, and proves it by slamming Hanbin into the wall, causing his sword to get lodged there. Seeing him struggling, Leonhardt points out that he is also not taking this seriously. He reveals that otherworlders use skills given to them by their guideline, so it's different from ones who train their skills through sweat and blood. Therefore, he wants Hanbin to not hold back, because his habits don't lie. The Valkyrian, who was on the receiving end of this fight, kicks Leonhardt in the stomach. He deduces this skill isn't a skill, but a display of brutish strength. He admits that he hasn't heard something great like this in a while, and appears to be excited as he remarks it. Instead of pulling out the sword from the wall, it is lodged into. He swings it along with the massive chunk of rock still attached, intending to crush his opponent. However, Leonhardt shatters the chunk of rock with ease, and then wonders aloud how, despite not being an otherworlder, Hanbin has such strength at level 5. The Valkyrian tells him that he got this way after beating up countless dogs trying to survive. Leonhardt rushes at him, shouting that he's out of his mind. However, Hanbin reminds him that he is accusing someone of being an otherworlder when they are only level 5. He says that it won't be strange to see a level 5 otherworlder, since this world created by the 6 goddesses never had otherworlders in the first place. Hanbin is surprised to learn that his opponent is using his broken arm while simultaneously healing it. He also shares his opinion, calling him weird. He expresses that there could even be otherworlders out there, and because of that reason he can't deduce who is the villain here. Leonhardt remarks, "Villain is a word that only strong can say. Sheep will always tremble in fear just in the presence of a wolf." One of his heavy punches finally connects to Hanbin's jaw, making him bleed and acknowledge Leonhardt's strength. He is well aware that Heresy Inquisitors specialize in combat. Fighting 1 versus 1 against them is nothing but a disadvantage. Hanbin decides to pressure him with more strength. He grabs him by the collar and headbutts him, breaking his face mask. He attempts to throw another punch at him, but Leonhardt, whose real face has been revealed, says it's too late. Hanbin's guideline shows Leonhardt as a level 120 spiritualist with Goddess's blessing, and has a plus alpha in his level. The instant his level is revealed, he makes contact with the Sword King's swords with his hand, and blasts him through several walls with his magic aura. Hanbin wonders just how powerful he is, and what the plus alpha in his level even means. He is sure he swung his sword, but doesn't understand why is his hand bleeding. Leonhardt closes the gap in a flash and tells him that his sword couldn't pierce through his barrier. He explains that Hanbin may have a physical advantage, but his aura is no match for his prana, which means his sword is redirected to the damage to his hand. When Hanbin calls him a cheater, he claims this is fighting without holding back. He explains the predators that have survived the longest neither underestimate nor rush at their prey. They observe it, discerning the prey's weakness, and then hunt it. He tries to kick Hanbin's hand, forcing him to drop his sword, and expresses that Hanbin not being able to use aura was out of his expectations. Still, he thinks that's exactly how Hanbin has managed to survive so far. Using all his strength, he kicks Hanbin in the gut, launching him through a series of walls, and in this attack the Valkyrian receives quite some damage. Following the kick, Leonhardt follows up with another strike, unleashing a flurry of magic rods at him. He is sure Hanbin didn't use any skill, nor Ormflaus's blessing, and there wasn't anything that proved he was an otherworlder until the end. He deduces Zhang must be the otherworlder in this situation. He was looking forward to this fight but was left disappointed. As Leonhardt is walking off, Hanbin finally unleashes his maximum power and destroys the magic rods. He smiles after discovering the Valkyrian's real form. Hanbin charges at him at full speed, but Leonhardt is also prepared to block his attacks with a reflective shield. When the Valkyrian's sword makes contact with the barrier, his sword bounces back and the damage is reversed to his hand. Leonhardt says Hanbin should have realized by now that attacking his prana without aura is pointless. Seeing the Sword King in a state of despair, he calls him pathetic. Consumed by rage and frustration, Hanbin manages to penetrate through Leonhardt's barrier with his residual aura. He clocks that Hanbin's recklessness will only destroy him, but then realizes that he might be in a state where he isn't conscious of his pain. The Valkyrian relentlessly attacks him like a savage beast, which Leonhardt doesn't consider swordsmanship. He reveals to have heard that the Valkyrian becomes a monster the longer he fights. If that's true, he wonders what on earth Hanbin has been battling all this time. Their fight is so intense that it shakes the whole dungeon. Even Atis and Epher can hear it. They deduce the Heresy Inquisitor must have reached their friend before them and is fighting him. Atisi is sure if it's Hanbin, he must have gone to the boss room to clear the dungeon. The Wyvern has him follow her lead because she knows the way, though she believes something may be wrong in this route. Epher fears Hanbin might lose this fight, But Atis points out that losing isn't the problem here. Fighting against the Inquisitor means he is making the Dark Brotherhood his enemy. Furthermore, an Inquisitor won't be an easy opponent even for Han Bin. He's certain the fight will only end with one of them dead. Efer fears even if their friend wins, he will become addicted to killing. Atisi plans to prevent that from happening and rushes to rescue his friend. Elsewhere, Zhang has risen once more, and the skeleton monsters standing there turn to face their black gaze towards the warrior. They were atrocious and killed people without hesitation, but he quickly dealt with them. He felt no sympathy for the monsters. The monsters charged at him, speaking in human language, something that shouldn't be possible. Just as impossible was the sight of skeletons screaming in pain. Even so, he is always on the side of justice. He may have hesitated if he had heard the monsters cry out in pain, and hunting wouldn't have been as enjoyable. Suddenly, a spear pierces straight through his body, and since his level is too low to be able to utilize Ormflaus' blessing, the curse switches to auto-hunting mode. His body rejects the spear after switching the mode. Nothing can stop him, the chosen warrior, since the main character is not someone who can falter. That is because this whole thing is a storybook. As Zhang acquires loads of experience from killing the guards, the joy escalates to 805 milligrams. The blue-haired man is left speechless to witness the massacre. As the newbie approaches, he begs for his life, pleading with Zhang not to kill him and offering the ring artifact as a token of merit. He is surprised when the newbie hunter X and wonders if heals a wound on his arm using the ring he gave him. Since only Otherworlders know the activation spell, he deduces him as an Otherworlder. Zhang asks the prisoners not to worry and declares that they will be taking out the artifact and clearing the dungeon. He picks up Leslie in his arms and thinks of proceeding towards the artifact, only to be stopped by Atis and Efer. Since they aren't acquainted and haven't met before, the mage warns him that if he gets any closer to the magic source, then he will fire at full power, and even calls him an Otherworlder. The blue-haired man escapes, as Atis and Efer arrive to confront Zhang. The wyvern figures out that their opponent's form reveals he has used Ormflaus' blessing. Atis is also able to tell through his staff that's equipped with Ormflaus' blessing. He points out that their opponent likely has lost control over it. On top of that, he already has killed a few soldiers, and his level must have risen too. Efer suspects Great Earth, but Atis believes they can't be sure. He asks the blue-haired man if he has seen the Valtirian, and learns that Han Bin also came here. They guess they must have missed him. Looking at the guard corpses scattered around, they feel good that Han Bin wasn't the cause of this massacre. The blue-haired guy isn't able to fathom how calm Atis and Efer are, and asks them to run with him, because the guy they are provoking lived after having a hole put in his stomach. He sliced armored soldiers in half like butter. When he says they wouldn't believe him since they've never seen anything like it, they reassure him that they're already aware. Efer is aware that if they leave him be, he is going to get even stronger by killing other hunters on the surface. Atis is sure that they are the only hunters that are going to deal with something like this. And since he has got Ormflaus' blessing, people would think he is the only Otherworlder, instead of suspecting Han Bin. Hearing the name Felad, barely conscious Zhang closes the distance between him and Atis. Startled, Efer prepares to attack him, only to be stopped by her friend, who attempts to communicate with the Otherworlder. He requests cooperation from him to find Han Bin, instead of fighting each other. Moreover, it will be easier for him to escape in his original form. Atis then enables a spell to separate the Ormflaus blessing from Zhang, something that he is trying out for the first time. Amidst this process, Efer spots Leslie and recognizes her as one of the people from the Great Earth. Another unexpected incident occurs when the blue-haired man takes out the artifact, wanting to leave the place. The wyvern calls for him to wait, but it's already too late. The dungeon closes and she finds herself at a different location because she wasn't able to touch him. Martin just so happens to be present at the exact place she gets teleported. He reveals he was looking for her since she wasn't at the rendezvous. The blue-haired man shouts that an Otherworlder was in the dungeon and wiped everyone out, asking him to get some hunters to kill that Otherworlder. Suddenly, they witness a large-scale blast in the direction of the Hunters Guild. Brad, along with some hunters, is fighting Zhang, who has captured Atis. He informs his magicians to be careful because their opponent has taken a hostage. He knew something was off the moment the Heresy Inquisitor showed up, but never imagined that the monster would be this strong. Moreover, a monster can't come out after the dungeon is closed. Some hunters surround Zhang believing they will stop him. They feel their opponent may be big, but it's docile. One hunter goes for the head, but Zhang annihilates him, revealing more of his power and taking on a new winged form. Before fleeing, he calls the hunters lowly monsters. Efer was only able to spectate this fight, as she was too shocked to take any action. She rushes to check on Brad, who has suffered a grave injury. He apologizes because he wasn't able to prevent Atis from being taken away. He remarks the opponent was too strong and it even had wings. She appears to be concerned about his health, which seems to be worsening with every second. She rushes to find some spiritualists to heal his wound. However, Zhang stops her, revealing that Martin has a healing artifact. Martin already assesses the gravity of the situation, but remains silent. Even after hearing Brad out, he calls his friend a reckless fighter. He advises her to rush to Atis before other hunters reach him, who might harm him. He provokes her for being scared, and she responds by revealing her gratitude. She then leaves to rescue Atis. Brad knows the way he encouraged her was dramatic, but feels that he can't hold back because Effer is going to soar much further. Before they separated, Zhang and Hanbin made a promise to meet at the end of the Eastern Valley. Currently, the newbie is headed there to fulfill his promise. Suddenly he spots Effer and calls her a dragon. However, she corrects him that she is a wyvern.